My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 1, part 1. It was late autumn in the city of Aragon, and it was raining as usual, and there was a certain acrid scent coming from the water canals, and effort had been made in the past to clean them, but they were just got dirty again. And these settlers did not bother wasting resources in a problem did not seem to have any possible solution. In one of the many ancient sewers that fed into the canals, there was a farmer digging a tunnel, and the tunnel led to one of the castles of the previous Lord Aragon of Leo. And the man was alive and well, but nobody trusted him with their slippers, and it's just a curious saying. The whole slipper thing was based on a folk story of the region. The one was a shoemaker and his son, and one day the shoemaker had to go on a quick errand, and he left his son to keep an eye on one of the slippers he was making. And what did the boy do? He played with the slipper with his dog, and the shoes got ruined, and the family entered the poorhouse. And the dog was expected to recover the diamond pieces he had swallowed. And ever since then, the slipper story was used to describe people's level of untrustworthiness, that they couldn't be trusted with even a slipper.
I understood a slipper as in one of the demons that sleep.
No, not a slipper. It's a shoe.
Okay.
You couldn't even be trusted with a shoe.
Okay, got it. Like a slipper. We're looking at slippers already? Wow,
Regardless, the farmer was digging away, and he figured that in the old castle there must have been a basement. And in the reconstructed side, there was only a memorial for those who had died in the freak accident that nobody seemed too willing to talk about. And as the boy progressed with his tunnel, his pike eventually struck a solid surface. And the walls he had previously broken through had runes and elaborate fall-over patterns. And after smashing around with it once more, the support had caved in, and down fell before him a coffin. And the kid was only familiar with the wooden coffins, and for that reason he imagined that the coffin was actually a coffer, like a treasure box. And the chains around it helped to sell the idea, and on top of the coffin there were faded words in common, which is now called English. Have a meal ready should I awake. And the child saw nothing of it, and after bashing the coffin a bit, the chains gave way, and with much effort he removed the lid, and he beheld a thing of beauty. No, the creature inside the coffin was not Rimaru, rather one of those primordial elves. And this one in particular had lost his life millennia ago and now required blood for sustenance. And after being parched for an untold amount of time, the creature rose from the coffin, and he embraced the small child. And with fangs glistening in the darkness like shiny steel, the elf lightly grazed the neck before pushing back the kid, and frowning he said, "When I asked for a meal, this is not what I had in mind." The king, not bothering to see what else was going to occur, ran for dear life, and frowning, the elf said, "What a bother." The elf walked a bit through the corridors, and when his nose finally working, his insides were starting to twist in a knot. And he would have thrown up had he had any matter inside his form, and after walking for what seemed like an eternity, he saw the light at the end of the tunnel, in a literal sense, because he was inside a tunnel. As a dark elf, he detested the sun, and he did not have the photosensitivity that the alpha seer elves, and still the sunlight was not something he enjoyed, and it made him particularly thirsty. And he saw the flowing water, and it made him shiver a little, and after looking around a bit, he saw a ferryman, and he gestured to the man and said, "Kind sir, I met with an unfortunate fate. Will you be so kind as to take me to dry land?" And the ferryman saw the fellow and where he had come from, and the man drew nearer when he noticed that the man was wearing a noble attire. And in the end, the ferryman erred in the safe side, and he ignored the elf. And the second time a boatman passed by, he also continued on his way. And the elf was quite distressed by his situation, and as soon as the third boatman made eye contact with the elf, the elven fellow had to hypnotize him, and the elf said to the boatman, "You will take me to dry land." "Yes, I will take you to dry land," said the boatman, drawing nearer. And just as the elf fellow had commanded, the boatman took him to dry land, and along the way the elf changed his mind when he saw a mini duck, and he then said to the man, "Duck over there, why don't you?" "Why don't I indeed," said the boatman, continuing with his original gambit. "Duck over there," said the elf, being a bit more specific with his command. And once he had finally arrived, he whistled to remove the hypnosis. The elf wandered about Aragon for a bit, and everything was both strange and familiar. And he found a public garden, and he lay down under a tree to wait for nightfall. and he did not sleep, but rather spoke to the plants. And the grass was one of the most ancient of plant lives in the city, and the same generation of grasses had lived in the city for over 10,000 years, and they had their stories. The humans called the city Aragon, and it had been partially destroyed and rebuilt many times, but never completely obliterated. And the current Lord was trying to make the city a little greener, like in Veragerum, and some of the new grasses had come from the city, and the grass also had its own story to tell. And eventually the grass asked the elf the pertinent question, "What is your name?" "Alfalfa, but you may call me Alf," said the elf. The plant said nothing, not getting the joke, and sighing, the elf finally said, "Sativa. My name is Sativa." "What brings you to Aragon, Sativa?" asked one of the grasses, and she had been caught. She had a real winey, fresh grass aroma type of voice. "Some brag woke me up, and I was supposed to be a short trip from here, but I ended up sleeping far too long, and after somebody buried me, and my mind gets foggy if I sleep for too long," my six says Sativa, struggling to remember. "You seem a bit dry. Are you thirsty?" asked the grass. "A little. I want blood," says Sativa. "Wait till nightfall, and then some drunk will get in a stupid fight or something, and then you will get your fill," suggested a hammer dryer fused with a tree. Sativa sighed and waited till nightfall, and when the moons were out, he felt himself nourished, and he looked up to the sky, and it seemed unfamiliar. And he started walking through the boulevard, and eventually he saw a lightly clad maiden in a corner, and figuring that some things stayed the same, he said to the lady, "Care to spare a couple of minutes with me?" "Sheesh, will it be that short?" said the maiden, laughing, and she added, "I suppose I can run a quick errand for you, if you get the gist of it, but you will have to purchase an entire hour." Yes, I am familiar with your scam, but to provide for me a type of lodging, seeing as though I am paying for more than I bargained for," said Sativa. "Fair enough," said the lady. And she added with a coy smile, "Follow me." The lady took Sativa to the cheapest inn in Aragon, the Dragon Kiss. At least that was the name on paper. Some kids have recently vandalized the inn and have changed the letter from H for a P. Time, bro?
Hey, 16 minutes.
It seemed appropriate enough considering the ammoniac smell that clung to the wall, and only the newcomers felt the smell, and indeed Sativa was regretting all of his life decisions. And Sativa stopped a moment, and then he noticed the welcome sign, and with this invitation he entered within, and Sativa frowned when he noticed some garlic grease hanging over the counter. Frowning, he said to the innkeeper, "Shouldn't that be in the kitchen?" "I like them here just fine, thank you. But if you have a problem with garlic, then you're not welcome inside my inn," said the innkeeper. The phrasing gave Sativa something to think about, and there was an aching feeling in the back of his head, but he could not summon the information. The innkeeper watched Sativa with a cool eye, as if he was studying a piece of meat, and in the end Sativa said, "What currency do you take?" And the innkeeper eyed Sativa over the top, and in the end he said, "If you haven't any type of precious gems or golden coins, I might accept your belt buckle." Sativa looked inside his pockets, and he pulled out a banknote with the face of a man who was starting to bald in the head, and eventually he found something that felt solid. And it was indeed a golden coin with the profile of a maiden and the name of a legal tender on the back, and the innkeeper bit the coin and saw that it was truly made of gold. And with this done, Sativa was able to go to his room with his lady friend. Sativa said to the maiden, "Turn around." "Now till I see the money," said the lady. Since Sativa was getting hungry, he picked up a random object in the room, and the item happened to be a button, and he said to the girl, "Here is your walking paper." "My what?" asked the maiden, confused. "This is your golden coin," said Sativa, making eye contact with her, so he hypnotized her into thinking that a button is money. And that's how he's gonna pay her with hypnosis money.
Oh man, that's messed up.
Said Sativa, making eye contact with her. The maiden, after getting her coin, started undressing, and she trembled a little when she felt Sativa scorching her breath at the nape of her neck. And Sativa said, "I said turn around, now get undressed. Stand still for a minute or so."
Are you doing the dead and low in a bed?
No, not doing that.
I was like, nothing. Okay.
I just stand still. My bite. I'm hungry. The maiden was compelled to stand still, and so Sativa was able to pierce her neck to get his little snack. And And this bat alone was able to remove the mouth hypnosis, and trembling a little, the maiden said, You're a vampire. Aha, that was the name of the thing I was trying to remember, smiled Sativa. And he added, I am sorry to disappoint you, but I am just a plain, ordinary elf. As for the blood scene, it is more of a pick-me-up, kind of like when you take a shot of whiskey in the morning to fire up the old casket. And since you have been such a trooper, please do have the courtesy to let yourself out. First pay me, insisted the girl, realizing that she was holding a bottle. Here, this is all I can offer, said Sativa, emptying his pockets. The maiden yelled, You will regret this. Sativa, lying down on his bed, said, Sure I will. Bye, bye. Sativa closed his eyes and he pretended that the girl was no longer there. And the girl did eventually leave. And hours later, her pimple handler came back with a vampire hunter. And the vampire hunters for the day were men of class or people from the priestly class. And with Berserker gone, the power vacuum in certain places of the country had been filled up by the priests. And now it was common to see missionaries doing all sorts of odd jobs in the cities. And the theme of the missionaries in Aragon was vampire hunting, which was illegal. Whatever crime a vampire committed was supposed to be handled by the secular court, but it was treated as regular assaults, and deaths were plain murders. And as far as Loalisa was concerned, vampires were just like any other type of citizen. Well, you can still pay a priest to off a vampire that annoys you, because religion lessons can be murder. Whatever. Anyhow, around midnight, a vampire hunter came to bother Sativa, and he was lying down with his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, and the hunter tried throwing some salt on the floor around Sativa. And with this precaution, the hunter threw a net made of hawthorn bush laced with holy water. This obviously had no effect on Sativa, who was not a vampire, though he certainly looked and acted the part at times. And when the hunter came to stab him, Sativa surprised the fellow by screaming, Help! Some crazy person's trying to kill me! Much to the vampire hunter's surprise, a ginger-haired youth came through the window dressed all in red, and the youth attacked the hunter with a stick, and a couple of good whacks to the head was enough to knock out the hunter, and though the rest of the night was spent rather boring for Sativa, and he spent his time explaining to the guy what had occurred and his meetup with the lady of the night, and he admitted to not having any money and using hypnosis to gain some shelter, and the guys did not arrest Sativa. And instead a fellow said, Since you are new, you do not know about the shelters for people like you, and there is a couple of ones blocks yonder. It is a big crime, but the owner employs the folks living there, and tomorrow is harvest day, so you might be able to make some honest coin. Sativa bowing said, Thank you for being so understanding. And Sativa left him with a golden coin he had in his pocket, and the innkeeper had been pretty embarrassed by the entire situation, and he normally did not allow would-be murderers into his establishment. As for the fellow who had helped Sativa, he had disappeared into the night. And while Sativa walked, he noticed he was being followed, and he turned a street corner and he waited. And it was then when he saw two undead fellows standing before him, and the fellows had the appearance of fair, innocent maidens, though it was through the scent that Sativa was able to see their true nature. As a primordial elf, his sense of smell was comparable with that of the black bear. Sativa sighing said, What is it now? We have been watching you and I, said one of the undead. So I have been told, answered Sativa. You handle yourself rather well, and we're going to help but notice your immunity to the hawthorn bush, the garlic, and many other things we find abhorrent. You must be a vampire, Lord, said the ghoul. Sativa rolled his eyes and he said, If it makes you happy to think that, then by all means call me whatever you so desire. Sativa indeed resembled a traditional vampire, and he had the black hair and the red eyes and the sharp teeth, and when he was younger his hair was pure ash blonde, though as the human with age his hair changed color, and all the elves' hair turned black as they matured, and the eye color was of a similar green, and changes in melanin produced had caused his brown eyes to shift more into a more reddish spectrum, and as for the bluish-white skin color, it was due to a lack of sunlight, and given a couple of weeks of being out, he would acquire a barky, earthy color. The undead then said, We have been in need of a lord such as yourself to take over this part of the city, and the vampire clan without the protection of a lord is easy picking for the hunters. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. First of all, you, sir, are a revenant, and the other two are ghouls. So they'd be like, You're not even vampires, what the hell are you going on about? you would know not what a real vampire is, even if the fellow beat you when the light don't shine, said Sativa. There's no need to be so rude, said the Revenant, and with his confrontation, his willpower weakening, and the Revenant became less corporeal. And the group of 7, and the Revenant was the most dangerous, and changing the subject, Sativa said, sorry fellows, I had a long day, and what do you guys do here for fun, and don't tell me it involves killing innocent babes. Only serial killers find killing helpless people amusing. You're no fault, said the Reverend in disappointment. And Sativa didn't know if the fellow was serious or not, and regardless, Sativa's mood became icier and calculated, and he would stick with those creatures till he found out what they were all about. And if he did not find their party to his liking, then he would make quick work of them. Or he would just escape, whatever was easier. The ghosts and the revenants brought Sativa to the theater, and there was a small group of people gathering by the windows, and it was dress rehearsal for one of the plays. And it was then when Sativa heard it. The sound emanated from the windows was impossible to be produced by any humanoid creature. It was the most exquisite, perfect pitch, and the length of the sustained note was almost impossible as well. And after stepping over a couple of people, Sativa was able to see the truth that produced such beautiful music. And the source of the music came from Rimaru. Time, bro?
7 minutes.
It was election day in the city. So then like the day passed. It was election day in the city of Aragon when the Amis Tortarius entered the city. And he had been living alone in Veragheron for 5 years by now, and the novelty was wearing thin. And he had gone to Veragheron with dreams of being a big and powerful magic user, but like everything that Amis had ever tried in his life, it had not worked out as he had desired. And his teacher once put it, he had the brains to study magic, but not the physical power to be a strong magician. And Amis was the eldest of 8 children, and he had 5 brothers and 1 little sister. Among those siblings, he was naturally nearest to his brother Amelius, the last to write. And the reason why his more interesting brother had that name was because of his blue skin. And Amelius was said to have been born blue, and when tan, he acquired a slight golden tint, and the freckles and moles he had were also permanently golden. When Amis was small, he asked his mother why his brother looked the way he did.
Like an avatar?
No, like a Hindu.
Okay.
like Shiva.
There we go. Okay.
Like Shiva. Like the god,
I don't know
the three-color god.
I don't know why I picture an avatar. I'm like, okay.
Really, Shiva was blue for the last 5,000 years before Avatar came about.
Okay.
Just because Equesters didn't know that people could be blue.
I genuinely thought that the movie was going to be about Hindu gods, not about...
Yeah, not about Pocahontas in space. He had not questioned it, he refused to believe that Amelius was Ami's identical twin. And his mother had told him this story. Before she had her sons, she had gotten rid of one of her childs, and the man she had originally wanted to marry had wedded someone else. And years passed and she got married again. And regardless how much she tried, she could not get pregnant again. And she started to suspect that her husband was a dud. And after trying other men, he realized that she was the one with the problem. And while researching fertility potions at a school library, she ran into one of those forbidden books. And the book described a ritual for beckoning the moon deity. And the book also showcased a little song that described a fairy tale about the moon and the dangers of invoking it. And the book explained why the moon had turned on the summoner. And with the half-baked information, Hilda would then went to invoke the moon from night to sunrise. And at the time, she found out that the book only mentioned one moon. And there was a picture of a world that only had one moon. And it made Hilda realize that the book spoke of another world that only had a single moon. It's just that she found out it was a spell book of like planet Earth, but we're not in Earth. She thought that if the astral body of the world was a deity, then maybe the same could be said of her own world. And using astronomy, she invoked all of the different names of the celestial bodies of her world Saturn, and eventually a deity arrived the morning. And this unknown deity answered by the name of Titan, and the deity was not actually one of the moons, but one of the cluster minor deities from the rings of Saturn. And like the jellyfish water goddess Erua, Titan also clustered around a main deity that was the essence of the rings of Saturn. And Titan was quite powerful powerful due to the worship she received from the billions of little tardigrades that inhabited the icy surface of her little rock of a world. And it was the first time that the Titan had heard prayers from the nearby Saturn. And little Titan said to Hilda, "The reason that you cannot conceive is because of a curse. And your firstborn desires to be born, but he is dead. And since his willpower is strong, I will revive him, and he will be born anew with the child that you already have. But there will be a price to pay." "And what is the price?" asked Hilda. "Whoever is born first will have to become my prophet, and he will be born with my blessings. And whatever positive action he desires to undertake must be done in my name," said Titan. "And what is that name, gracious one?" asked Hilda. "Titan is my name," said Titan. And with this covenant made, the twins were born 10 months later. And when the first son was born, Ahmed's father Amos thought his wife was cheating on him, and he imagined that some type of demon or one of the boys his wife frequented at the bar was not human. And by now Amos assumed he was the one with the problem, so he did not make a big deal about the blue boy. And when the second kid was born normal, then the questions started arising. As the children got older, it became obvious that they were Amos' children, even the blue kid. And after the first twins, Hilda got pregnant soon afterwards, and there was the average of 3 months between each pregnancy. And by the time Healy's came, Amos had gotten himself cursed with infertility by a witch doctor. And he enjoyed his wife a bit too much, and he was not too keen on having too many mouths to feed. And as the 25th son, Amos knew how hard it was for 2 adults to provide for 25 children. And the way he saw it, parents should only have as many kids as they can afford. And as for Amos, the number was 6 and no more. And the twins lived a relatively peaceful childhood, and it was only when the war started that Amelia sent to the army following the guidance of the Titan moon. And Amelius the Lazarus became one of the many war heroes who fought for Marduk, and as a veteran he was able to secure good homes for his family in Sassari. And Sassari was the birthplace of his mother Hilda, and eventually Abbas Moses, the oldest children, left the nest, and Ames went to study magic in Verageru. And while Amelius had left for Aragon after marrying a merchant's daughter, and since the maiden was running the family shop, Amelius beat the bullet and left his family behind. And he kept up with correspondence, and the family got together from time to time in Aragon when the bandits allowed. Still, the thing that Amelius missed the most was spending time with his twin. And the answer to his prayers came in a disappointing letter from Amis, and the letter simply read, "I am ready to go home." Time?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Guessing what was the matter, Amelius convinced his brother to move to Aragon instead, and he described the place as the theater capital of the kingdom. And since Amis had always liked seeing places as a child, he decided to go live with his brother instead of returning as a failure to society. And while Amis rested in the rowboat, the driver said to him, "Today is election day." "Election? How does that work? I heard that people here elect their ruler," said Amis. "It is simple enough. We change mayors every 3 years. The same person can try to be elected 3 times. And each time the person fails, however, he loses a term. So a person that was elected once, if he had previously failed twice, cannot be re-elected," explained the driver. "Can anyone run for mayor?" asked Amis. "Anyone who passes an exam. They must show that they have at least enough intellect to be allowed to run for mayor," explained the driver. He added, "This year's exam was super tough, and only 2 candidates made the cut, a nobleman's son and a philosopher hobo." "A hobo, you say? Then it is already settled. The nobleman is sure to win," said Ami.
Alright, next and 30 seconds.
"I will not be so certain about it," said the driver. Alright, let's leave it here. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 1, part 2. Peluche has a large group of followers and plenty of noble women, ladies who think him unwell, and in his previous life he was a well-loved teacher as well, but in this world, well, you know how it is enough to drive anyone to lunacy. And the poor man, now he wanders the streets dressed in a green kangaroo outfit, and the little nuts he uses, the pouch to carry his belongings. Oh, bless his soul. What is a kangaroo? Asked Amis. A type of animal. And you will see that they relatively look if you stop by the plaza this afternoon. And they are going to be holding the elections after each candidate gives their final speech, explained the driver. "Can anyone participate? Can anyone vote?" asked Amin. "Yep, just about anyone who can fit inside the plaza, and even the shooters and babes are counted during the voting, but I hear that it's just a rumor," explained the driver. "How does that work exactly?" asked Ami. "You will see if you go to the plaza by noon, and if you do go there, do me the silent and vote for the furry guy," insisted the driver. "Sure, I made no promises," said Amis. And by the time the conversation ended, the gondola was already docking, and to reach the inner city where the soldiers held residence, and one had to travel by boat. And in the docks there was the usual interrogation and showing of passport. And Aragon was the only city that required a travel permit to go between each district, and it was owing to its current size. And with the spacious streets and buildings that rarely topped two-story, it was easy to see why the place had enormous proportion. And even in the economic housing did not allow for modern people to live in an occupied space, and even then it was common for public servants to visit those houses to make certain that there was not a situation where 100 people inhabited a closet-sized shoebox. And in the past, the quotas had bred diseases, and to avoid this, the tree had been made bigger and the lodgings more separated. And it was at least the official excuse, and the real reason was to make traversing the city difficult for troublemakers. And just making it to the palace alone on foot took a day, and the only feasible way of getting around was by boat or by horseback. And after getting through the castle, Amis was greeted by his brother, and a couple of fellows stopped and stared at Amis, but not Amelius. And it's an old Amis. He was the normal-looking twin, so why were the locals paying him too much attention? And the reason he caused so much attention was that he was the twin of the Lazarite. And physicality aside, for Amelius maintaining his stout physique, the twins had the same hands, the same strong chin, the same thick eyebrows, long nose, and pronounced cheekbones and small forehead. And the twins had their mother's large, expressive brown eyes, and it was always the first feature that other people looked when encountering the twins, and their height was also the same, though Amelius seemed a bit taller due to Ami's terrible posture. Both also wore different hairdos, and Amis regularly bleached his hair white because he thought it made him look cool. And another one was with his nickname, the Lazarite. And Amis also had black hair as well, but he had acquired a green hue for reasons he did not understand. And the change had occurred during a particular tough semester in the school of Veragero. And since the magic school had been militarized, it was the common belief that all mages by law had to excel in offensive magic. And since Amis did not really have it in him to hurt another person, the stress of studying something contrary to his nature caused the metamorphosis in his hair. And his hair turned green. And then no matter how many times Amis dyed his hair black, by the following day the hair would regain its unusual emerald green tint. And while the brothers walked towards Amelius, the Lazarite was the first to ask, "So your hair is still green then?" "You are one to talk," retorted Amis. "Well, I am silvery pure by choice, my dear brother," said Amelius, smiling. "I suppose, and I have been considering going bald for a while," said Amis, sighing. "I would not recommend it. I tried it once back during my army days, and it is a terrible look. My hair took half a year to grow a couple of millimeters, and when it came back, it was coarse and curly. And it was settled back down over the years, but during that time of my life, it was tough," said Amelius. "Because of the war?" asked Amis. "No, because of the stupid curly hair," retorted Amelius. "How is the wife?" asked Amis. "The same," said Amelius flatly. "I see," said Amis, remembering his last unpleasant interaction with the Mrs. Tortarius. And the conversation concluded as flatly as it had begun, and Amelius could not help but feel growing distant from his brother by the second. And things did not improve too much when they arrived home, and the wife Barbara was a polite middle-aged lady, and she had a dainty round face with clear green eyes and copper skin, and her most distinguished feature was her extremely long red hair, which she wore down, which was an unusual fashion for the ladies of the day. And the maiden was about 2 years older than Amelius, and at the age of 37 she was young and vibrant like a daisy. And the humans only started to look old around the age of 50, and Barbara was rather small even by human standards, and a couple of inches shorter, and she had the same height as a dwarven. And to accommodate for this problem, little Barbara used to wear extremely high heels to overcompensate. And she had worn those shoes since she was a teenager, and she could run really fast in them. The lady was in the bad habit of mumbling behind your backs, and also from time to time she would apologize for a reason she never bothered to explain. And Amelia was already used to her eccentricity, but not his brother Amis. And Amis saluted Barbara with the same cold politeness, and this coldness also reflected in Barbara's eyes, and her expression changed completely when she saw the maid bringing in her wee baby. And Amis said, "So when did I become an uncle?" "About yesterday," said Amelius, and he added, "Barb came home with it, and that is the end of the story." "Did she buy the child?" asked Amis. "I don't know," said Amelius. "Not my monkey, not my circus." And Barbara narrowed her eyes, but she said nothing. So one day, the wife just brought home a kid. And he's like, "She didn't have a baby. maybe she just came home with a random baby. That's her problem. Time, bro?
Yeah, 17 minutes.
Changing the subject, Amelio says, let me take you to your room. And the room Amelio had provided for his brother was one on the other side of the manor. And the manor had two living quarters, one in the first floor and one in the second. And this room had formerly been Amelio's office, but since he never used it, he converted it to a guest room. And the bedroom was also within walking distance of the library. And the twins enjoyed the little reading, especially anything that had to do with plays. And back when they were younger, they used to buy play manuscripts, and they would imagine how the entire show was supposed to go, and they even acted a little with the other neighborhood kids. Amos sat on the bed, and he nodded it softened, and his brother remembered how Amos liked his bed, and the room had only one window, but it was large enough, and he had a nice view of the trees in the flower garden, and Amos noted a weirdo sleeping under the tree. And Amos said to his brother, who's that weirdo? I was told he was harmless, so I am pretending he's not there. And he waters the flowers for me from time to time, and in exchange I don't question what he's doing in my backyard at all hours of the day or night, said Amelia. So that's like Sativa, remember remember the guy from like the beginning?
Yeah.
And who's a weirdo that there, the elf guy that people think he's a vampire just because he sucks blood and he doesn't like the sunlight. And he hypnotizes people, and he has red eyes. But it's definitely, he insists he's not a vampire.
He's definitely 100% not a vampire. That's for me.
You shouldn't believe everything that those people tell you, said Amis. So far it has been true, so I had no reason not to believe, said Amelius. He added, Do you need help unpacking? I can get my own stuff out, thank you. It was just enough to help lock the bags in my room, and I can take it from here, said Amis. Amelius lingered a little, and then taking the hint, he left the room to leave his brother alone. And he walked a little ways, and then he went into another room, and after moving a painting aside, he started looking through the peephole. And he frowned when he saw his brother plugged with a wine cord. And Amelius had never been the type of person who believed in privacy, and Amis knew this, and so he had come prepared. And he found his brother's spying habits a little annoying, but sometimes it bordered on the creepy factor. And he was all born out of concern, so Amis never made a big deal about it, nor did he ever confront his brother on the matter. So like his brother started peeping. Leave me alone, you crazy person. Little did Amis know the second reason why he had gotten this room, and since the office had been an addition to the house, the inner walls were a lot thinner, and the walls which led to the kitchen were also lined with acoustic style. This made the sounds produced by Amis' room echo to the kitchen, and Amelius already had a chair and a little table set up in a place where the sound was strongest, and all he had to do was recline his head against the wall, and Amelius could tell everything that was happening in his brother's room. He gave it like the most acoustic room. And then I sit here and I listen. like a creepazoid. And as soon as his iPhone was plugged, Amelia went towards the kitchen, and his wife was preparing lunch, commented, By the gods, leave your brother alone. Amelia sheepishly said, I'm not doing nothing, I'm just sitting here reading a book or so. Sure you are, said Barbara, sighing. And while Amelius listened, Amis was slowly getting his things organized, and the first thing he settled up were his clothing, which he ordered. Following, he placed his books on the shelf in alphabetical order, and with this organization concluded, he started making certain that all the books were perfectly aligned. And when he was satisfied with his task, he dusted a little his spotless room, and by the time he concluded, it was time for brunch, and Amelius knocked on the door, and he said, We are having lunch earlier because today is election day, and you can eat now or later when you feel again. I will eat now, and I will go see the elections. I'm a bit curious about it, said Amis. Oh, it will be a spectacle, said Amelius, laughing. And Amis ate his lunch with gusto, and due to the move, he had missed his breakfast, and it was only when he started eating that Amis realized how hungry he was. And for lunch, Barbara had made a Buddha bowl, and the bowl was made with garlic, onions, olive oil, ginger, chicken breast, lime, honey, and rice, and baby spinach. And due to Aragon's proximity to the Dokai city, it was common for the place to have access to all sorts of foods and ingredients and recipes that did not appear in the rest of the kingdom. And Barbara had no idea who the Buddha was, but she imagined that the fellow had good culinary sense for having such a great recipe with his name attached to it. And Barbara was not fond of crowds, but she indulged her little husband's hobby of being politically active, and she had the sneaking suspicion that all the elections were rigged. and she had read about electroflow in Cariba's Unbelievable Truth Quarterly. And in the last issue, Karina had written about the underground train that could be used to travel from world to world, and the trains for now only appear at midnight in all of the major cities of the kingdom once every 2 months. And to be allowed entry, one had to prove their mettle to the gatekeeper. Time?
10 minutes.
Barbara had heard from some of the boys that they had tried the task of the gatekeeper, and so far only the dragon had managed to travel abroad. And while the brothers said nobody talked, and both ate rather quickly in emulation of the habits that they had learned from their mother. And Hilda had been poor during her youth, and I thought she never knew when there was going to be another meal. I thought she ate when she got the chance, and she ate it quickly, lest her meal got taken away. And after 7 minutes of gobbling down their food, the twins sat back on their chairs and they breathed a sigh of relief. And Barbara, who ate a lot slower and like a lady, was still barely making a dent on her little bowl. And she said to her husband, "Look at the time, you two should be head out already. We can wait for you," said Amy. "Please don't. You know I eat ever so slow, and if you wait, you will miss the election," said Barbara, coming up for an excuse not to go to the crowded event. "You're right, let's go," Amy said, Amelia getting up. "Are you certain?" asked Amy, pretending to be concerned. "Yes, go already," said Barbara, exasperated. She really did not want to leave the comfort of her home. And after receiving this command, the twins left in a hurry, and they were soon joined by others who were gathering at the marketplace to participate in the electoral process. And Amy noted varying fashion of the people in Aragons, and some were even clad in togas and kimono. Still, the attire that drew Amy's most attention was the one worn by one specific type of weirdo, and it consisted of arm-length gloves and overknee boots. And the other item in their clothing was a tan dress of unusual coloring that was almost see-through. And Amelia saw his brother staring at the fellows, and he explained, "Amy's, those folks are models, and they wear such attire to showcase the contours of their form, and painting realistic figures from life is like the new hard thing. Realism. I always thought a little embellishment made the works of art a bit classier," commented Amy. "To each their own, I suppose," yelled Amelius. And by now it was starting to get a little bit too noisy to speak, and in the middle of the market, Amy was able to discern a raised stage with 2 curtains, and when it rose, the circus that these people called the election began. And there were 2 people in the podium, and the 2 fellows could not be more different from one another, and one was a normal-looking middle-aged man, and in an oval outfit and a nice hairdo, and with his somewhat white hair, the man looked like a symbol of common sense and austerity. And his speech was a reflection of his person, and he made quite the logical argument as to why the people should choose him as the new ruler. And as for his opponent, Amy saw that indeed it was a man in a furry costume, and when Peluche spoke, he said this, "I am not a man of words, but of action, and I am not the type of person to help another fellow, but be all like, look at me, I'm about to help this guy, look at me, I am so awesome. I am here for one reason and one reason only, and it is to stop you." And after saying this and pointing to his opponent, Peluche added, "I'm here to stop you." Tyro?
9 minutes.
Peluche added, "Vote for me if you want to enjoy nice things like the theater and hot women. Vote for me, vote for the party that represents liberty as well as common sense. And when I win, I will throw an awesome party for you as well." And I'm stirring out most of the speeches, and as he usually, Ami's tuned out most of the speeches. It's like, oh, he's drawing out of a politics, and he's like flatlining as far as listening. Me. And to him, all speeches made by rulers were nothing but empty promises. And the thing that I woke up Amos was when a thunderous voice started singing, "Vote for Peluche, Peluche's the greatest ever best. And for 1,000 years been helping us rest. He's Peluche, he's the best." What a stupid song, said Amos. It gets the point across, don't you think? Said Amos, laughing. Who's the buffoon who lent his voice to this tomfoolery? Asked Amos. Well, it's Rimaru. I got you tickets tonight to go see him, or did you stop liking opera? Asked Amelia. I just hope the opera is better written than that nonsense, said Amos. Amelia then said, quiet, the Electoral College is about to enter. The so-called Electoral College was a group of 6 dragons, and they were rather small, each about a half a meter in length from head to tail. And the dragons had elegant horse-like bodies and lovely butterfly-like wings, and the wings patterns were similar to those of the blue pansy butterflies, and the bodies were black with an orange mane, and they were distinct with their number horns. Two had solid horns like those of a unicorn, and another had a ram-like horns, and the other dragons had a moose-like horns, and the horns were a clue to their silver dragon fathers' mating habits, and they were all half brothers and sisters, and due to the draconic blood...
Wait, did the dragons do with various animals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what? Well, the silver dragon is specific.
Like I just realized what the clue was.
Dude, if there's a crossbreed Priscilla, dragons can mate, if a lazy dragon can mate with a human...
Say no more before we get demonetized. Keep going.
Whatever. The dragons being...
The dragons are like kinky, God.
Dragons know how to have fun.
Okay.
Due to the draconic blood, this mammal and unicorn descendant had inherited intelligence. Still, for the humans, they were just a different flavor of dragon. Elizabeth came out to the stage and she fell into the first gentleman. Those who supported Earl X City made some noise, and a good number of people started clapping and made some noise, and some parents even made their poor infant babes start crying. And the dragons then tallied the votes, and they wrote in the sharp votes how many votes the Earl had gotten. Alisa then said, "Now let's give a big round of applause for Peluche. Yay!" This was Alisa's not so subtle way of showing which candidate she supported, and the guys overseeing the election also made their voices heard. And Amis yelling celebrated support of Peluche since he had promised to do so, and Aurelius following suit because he saw his brother's action, and in the end, when the votes were tallied, Peluche won by a narrow margin of 2 votes. So like since the Rose brothers voted for Peluche, they made all the difference. The brothers thought they had made some type of difference, and indeed they had, in so much as their participation validated the type of farce Alisa was running. And with this charade concluded, the brothers returned home, and along the way Ami said, "So what happens now after you vote?" "Nothing much. Your name shows up in the newspaper saying who you voted for," said Amelius. "Won't that cause a problem? I thought this voting scene was a private affair based on how it was staged," said Ami's concerned. "If you vote, you have to own up to the type of system you want to support. That way there won't be clodposts who will support tyranny, and they hope to get away with it too," said Amelius, turning seriously. So like voting there is not private. Like if you vote for someone, they put your name on the paper so everyone knows who you voted for. I don't know. It seems like a bad idea if you ask me, said Ami's concerned. Time?
5 minutes.
After the first day in Aragon, things became uneventful for Amis, and from time to time, to break the monotony of the routine, Amelia would take his brother to the theater, and Barbara was at that age when nothing new thrilled her, and I thought she was filling the void that was her life with taking care of the kids she had brought into her home. And adoption was a much simpler business back in the old days. Any affluent fellow could just up and take a kid after paying a fee. And the kids were free if the family was of a priestly class, and on a warm day in the middle of the month and in the middle of the year, the family received a strange visitor, and it was a lady who had a cat with one eye inside a purse. And the maiden said to Barbara, "I understand you bought a kid the other day." "I did not buy him. He was in an orphanage, you see, and it is customary to offer a donation after taking a kid home, so that the others left behind have some food," said Barbara, feeling herself attacked.
So is the cat's eye in the back, or is the cat who only has one eye and it's in the back?
The cat only has one eye and he's inside a purse.
Oh God, that's creepy. Why? Just why?
Why? Sometimes cats are missing eyes.
Okay, go on.
No, wait, he doesn't. It's not missing an eye. He only has one eye.
Oh, like one eye in the middle of the head.
Cyclops cat.
Okay, it's a Cyclops cat. Got it. Like I felt weird. I was like, either I understood that wrong, or does the cat literally has like one eyeball?
You do get kid. I understand you got a kid.
Oh God.
We gotta shut up.
2 minutes.
Ami said to Barbara, "Just give her the kid." "Did you call her?" asked Barbara, sticking daggers at Ami. The lady with the weird cat was named Godinegro. She was a former slave in charge of humanoid trafficking division. It's negros as in death, yeah? With slavery being outlawed, the buying and selling of sentient creatures and their brood was outlawed. And Amis had indeed called Golden Negro, in part because he thought that Barbara had stolen the kid or something. And Barbara had indeed done that once before, but when she was 4. And she was jealous that her friend had a baby brother to play with, and she had none for herself. Like the wife when she was little, she stole that kid in order to have a baby brother. So she had done that once. Well, that's why they were concerned. So she stole the kid. Well, she stole the kid once when she was little. Maybe she did it again.
No, this time I didn't steal the kid.
They said, I paid for it. She paid for it. Red flag. Call the police. Call social security. Call the social worker. Call somebody. That woman's not right in the head. Call somebody. Amelius looked at his brother in front and he said sternly, I know you never had a formal relationship, but there is a golden rule that you must know. Between a man and wife, nobody should meddle. Amir felt rather foolish indeed, and he left the house feeling like an uninvited visitor. And he truly did mean well. He was trying to spare his brother trouble, but instead he had caused unnecessary grievance. And the imaginary chasm that Amis had created between himself and his brother grew even more. When he returned home, the baby was gone, and Barbara had a dour look on her face, and this dour look was echoed in Amelius as well, and in turn it also affected Amis, and for a couple of weeks the trio only spoke monosyllables to one another, and the sour mood escalated in the form of a crying fit, and Amis had just started his bath, but he lingered there a bit too long because he was cleaning his hair, and as it happened when he found himself alone with his own thought, he started thinking nonsense, and he was found wet, sitting on the bed wrapped in a towel sobbing, and Barbara saw him, and she did her best to press Amis to tell her what was the matter, and the reasons ranged from being a failure to Barbara creating friction between the brothers, and Amelius eventually interfered, and he saw that Barbara was pressing Amis, and Amelius took Barbara out of the two, and the two then waited in the kitchen, and eventually Amis settled down, and he started saying, Barbara, Amelius, and the two returned a bit wearily, and Amelius came with a cup of coffee and a biscuit.
30 seconds.
Alright, so after the he drank his coffee and smoothie proof. Alright, we'll leave it here. He had his coffee. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is Chapter 2, Part 1, The Fire Club. He felt rather stupid for indulging in such depressing thoughts. He had a roof over his head, and the enchanted weapons in Barbara's store were starting to sell. For every item he saw, Barbara gave him a commission. Amelius was opposed to this because whatever money Amis needed, he was free to ask for. Still, Barbara knew that Amis felt sheepish whenever he asked his brother for spending money. In this money matter, Barbara emphasized with Amis. After thinking of it, Barbara came up with an idea. While preparing dinner with Amis, she said, You know, since you're new in town, you should go meet people. I don't really like the bar scene, said Amis evasively. There is the library, the music academy, the amusement park, the game club, the dance club, you know. Now that I think about it, there are a lot of clubs based on interest in this city. And they all serve coffee. There's even a little coffee club and a tea club too. And you can go to one of those places and talk about your interests. If anything, it'll be a nice change of pace from what you've been doing lately, suggested Barbara. I don't know, said Amis, unsure about the entire venture. Come on, what do you have to lose aside from time? And besides, I don't think you find my knitting circle all too exciting. Don't you think I don't see you falling half asleep most of the time, commented Barbara. I guess where can I find more information about the clubs? Asked Amis. They usually post their information on a bulletin board at the library. They are vetted by a dragon, so you can be certain that there isn't a post that might be a trap, said Barbara. What sort of attack? Asked Amis, concerned. Well, you know, a couple of years back there was a serial killer posting fake club messages on the notice boards, and those foolish enough to answer the summons got ate. And now there is more oversight, and you have to prove to be a member before posting a notice on behalf of said clubs, explained Barbara.
Is it like Craigslist, but like Craigslist?
Medieval credit. Well, think about it. In like medieval fantasy worlds and games, they usually, like when you go to a notice board, it's been programmed in such a way that you have blind faith in it, but something that they never done is like post a trap there, and then you don't know whether a lead to like a reward or to a certain or to like a series supposed to lose fight maybe, you know?
Yeah.
So I felt just because they post a notice in a notice board doesn't mean that they had good intentions for you. Or that they need your help, you know? Sometimes they just bad people fishing for the next victim. You know, Barbara, I have been meaning to apologize, started saying Amis. You still hung up about that? That was months ago, and at least something good came out of the entire incident, said Barbara. What good came about it? Asked Amis. None of your business, little Amis, said Barbara, laughing. Not desiring to process the meaning of what Barbara had said prompted Amis to depart from the house immediately. Despite living in Aragon for almost half a year, he still got lost from time to time in the street. As in the streets and byways seemed confusing, Amis found his way through landmarks, and getting to the library was at least easy. The building now being used as a library was one of the dragon towers, and the dragon who guarded it came and went with the seasons. And the creature no longer bothered staying there all day to serve as an imposing symbol of order or whatever. And after performing the same job for 50 years, the dragon Imbar had started to ponder about how he wanted to spend his youth. And dragons tended to have more time to waste than the average creature, but even Imbar felt that terrorizing the little humans was growing old. And without Imbar's constant presence, the little people in Aragon were slowly becoming unruly. More unruly than usual. And to give it something new to chew on, Alisa had thought of democracy nonsense she had read in one of the forbidden books. And she wanted to see how it worked, because in the long run, she could not vouch for her son being a good leader at all, and as soon as though he was starting to take after his father. And at times Elisa pondered on letting everything fall apart. And it was to this Aragon that Amis had come to live in, and while making his way to the library, he saw a bunch of people reading signs and marching and yelling. And Amis paid no mind, and so he naturally assumed it was probably a public execution procession or something. And they were common during the reign of Bersame, and it seemed crazy. The guy was more than a decade long dead, and even then he still casted a large shadow over the kingdom. And it was shown in the words of the man leading the protester, and Amis did not recognize the fellow, but based on their medallions, he guessed they belonged to some priestly class or another. And the priest families always wore the insignia of the gods they represented, at least it seemed to Amis. He was never quite as well traveled as his brother Amelius. Much to Amis' annoyance, the priest and their followers had congregated at the entrance of the library. And after walking around the tower, Amis found a door that did not have any people crowding about it. And Amis looked at the library over the top, and the arrangement of it was identical to all of the libraries in the kingdoms, with the desks, the tables, the files of books. Only the wall decorations and the lighting differed. And the look of the library was already from the Old Kingdom, and the library was one of the many things standardized by Bersame, the king of perfectionism. And people were hung for trying cheaper, inefficient designs, and it wasn't bad. If it wasn't better than what he made, Bersame neither wanted it nor needed it in his kingdom. Sitting at the receptionist table reading a book was Imbar, and in his human form he had the look of a silver-haired maiden, with unusually large green eyes and a small mouth and nose. And the look reminded Amy of one of those weird dogs Barbara collected. Only that this fellow was alive and animated. And Amy came to the receptionist table and he read the name Imbar on top of the plate. And Amy asked the person in question, "Where can I find the notice board?" Imbar, without looking up, pointed behind his back, and indeed the board was staring at Amy right in the face. And in big bold letter there was a sign that read "Notice board, made of burned glossy wood." Time, bro?
17 minutes.
Below it there was a large board made of cork with edges made of copper, and Amis went to the section relating to the club notices. And Imba, who was not pretending to read his book, said, "Those notices are for members only, and in the past they used to take in just anyone who shows up, but now with things getting so hefty, they have gotten a little picky about who they join the little social clubs, and how many members they want to deal with at a time." Oh well, I guess I will find something else to do with my time, sighed Amis, frowning. "You could try a sport, but those are also through clubs or fraternity. Again, super hush-hush business. So before you sing the street, what's for not here? Look at this notice," said Ima, reaching under his desk to pull out a lithograph print. The print in black and white showed a picture of a man with feather and different instruments, and the club was called the Little Dancer Age 9 Theater Historian Society. The name seemed a little odd indeed to Amos, but he decided to bite. Amos asked Ingvar, "Can I have some paper and pencil?" "Sure," said Ingvar, ripping out a page from the book he was reading. Amos frowned after getting the piece of paper, and for pencil he got a solid piece of charcoal, and Amos wrote the address, and then he started heading out. And along the way he bumped into the protester, who started yelling a bunch of things Amos do now. And he ran a little, and then he found his way towards the boat, and he got the first driver, and he said, "Can you drop me off at the nearest place to the Affogato Spice Store?" The driver, smiling, said, "Oh, so you're going to inquire about Rimaru too? I don't see why he's so interesting as of lately. Just a couple of years back, he was just a nobody backup dancer, and now it's Rimaru this, Rimaru that." "I'm sorry," said Amos, feeling sheepish. "You and me both, brother, you and me both," said the driver, shaking his head sadly. That's why the driver said, "Oh, if I have to hear about Rimaru one more time, I'm gonna he's gonna lose it." The ferryman started rolling downstream, and along the way he kept singing, "La donna è mobile qua più al vento." "That's a catchy tune," commented Amos. "What does it mean?" "I don't know. Rimaru from time to time likes to sing in a made-up language called Italian, or maybe it is Latin. If it is not as if it would kill him to translate his song lyrics," commented the driver. "Yes, but a lot of rhythm and tempo will get lost in translation," said Amos. Or here's a bright idea. Sing something in vernacular. Cheat. "Is that asking for the moon?" continued the driver, complaining. The ride continued went on with pleasant singing to a long drawn-out tirade about how Rimaru was no longer fun because he was singing whatever he felt like, and not what was in fashion. And by the end of the ride, Amos concluded that at least the driver was grudgingly obsessed with Rimaru, though he didn't want to admit it, right? Even though he said, "Oh, I can't stand people constantly talking about Rimaru." Yes, my list is complete about Rimaru, so he's like obsessed with that person, whether he wants to admit it or not. Amos liked the opera and the theater as much as any fellow, and he even enjoyed the vulgar traveling merchant performance. Still, he could not imagine himself obsessing so much about a person. And after walking 2 blocks straight, he found the Affogato Spice, and the store had a pleasant smell of coffee, and about 14 different coffee beans and 16 different roast levels for each coffee. And aside from the coffee, the store sold strange-looking jars with syrup. And Amos came to one of those jars, and he looked at it over the top. And the store and the manager said, "Are you a dragon?" "Not really," said Amos. "Well, then this is not for you. A couple of years ago, we planted some cool-looking trees from a different continent, and these trees produce a strange sap, and the sap turned out to be syrup with high concentrations of nickel. And the trees are useful for restoring the fertility of the land in dried-up mines, and they absorb all the residual poisonous metal, and the sap they make is a fan favorite among baby dragons," explained the shopkeeper. "Do the trees only absorb nickel?" asked Amy. "Well, we have been trying to develop other types of trees, so if you have any old pine trees growing in your lot, we would appreciate some seeds," said the shopkeeper. "Sure, by and by. When is the club meeting?" asked Amy. "Had you read the poster, you would have noted that the meetings occur during tea time, which is coffee time here," said the shopkeeper. "Isn't it about that time?" asked Amy. "Well, it certainly is," said the shopkeeper before the bell of the door was rung. Most shops have bells that were triggered by opening the door, and there was about 57 people gathering inside the little shop. And the shopkeeper got up and said, "Well, if you excuse me, we're about to have a club activity." "I was thinking about joining," said Amy. "Yes, and we were thinking of accepting a new fellow with a bit more enthusiasm for what we do and represent," said a different fellow. "And what do you guys do exactly?" asked Amy. "The short version is that we are a group of historians from different universities, and we gather here every once in a while to pursue our self-interest. While the schools are only interested in heroes, we prefer dealing with the lives of performers who touch the lives of many people. So if you can't write or investigate or spy or even sketch, then we have no use for you," said the shopkeeper. "I can spy. It so happens that I know a little bit of magic," said Amy. "So do half the people in the club," said another fellow. And Amy looked at the person who had just spoken, and he noted the cliche rose with the magic staff and everything. And some magic users as of lately have been leaning towards the fashion worn by the theater mages. Fine, I'm going now. Sorry to have bothered you, said Amos, starting to depart. And as soon as he was outside the shop, the mage from before ran after him. And the mage said, "Sorry for being rude, and we don't get too many new faces in our little club." "It's fine. I'm used to that sort of treatment," said Amos. "Because of the green hair," commented the mage. "Even before the green hair," admitted Amos. "Well, if you really want to join, then all you have to do is find information on Rimaru. He's a bit of a tough nut to crack." The mage handed Amos a paper, and then he added, "This is a list of some of the pertinent information we assume missing about him." Amos looked at the list over the top. The first item on the bingo board was the name of Rimaru's home planet. When Amos read this, he asked, "So he's not of this world?" "The proper term is Extra Saturnian, and they are pretty common in this part of the kingdom, and most of them live up in the plateau, and the sea mountain air is more to their liking," explained the mage. So like the city of Aragon is specific of all of the kingdoms of all of the areas over there is used to like dealing with otherworldly people. You know? Otherwise, if you go like 5 centimeters away from them, they'll be like, "Wait, there be aliens?" But the Aragon people will be like, yeah, they be aliens. Oh, so what? Time?
9 minutes.
"Kinda makes this world seem small, don't you think?" said Amos more to himself. "And what do you think is out there?" "Dangerous creatures and people that can easily kill you," said the mage. "Have you been out there?" asked Amos, staring at the sky. "Out there, yes, but only in a spiritual sense, with my mind's eye and through meditation. It is a lot safer, but a little detached, though one can easily starve to death if not careful," explained the magus. And they took talk nonsense about Rimaru for a bit till Amos reached the mage's house, and it was at this point when Amos said, "My name is Amos, by the way." The mage, blushing a little, said, extending his hand in salutation, "Where are my manners? The name is Rickett, Baron of Reprude." Amos shook the hand of Rickett mechanically, without much enthusiasm. Amos did not really want to shake hands with the fellow, but the manners he had been imprinted on since he was small forced him to do so. Rickett was a short fellow of about 4'9" in height, and his skin was a natural almond color, though he tanned mocha. And the most interesting physical aspect about the face of the fellow were his deep blue eyes. Under certain lights, they sometimes appeared violet. And the land he hailed from was a tiny island in the Dragon Archipelago, and as with most Baron families, they had gotten their estate by helping birds that may conquer the lands. And the Reprudes had been one of the early soldiers, and as of the Reprudes had held the deed to their little island for more than 190 years. As for Rickett, being the youngest of a family with 29 kings born of the same mother, whatever he did was of little consequences. So he's the youngest son of a long line of idiots who are gonna get their inheritance before he does. So whatever it is, nobody cares. You're the 29th king, nobody cares. Do whatever you want. Here's some money. Bye. Ricky's mother laughed at us, and since she could birth them without feeling pain, she had gotten a little carried away. And at the age of 19, Ricky had been pretty much nothing better to do with his time and his money. Ricky said to Amos, "Won't you come in? And I haven't anything planned for today, and I find your conversation amusing." Amos hesitated a little, and today was his day off, and all he had pending at home was pulling a couple of weeds from the garden. But Sativa took care of all of the garden jobs that were left undone, like a good gardener gnome. And after this, Amos was supposed to look around for some small talk with Amelius and Barbara. And following a light meal, Amos would read a little bit before going to bed. And then the cycle will repeat the boring cycle will repeat itself again and again and again. Amos looked at Ricky for him to toll, and he was short and fragile, and Amos did not feel any particularly strong magic from the fellow. Worst comes to worst, Amos could at least rely on his sleep spell. He was good at putting people to sleep. It was a painless spell, and nobody ever got hurt. Even if Ricky resisted, Amos could at least slow him down enough to give him a good knockout punch. And while Amos thought of this and many other nonsense, Ricky was measuring the fellow as well. And Ricky had read in a book that once the mages with green hair were pacifists by nature. So at least Ricky knew that Amos was harmless, And there was also the matter he had nothing better to do with the night. Enrique was always open for any opportunity of any type of amusement. And after 3 minutes of awkward silence, Amy said, I will take you up on the offer. Time?
6 minutes.
The rest of the day was spent pleasantly, and close to midnight, Amy started to worry about returning home late, and in the end he decided not to return home because his brother sometimes roamed the streets at night without returning home. And since neither he nor Barbara chastised Amelius, Amy thought he deserved his own time alone, and with this thought process in mind, Amy accepted Rico's final offer for passing the time. Enrique's nighttime company was nothing special, but it at least helped pass the time in a different fashion, and at around 3 p.m., Amis awoke and he got out of Enrique's bed, and he put it on the same shirt he had worn the entire day, and he went to the window to look up at the night sky, and he became startled when a tiny rock struck the window, and it was followed by another rock, and when Amis looked down, he saw his brother Amelius in the garden. Enrique's manor had 3 floors, and his bedroom was on the 3rd, with the 2 windows that looked down on the garden. And Amis looked left and right, and then he slowly opened the window, and his brother whispered, Are you alright? Like he didn't show up from his brother, Are you alright? I'm fine. Sorry I was not able to send word of what I was up to. This was a little, impulsive, for lack of a better word, said Amis, ashamed for reasons he did not understand. Well, we all need a nice change of pace every once in a while, and I will let you be. And if you didn't, he said, don't forget to call me, said Amelius, departing. Amy said nothing, and he watched his twin return to his round. And Barbara had told Amy that Amelius from time to time liked to patrol the streets for free. And he was always watching out for evildoers and looking for damsels in distress and whatnot. And Barbara at times feared that Amelius might have a lover or two. And as for Amy, he thought that his brother just liked killing or hurting others, but was thankfully too moralistic to turn out into a flat-out serial killer. So he just thought that his brother just couldn't go out. He was just looking for his next victim, but like, do it, you get me? That's another way to look at, that's just a cynical way of looking at vigilantes that like patrol the streets at night to like help out others, or to look for someone they can guilt free murder. Time, bro?
3 minutes.
The following day, Rican invited Amis to a little noble party, and among the attendees was supposed to be Rimaru. Enrique figured that Amis, being new blood, he could get information that the other art historians were seeking. And Amis spent the early part of the day somewhat indifferent to the entire party situation, and there was a certain soulless blank stare in their eyes, and other movements were mechanical. And while he worked at the shop, he answered monosyllabic, with one word to everything that Barbara said. In the end, she said, Look, if you don't want to talk, pray have the courtesy to tell me to seek conversation elsewhere. If you say so, answered Amis, not paying attention. To get his attention, Barbara boxed his ear, like, And Amis now away with an angry fire in his eyes, he said, What's your problem? I could ask you the same thing, said Barbara. Look, if you have more of working, we can hire your hands elsewhere, but I figure you will want your own spending money, seeing as though how peeved you get every time you ask Amelius for something. I don't get peeved, said Amy. It is more of guilty than anything. Like you feel you don't deserve it, completed Barbara. I was like that too when I was a teenager, but now I just want to swallow the world. And you could try being a little selfish from time to time, otherwise you won't get to enjoy anything. Alright then, I will take care of it, said Amis, getting up from his stool and started to walk out of the shop. Where are you going, asked Barbara? To be selfish, just as you recommended, said Amis. So he just let the word just like that, because she said, be selfish. Alright, I'm out of work. Alright, work time is over. I'm out of here. Time?
2 minutes.
Amis returned to his bedroom and he brushed through everything he had to spoil for the party, and he figured there was going to be plenty of novels. And for that reason he wore the most expensive stuff film, and he put on a quilted embroidered waistcoat with breeches with fitted band at the knee and tight sleeves with 2 large golden buttons. With this done, he tied a ribbon around his green hair. And after getting dressed, he came back downstairs. Alright, let's leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is Chapter 3, Part 1, The Party. Barbara was in the middle of chatting with her sewing circle, and one of the ladies commented, "Aren't you a little overdressed, Amice dear?" "Perhaps. I have an appointment later tonight," said Amice. "So why are you all dressed up right now? It is still noon," said Barbara. "You don't say," said Amice, not looking at the time. "It's a little hard today, and you may want to get changed to avoid dirtying those paparazzi you're wearing," said the lady in the simplest attire. Amice said nothing to this, rather he removed himself from the entire situation, and as he was walking back to his room, Amice ran into his brother Amelius, and Amelius said, "Hey, you're finally going to see the Rimaru fellow?" "Yes, I wanted to see if he was a jerk in the real world like all the other celebrities we have ever run into," said Amice. "Time?"
You just started, 22 minutes.
"Sorry." "And I met him once at a party before he went big, and he was a nice enough fellow and quite serviceable to his fellow man. And according to the king, he's just going through a selfish phase, so be wary of him," explained Amelius. "The queen still bothers to write to his fellow soldiers," asked Amice. "Yes, and the responses takes time, but he always makes time to send me letters every once in a blue moon," explained Amelius. Amice returned to his room after this exchange, and when he saw himself in the mirror, he noticed that the piece of his outfit was stained with sweat, and the lady in the sewing circle was at least correct about the weather, and in the end he opted for something a little bit airy, in the form of a long-sleeve white linen shirt, medium silk pants that were nylon, and golden flag socks and black patent leather shoes with white satin ribbons. And the shoes had a slight heel, but nothing that would constrict his movements. And he added to both his index finger magic golden rings, each set with a facet sapphire stone. And to cap it all off, he added a small blue velvet hat with a white feather. And when he finished dressing, he bothered to look at himself in the mirror once, and then he nodded with approval before stepping out of the room once more. And he went from his bedroom to the kitchen that was nearby, and his brother was there pretending to read, and Amelius said, "This is pretty dangerous at night, so take a weapon." "If you said so," said Amice. "I have been out at night many times and nothing has occurred." "Yes, but you were dressed like a journeyman," insisted Amelius. "Any papa will kill you just to get one of those pretty shoes." "If you don't like the shoes, I can just go change," said Amice. "They are fine, but do take that weapon," insisted Amelius. And he handed Amice a revolver. Revolvers were in limited circulation, and back in the army, Amice had gotten a taste of some of the so-called forbidden weapons. And they were forbidden because if they were ever mass-produced, standard armies would become obsolete. And cannons were already in the workshops in certain halls, and there was no need to speed up the natural course of history. This is at least what Marduk's fancy. Amice was actually quite avid with the revolver, and warlocks often use revolvers for quick weapons instead of magic. And some even use them as a magical catalyst. And the weapon Amelius had given his brother had run out of bullets years ago. And since the making of bullets was also secret, the gun was just a useless piece of hunk metal. Still, something about the familiarity of the weapon helped Amice. And with the gun, he could discharge quick pieces of metal or stone at his target, and it was easy to do this much with rudimentary telekinesis. And when Amice put the gun in his holster, he hoped not to use it. As he stared at the gun, and the strands of his hair started regaining some of their natural black coloration. And when Amice looked at his brother, the hair returned to its normal green color. And the twins looked at the time, and then Amelius said, "You should get going. Lady Tullia's mansion is quite a distance away on foot." "I could use the exercise," said Amice, starting to head out. So yeah, so like the gun is not, it doesn't have like traditionally, it's just like a magical catalyst in the shape of a gun. Cause like in magic stuff, it's always like a wand as a magical catalyst or a magic staff. Never anything else, you know. I'm making a lot of sense. And only once in a blue moon, like an archable. For the mystic art, but you can like use pretty much, but yeah, use other stuff as magical catalyst, just to add some variety to your magic book. Well, Amice he thought a bit on what he knew of Lady Tullia. She was mentioned at the start of most operas, and it was common to always send the sponsor of the play before the overture. Enrique had also mentioned the lady the night before, and he claimed to be her Sissy's Belle. And Amice was not familiar with the term, nor was he interested in knowing what it meant. And it was around dusk when Amis finally got to Lady Duria's mansion, and the place was just a couple of rooms short of being a castle. And the exterior was painted pink, and it had golden tracery for accent, and the windows were large and made of cedar glass. And Amis came to the gate and he said, "Rickard invited me here. You are not the first fellow with that story. It's sorry, but you can't get in without an invitation," said the guard. "What about it?" said Ami, and he placed his hand on his pistol, and then he said to the guard, "You will let me in, why don't you?" "Not without an invitation," insisted the guard. Like he tried like mind control. But it didn't work. You know. I went on and open, and then Rickard yelled, For God's sake, Gio, doesn't it look like that? Does it look like the kid has any money? Just let him in already, why don't you?" Gio sighed and said, "Well, it was worth a try." So like he knew that he was invited, but he was just trying to like make it difficult to get come money out of it. You know, like how the guards in like the Skyrim wholesale video, you can't get in unless you pay the toll. Until you pay the tax, but there is no tax. You just gotta bribe him, otherwise he's just like a jerk, you know. But there's some like border patrol champs in fantasy world settings that are just like that. They want to get their 10 kills. Time?
You're fine. 70 minutes.
You could have just said you wanted a bribe, you know, said Amis getting past the gate. "Is it too late to ask for one?" asked Gio. "Yes, and I do apologize for the inconvenience," said Amis before walking up the steps. The mansion to Amis was nothing special, and the magic school in Verona had plenty of luxuries. And even his own home back in Sassari was more expensive and luxurious. Then again, the housing process in society were the lowest of any major city. And based on the commotion, the party had been well underway for a couple of hours, and Mammy settled in one of the card playing tables. And after winning a couple of rounds, he went to do something else with his time. And Amis never played cards unless if he had a way to cheat to win. And in this case, there was a reflective surface behind one of the players, behind one of the card players, and he was able to make out more or less the shape of the cards as well as the colors. And from there he found Rickard in the ballroom, and he was talking to Lady Tulia. And when Rickard saw Amis, he said, "Look here, Lady Tulia. This is the little magic fellow I was telling you about." "Ah, yes, Amy was," said Tulia with a bored look on her face. "It is Amis, not Amy," corrected Amis. Lady Tulia was about 69 years old, and as a former courtesan from society, she still maintained a good frame. Only the wrinkles on her face and neck were telltales of her true age, and she wore her hair up in a powder white wig, and the bulbous dress followed the same pattern as the house with the pink and the golds. And sitting beside her in the prime position was a hairless pink cat known as Zombie Bard. And according to Amelius, the cat had been a mouser in a pirate ship, and now that the cat was getting in years, he had retired to the suburbs. And Amis looked at the cat, and the cat turned his face so as to not look at the fellow. "Hello, kitty," and then the cat would, "You don't exist." Rickard commented, "I would not pet him if I were you." "I wouldn't dream of it," said Amis. "They tell me you are a warlock," also said Tulia, standing to her small thought. "Is it any different than being a tower mage?" "Well, the tower mage is just focused on magic. And in Verona, they try to build up your physical strength as well, and many a times you're doing push-ups with a magic tool right in front of your face. And it is pretty tiring with the dietary restriction, and everything about the experience is micromanaged by your tutor, and one cannot even have a bowel movement without someone's approval," said Amis, sighing. "Sounds pretty tiring indeed," commented Rickard. "It is no wonder you dropped out." "Yes, but it's not as if I did not learn anything, and I can get by with what I have," said Amis. To change the conversation, he added, "So where is Rimaru?" "Oh, Rimaru. He is suggesting the dance partner to a marathon, and the pair have been there for 2 hours, but their opponent just won't give up," said Lady Turia, gesturing towards the ballroom. And Amis walked in the direction of the ballroom, followed by Rickard, and there was the usual dancers, but in the middle there were 2 pairs of two very tired-looking dancers. And the dancers twirled their twirl, and Amis recognized Rimaru with his male companion, a stoic gentleman of 48 years of age. And from up close, Rimaru seemed a bit short, and Rickard explained to Amis, "He's usually paired out with shorter artists, but he's not really that tall at all." And after remembering a bit, Amis realized that in the place Rimaru was always sporting heels as well, and he also became quite popular after the war, and it was just a good way for short folks to get a little extra height. And before then, heels were mainly used by the unheld cavalry to maintain their feet secure in the stirrups, and the fight was quickly getting out of hand with the introduction of the schipone. And the Ditulia was wearing such chipones even though it increased her chance of falling by 67%, and to avoid this, Lady Ditulia always summoned any random gentleman to shout and walk with her to sustain her. So like, the chitones are like the ridiculous platform heels. That's like their official fashion name. Chitones. Yeah. Time?
30 minutes.
Rimaru danced and twirled, but he stopped suddenly when his eyes landed on Amis, and Amis felt Rimaru's gaze, and he quickly looked away. Rimaru then said to his dance partner, "I am bored. Sorry for all the trouble." "I don't mind," said the fellow. "It is not as if I have anything better to do with my time on this world." The voice of the fellow sounded a bit familiar to Amis, and the fellow was one of the Saurians from the mountains, and he came down to Aragon during the summer to trade. And Rimaru came towards Rickard and Amis, and Rickard whispered to Amis, oh my god, he's coming this way." "Relax, sheesh. He's still made of flesh and blood. There's no need to make a big deal about it," retorted Amis. "Can you just let me have this?" "Don't make me regret it," started saying Rickard when Rimaru came close enough to converse. Smiling gleefully, Rickard said after bowing, "You honor me, Sir Rimaru." Rimaru offered to Rickard a dainty little hand, and Rickard took it and barely grazed the hand, and then he placed the hand to his forehead. Amis raised an eyebrow, and then he said to Rimaru, "Is that really necessary?" "It amuses me," said Rimaru, smiling. Rimaru was said to be 29 years old, and without heels he was just about 5 feet 8, though with them he reached 6 feet, and in the place he always wore different colored wigs. As such, he wore his natural silver hair rather short and curly, and as with most charismatic acting wheels, the charm was found in his eyes, and they were an unusual strong blue hue, and on the certain lights they acquired a certain lavender color. Time?
11 minutes.
As far as physique, Rimaru was slender, with well-defined musculature, and the anatomy of the fellow reminded Amis of a martial artist teacher in the magic school. And Rimaru's mouth was also a subject of debate, and when Rimaru sung, his canes appeared particularly large, and as a result, it was a popular belief that he was a vampire. And the theories had plenty of holes, considering that he could pass through running water, and he could enter people's homes without any invitation. And when he went to temple to sing at the masses, he did not spontaneously combust, as did all the vampires in the past when they went to church. And Amis looked closely at Rimaru's face, and he heard the man's silky voice, and both the face and the voice could either be feminine or masculine. And Amis offered his hand to Rimaru, and Rimaru narrowed his eyes as if thinking of something, and in the end Rimaru sighed and said, "What a bother. Sorry to disappoint," said Amis. "I am used to it." "You're far too hard on yourself," said Rickard, and he then said to Rimaru, "So how may we be of service?" "I was pondering about your singing," said Rimaru, pointing at the gun. Amis took out the gun, and he handed it to Rimaru, and Rimaru examined it over the top, and then he said, "This is called a Lefebvre revolver. Only 107 guns of this type were ever created. I had no bullets for it. I just use it as a magical catalyst, and I can get a quicker draw with it than with a wand or a magic staff," explained Amis. "That sounds fun, but quick cut is never an issue for warlocks," commented Rickard. "Well, you never know. Ambushes have been known to happen, for example, and when I was coming down to Aragon, my little party got attacked by bandits. And the quick cuts make quick work of them, and they even have one of those fancy mages in their party, but as soon as I saw the fellow, I sniped him," lied Amis. "Oh my, very impressive," said Rimaru with an over-exaggerated inflection in his voice. Smiling, he said, "You know, it is time to put up or shut up." "I don't get it," said Amis, sighing. "It means that you should run back to your home," whispered Rickard. Amis, who was bored, said, "I don't really feel like it." "It is your funeral, my friend," said Rickard, sneering. Rimaru returned the gun to Amis before the party, and Rimaru's outfit was of the fashion of the day, with the overcoat, the socks, the high heels, with a walking stick, and only the thread in the collar, which was pink and gold. And around midnight, Rimaru sent for the entire party for free, and he sang one of the popular songs of the day, "Along Came Ronnie." and most of the songs of the time spoke about romance ending in tragedy or what happened after the soldiers returned home from war. And in this song, a husband had returned from war with his war buddy Ronnie, and the wife found the friend to be a hassle, so she had him arrested by accusing him of thievery. And Ronnie was found hung in prison, so the husband killed the wife and his family, and then he also hung himself as well. And the plot of the song was pretty sad, but it had a catchy beat and a chorus so well. And the chorus so well, so plenty of folks who danced to it. And it was around midnight when Ricky said, "We should be heading back." "Yeah, sure," said Amis, not bothering to get up. "In the end, you did not find out anything new about Rimaru," commented Ricky. "The entire mini experience was at least not an exchange of faces," said Amis nonchalantly. And Ricky was waited a little, as if waiting for Amis to say or do something, and then he said politely, "Well, good night, Amis. You can find your way back home from here, I wager." "I'll be fine," said Amis. "But the gondolas don't run this late at night," said Ricky. "It's fine. I will probably stay at a nearby inn or something," said Amis. The pair walked towards the gate, and Ricky stopped once again as if waiting for something to happen. Amis returned Ricky's confused stare with a dull, bored look. And after parting, Amis walked a little ways when a fellow intercepted him, and the man only said, "Give me back my money, you cheating bastard." And the man started opening his coat to take out his one, and the moment Amis saw the one, his hair turned pitch black. And acting uneasy, he shot the man on the left shoulder with the gun that had no bullets. Instead of a bullet, the fellow had gotten embedded on his shoulder a thin piece of piano wire. And the puncture was enough to make the fellow drop his silly one. And the guy cursed while Amis bandaged him up, and eventually the mate with his rage squirting summoned forth fire, and the flames came towards Amis, who started to run away. And the mate started running after Amis, but was short-winded after a couple of steps. And with Amis out of range and out of sight, the mate had to contain himself with Amis' coin purse, which he had stolen from the fellow while his wound was being tended to. And the mate did not have to walk far before he ran into other problems. This time he bumped into Amelius. And Amelius was dressed like a jester, with bells and curly shoes. And the colors on his face followed the same pattern of an Abejuruco Europeo common bird.
What?
Look it up. Abejaruco. Whatever. It's a weird bird. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
Amelius did a number on the mage after he recognized his brother's coin purse, and the life of this mage was spared, but he left Aragon to avoid running into the dangerous twins. A month passed, and Amis returned to his daily routine, and he worked in the garden, and the basic enchantments, and worked in Barbara's sewing circle. And by now the ladies were used to Amis, and no longer yapped or spoke to him, and the maidens unanimously thought of him as a piece of furniture, and Barbara no longer bothered to force small talk with the fellow. And slowly, little by little, Amis was becoming quieter and more isolated, and the only fellow who worried about it was Amelius. And when the sudden frost came, most of the flowers died, and Amis cried for hours over it, and it was at this point that Amelius really started to worry about his brother. And after consulting with a listener, Amelius started to retrace the steps that Amis took the fateful day at the party. And Amelius imagined that something or someone was responsible for his brother's suffering. At first he traveled to the Tower of Suveros to speak with the mage who had attacked his brother, and his arrival there with the dragon Imbar caused a big of a fuss, but Amelius did not care. And when Suveros heard the issue, he realized that he summoned the mage that had caused the problem, and after a candid conversation, Amelius was convinced that the mage was not the problem. And from there he returned to Aragon, and the entire flight took about 2 days. And when he returned to Aragon, he went to pester Lady Tulia, and as soon as Tulia saw Amelius, she guessed what was the matter, and she gave a detailed account of all of the interactions she had with Amis and the interactions she saw from afar. And while there, Amelius pestered Rickard as well, and Rickard limited himself to saying that he spent a night talking nonsense with Amis, and he omitted the sleeping part because he did not know how Amelius would react to it, and the only thing Rickard knew about Amelius was that he was a blue-collar war veteran who sometimes dressed like a clown to fight crime. And Amelius never brushed shoulders with the nobility, nor did he attend parties. And there were days when he looked after sheep or other animals for free, and in every respect, Amelius fell under the category of being a crazy person with influence. And after talking with the little dancer, age 9 theater historian society, Amelius got a couple of job offers for Amis, and the folks knew that Amelius had a twin, but they assumed that the twin would be blue as well, and the final person he bought was Rimaru. And Rimaru was a little harder to get to, in part because his fans told him of the coming of Amelius, and to avoid Amelius, Rimaru got on the underground metro and left to another world. And he figured that Amelius would not be able to find him there, and 2 hours later, Rimaru saw on the television humans reporting about a UFO shaped like a dragon. And after this, Rimaru finally had to have an audience with Amelius. So, like, Rimaru went to another world, and he found, and Amelius found him there. Yeah? Alright, time?
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Nobody knows what transpired in the meeting, and about a week later, Amelius returned from his pointless wanderings, and he found his brother looking quite amused indeed. And in a stroke of genius, Barbara had decided to get Amelius a pet while Amelius was away, and Amelius had always opposed the idea of pets, and he claimed to be allergic to fur, but Barbara had tested him several times by collecting fur from different animals and putting them on her husband's pillow. And the truth of the matter was that Amelius disliked animals, and he saw the bacterial of chaos, and he only tolerated them in small dosages. And after thinking this through a lot, Barbara realized a little something, and in order to get back at her husband, she had punished him in the form of a bat. And when Barbara went through the pet store, she looked through the entire inventory, and she found the loudest, heaviest, crashiest, deep pet discount pet in the store. And the store owner called it Lyron. And in other parts, the Lyron was known as the King Kaku. It's like a type of weird, like, ferret something. It's spelled Liron. Look it up. Time?
1 minute 30 seconds.
Let's just leave it here. She got him a pet to honor her husband. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 4, part 1, The Pet. The store owner called it a Lyron, and in other parts, the Lyron was known as the Kinkaku. It had been recently returned to the store after biting deeply onto its owner. And where Barbara poked at the cage, the Lyron emitted a loud screech as it tried to claw at her. And the creature had a round head, large eyes, a short pointed snout, short limbs, and a long prehensile tail. And the creature was about 7 months old. And Barbara asked the seller, "Does that thing have a name?" "It answers to Varlet," said the seller nonchalantly. "How droll. I will take it. Give Rabbit for me, why don't you?" said Barbara. "The cage costs extra, but I could just tie it up for you," said the seller. "Fine, put it in a nice cage and put a ribbon on top of it or something," said Barbara. At the end of the day, Barbara ended up spending more for Varlet's successories than for the pet itself. And when Barbara arrived home, she found Amos working in the garden, and he was whispering to the flowers a bit. And Barbara said, "I got you a little something for you while I was out. You can pick it up in the kitchen." "Thank you, Barbara, you shouldn't have," said Amos, while he wished that she really hadn't gotten him anything. "Don't send me just yet. Go see your gift," insisted Barbara. Amos came to the kitchen, and he found the little Varlet sleeping inside his cage. And Varlet was about 69 centimeters, the tail included. And Amos was at first confused, but then he looked quite pleased, and he said to Barbara, "So you remember my birthday?" "Yes, of course. I have been so busy lately, but not too busy as to not to look for a present for you. After all, I must be quite foolish indeed to not know when my own husband was born," like Barbara. She was never the type of lady to remember other people's birthday, but was usually peeved when others forgot hers. "I just don't know when her husband is born." She added, "By and by, the guy from the store says that the little critter eats mainly fruit, which we have a lot of in the garden, especially the avocados, the mangoes, and tulips. And the thing is more active after sunset, so it is perfect for a night owl such as yourself." "Wow, you really do surprise me sometimes, Barbara," said Amy, staring at little Varlet. "This is such a time for gifts. Just because we're not related by blood, nor actual friends, or even acquaintances, doesn't mean that I do not care for you." That's her mean way of saying, just because we're not like, that's a very, just because you're nothing to me, doesn't mean that I don't care about you. know where to find me, said Barbara, starting to gather the ingredients to make a fruit cake. The fruits she used were dried apricots, red and green maraschino cherries, raisins, pecans, and walnuts. And the final ingredient she added to the cake was rum, which the fruits were soaked in before being baked. And lastly, she added some powdered sugar before storing the cake away. And Amis wanted to wait to see if his brother would arrive. And in the meantime, he moved Violet to his bedroom, and he put a thin cloth over the cage to make it darker for Violet, who was still napping. And by noon, Amelius had returned home, and when he came to the kitchen, he saw his wife taking the cake out of the oven, and then she added plenty of powdered sugar over it, and smiling, Amelius said, "Oh, my dear wife, you actually remember this year. What is the occasion? Do you want something?" "You remember my birthday this time. Do you want something, wife?" "I don't need a reason to spoil my husband and his little brother," said Barbara as she continued powdering the cake. There was a slight smile painted on her face. "Where is Amis?" asked Amelia. "He's fooling about in the garden. Sativa's visiting today, and Amis needs him to translate for him," explained Barbara. "I have seen a lot of weird things this past week, and even now I still think Sativa is a charlatan," said Amelia. "Takes one to know one," mumbled Barbara. "Did you say something, honey?" asked Amelia, smiling. "Nothing at all," said Barbara, giving an exaggerated smile. Amelia trembled a little, and knew Barbara was up to something again, and she always mumbled and had funny looks whenever she had done something naughty. And before meeting his brother, Amelia looked about his room for a trap or something, and he even checked a couple of empty rooms to see if Barbara had stolen another kid. And he had married Barbara in part because she said she did not want to give birth to children, and had been divorced a couple of times due to her supposed sterility, and he had not counted on the wife desiring to adopt eventually in the near future. And she was even starting to drink wolf milk for fertility, and Amelia did not even know who started the rumor about the wolf milk, but the gimmick was starting to take a decent chunk out of their budget. That she started to drink wolf milk to see if she became fertile. And it's like, "No, I married her because she didn't want kids and she couldn't have kids. What do you mean she wants kids suddenly?" Ah! Yeah. When he saw that everything was the same, he breathed a sigh of relief, and he returned to the kitchen and he saw his wife from a sideways angle, and she did not look any pudgier. So at least he did not have antlers, or the wolf milk was not working. And at the same moment, Amis returned to the kitchen, and Amis said to his brother, "Hey, you're finally back. Look, I got you some day jobs and night offers. And even Rimaru has something for you to do," said Amelius. "Well, I am all for making a little extra cash." "Which is the fellow offering the most money?" asked Ami. "Rimaru, naturally, but he's a bit of a diva, and he won't need you every day. And I talked with him, and he will never ask you to do anything you don't want to," explained Amelius. "Great, that sounds great," said Ami, shaking his head sadly. And he added, "Does he need me today?" "He said you can come whenever you want," said Amelius. "Great, that sounds pretty neat," said Ami, not too excited about his new job. Time, bro?
70 minutes.
The twins and the wife had their many birthday, and close to that, the mailman came, and Amelius got his usual large correspondence and gift boxes. As for Ami, he got his usual birthday letter from his mother, and the short letter came with a back note worth 1,000 gold coins. And Amelius' letter from his mother was usually a lot longer, but had no money. And while looking at his letters, Amelia noticed that a couple of his regular pen pals had not written, and he worried a little, but then he smiled when he saw his brother's friends knocking at the door. So while Amelia had his full birthday party, Amis and Barbara left for their sewing circle, and before getting into it, Amis thought it would be a good time to feed his Barlet. And he placed a couple of ripe latte mangoes through the bars of the cage, and Violet opened his eyes a little yawn, and then he went to sleep again. And that day in the sewing circle, the ladies were making tiny dresses for their pets, and after doing an eyeball type of measurement, Amis made tiny shirts for Violet, and one of the youngest girls in the sewing circle started speaking with Amis, and she had a pet as well. And after describing the pet, it turned out that they had the same animal. And smiling, the little lady told Amis, "The real name of the critter is a kinkajou, and it came from a different country, and they are mostly active at night, which is perfect because he sleeps when I do." "I don't get much sleep either at night," said Amis. "And I get plenty of nightmares, but for some reason, as the sun comes, I get more relaxed, and then I sleep soundly 11. Thor should be more accommodating with her schedules, complained the little lady. It all sounds well and good, but there's a reason why catalogs exist. It is unfair for stores to accommodate for a small minority of people who are not early birds, interjected Barbara. The sewing circle eventually finished its meeting, and when they departed, Barbara and Amis and Amelius had their dinner, and as soon as dinner was concluded, Amis went to check up on Barley. And Amelius got up and he sat at his listening table to spy on his brother, and Barbara said somewhat dejected, "So you're not going to help me with the dishes today?" "Well, it's my birthday, you know," said Amelius. "Ah, yes, of course. How silly of me to forget," said Barbara, frowning. "Do you have a present for me?" asked Amelia. "The cake wasn't enough of a present," asked Barbara. "Well, the cake is a given, but it is tradition to receive a little something else," insisted Amelius. Barbara left the dishes, and then she took Amelia's coin purse, and she then took out 5 golden coins, and she handed her to her husband, and smiling coyly, she said, "Here you go, don't spend it all in one payday." So you saw that she took her husband's own money, and she gave it to him. Here's your present. Because they're married, his money is my money, so you gave him a present. She just gave him money of his own money. You get me?
Yeah.
You get the joke?
Yeah.
Alright. The little interchange was quickly ended when they heard a screech coming from Ami's bedroom, and frowning, Ami said, "By the God, she's already hurt, you know." And Alice bandaged his hair with a handkerchief, and in the meantime, the little battler had fled out of the window and into the garden, and Amelius asked, "What happened?" "Oh, nothing, my present escaped before biting me," said Ami, pouting. "Wait, your what?" asked Amelius, confused. I thought Barbara told you." "Well, never mind. I'm going to go see about Rimaru, and you guys can argue about my pet while I'm out," said Amis. Amis and I were looking at the carpet, "and I'm sorry I ruined your pretty carpet." And after apologizing, Amis ran out of his room. It's just a license. Barley beat him, he bled on the carpet. Ah! And then he ran out, and then the pet ran away. When he got to the garden, he saw Barley fooling around a nearby tree, and a cold wind passed by, and the Barley left the tree, and he came to stand at the foot of Amis. And the critter started climbing up his leg before eventually coiling inside the inner pocket of Amis's coat. And Amis took a couple of mangoes for Barley, and then he headed out. And by the time he got to a corner, he realized that he did not know where Rimaru lives. And then he saw a little fairy passing by, and he asked the fairy, "Do you know where Rimaru lives?" "He lives a couple of blocks that way. Look for a dainty 3-story house, and you have passed it before, and it is the one that is built like an upside-down pyramid with a flat roof," explained the fairy. "Why am I not surprised? I should have guessed as much that a weirdo would live in a weird house, like a house resembles an inverted pyramid." Yeah. Said Amis more to himself. And while Amis was thoughtful, the little bee-type fairy came out to Amis, and she stung him directly where Barley had bitten him. And he simply swatted at the fairy, and the fairy said sadly, "And this is what I get for trying to help others." "You stung me!" "You call that help?" said Amis, shaking his fist at the fairy. "And you said, and save you from the tetanus, so you're welcome. Look it up," said the fairy, departing. So like the fairy, she gave him like the antidote for tetanus.
And then he started swatting on it.
Yeah, and then he was like angry because like the bar is not a monkey, it's a lion. When he bit him, he gave her like a tetanus. He gave her like a bad thing that you die from. But then when she stuck him with the antidote, he didn't know what an antidote, the tetanus is. Well, so she saved his life, but all he saw was that the fairy stung him. And yes, bee-type fairies, they got like stingers like bees. Ow! But when they sting you, they heal you, but they also sting you. So it's a very painful healing. Yeah.
It's not as bad as I used anyway.
Yeah. Time?
11 minutes.
Fairies are so weird, said Amit, talking to his little Barley. Amit arrived pretty quickly to Rimaru's home, in part because he jogged there, and the night air was cool and he felt like maintaining his form a little. And the house is set in a small plot of land, and the garden was full of vegetation and shade-loving plants, and the position of the house meant that at least all parts of the garden would get some sunlight, even if it was just half an hour. and near to the front entrance there were 2 large bushes of foam flowers, and the little stone steps leading toward the entrance were surrounded by hellebore and witch hazel, and the weird golden flowers seemed to glow against the moonlight. And hanging outside the garden was a maiden in a white dress, and she was sitting in the grass lighting lantern balloons, and Amy from time to time used to see those lanterns flying at night. And he never imagined that the lanterns came from Rimaru's house, and the maiden had her long hair falling over her left shoulder, and the maiden turned her head to look at Amis, and Amis saw in her eyes the light of recognition. "Good night, Rimaru," said Amis. "Good night to you as well," said Rimaru. "Do you ever sleep?" asked Amis. "I did once a long time ago, but it was far too pleasant, and I would spend entire days just sleeping, and eventually it became harder and harder to wake up. So I called it a day on that sleeping nonsense," explained Rimaru. "Do you need help with something?" asked Amy. "Just with your brother, and he is quite tenacious, and I respect the man who can track me down to another world, and not everyone has the guts to take the plunge, but he came back all the more denser from the experience," commented Rimaru. "Yeah, that's my brother for you, a brick for a brain," commented Amis, and he added, "At least that is what my mother says about him, though truth be told, he knows more than he lets on, and I remember when we were wee small, he used to pretend to be a fool to frustrate our mother." "A fool how?" asked Rimaru, lighting up another lantern. "Well, for example, when my mother was teaching us how to talk, brother would repeat everything she said just like a parrot, and at times he would pretend to forget his own name, and he would howl like a dog would too. And he never got over old Larry's death, and he was my brother's corgi, and we grew up together, and he died just as Amerius left for war, and brother thinks that he died of a broken heart, and he never forgave himself for causing his death," ranted Amis. "Ah, yes, old Larry. He was a cardigan Welsh corgi. I rather look it for a dog," said Rimaru. "I am surprised you know of him," said Amis. "Well, there are some folks who live to keep up with the lives of animals more so than the lives of the people," said Rimaru. "Time?"
8 minutes.
"Larry's probably the reason why my brother doesn't want a new pants, or anything fragile that might die on him," said Amis. "More the pity, I guess. I just came up with something for you to do. A lot of my fans have been writing plenty of queer letters as of lately, and the answer they seek can be addressed by the next issue of the History Society dedicated to the little ballerina girl," said Rimaru, remembering. Just then little Barley appeared out, and he climbed out and started wandering around a bit through Rimaru's garden as if looking for something. And since he had been raised by a human, it liked the hunter's skill, and still it had some instinct to go by, and eventually Barley caught his prize. And Rimaru and Amis observed the little Barley a bit, and Rimaru suddenly jerked his head as if remembering something. Like this. "Ah, yes, the stupid ballet people. Here's my response to their query." Amis received the open envelope, and he asked, "Is it okay for me to read it?" "Sure, I don't care why. It is going to show up in the papers anyway, so you can read it," said Rimaru with a bored look on his face. Amis opened the envelope, and on the front side there was a letter, and in the back part there was a nude sketch of a dainty flat-chested maiden. And due to the low light, Amis did not realize that the person in the sketch was Rimaru, and it was not till he read the letter over the top that he realized that Rimaru was a lady. "So you are a lady?" asked Amis. "I don't see why it isn't yours or anyone else's business, and a nice so dainty flower that would qualify as a lady," said Rimaru. "So then why do you pretend to be a man?" asked Amis. "I don't pretend to be anything. People just assume I am a man because of my voice and the fact that I prefer what you consider manly attires with girl colors like pink and gold," explained Rimaru. "And have you ever..." started inquiring Amis when he was interrupted by Rimaru, shaking her face at him menacingly. "Have you ever heard like, what are you about to ask?" She said, "Enough. I grow tired of this topic, and humans tend to get upset by such petty things that do not affect me in the very least. There are so many important issues in the world than what lies between my legs, and if you wish to continue this business arrangement, then pray never bring up the topic ever again, will you, dear?" "Yes, she is fine. No need to get so serious about it," said Ami. "I am a people person, and I want to make others happy," explained Rimaru. "That is why all of my concerts are free, So when they throw coins at you as Amis, it all goes to the owner of the theater and to charities. That's why I sing everywhere, in theaters, bars, stores, parties. I sing everywhere this theater is playing Rimaru. Why? Asked Ami. Talk to the people of the city and then you will understand me. That is assuming that you do not find a better use for your time on this world, said Rimaru. Time?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
The following day, Amis went to deliver Rimaru's message to the little downstairs age 9 Theater's Historian Society. And with this message, Rimaru was allowed to join the society. Enrique, who had not seen Amis in ages, asked, "So how do you get in touch with Rimaru?" "I know people," said Amis, giving a fake smile. "Sure you do," said Enrique. "Just watch your back out there. Rimaru's pretty dangerous." "She seems pretty benign to me," said Amis. "She? So that is how it is. So that is how it is telling itself now. There are so many conflicting stories about the fellow. Some claim that the thing is a girl and others a boy," said one of the theater folks. "Which brings me back to Rimaru's original point. Who cares?" commented Amis. "Just because you are dead from the waist down doesn't mean that the rest of the world lives as you do," Amis, commented Regan. "Nah, I did not come to argue with you, Regan, and if you can't be mature about things, then seek out younger targets," said Amis, laughing at him. As with most short fellows, Regan did not take the insult lightly, and Amis really was not aiming to provoke Regan, and he just thought that the entire situation was laughable and juvenile. Enrique was not used to such a plebeian insult and had not been taken seriously, and the reaction that followed was the one done by most nobles who commonly got away with murder or with randomly injuring folks. Enrique animated one of the nearby statues on the shop, and the statue made a swinging motion at the back of Amis's head, and the strike made Amis's brain jumble inside itself a bit, and the strike also caused him to bite down on his tongue. And though all over in pain and disoriented, Amis heard someone approaching, and he heard somewhat the voice of somebody saying, "Serves you right." So like, he made a solid statue, like slap him in the back of the head. Ow! But yeah, it's a you ever been slapped by a marble statue? It's heavy.
No, that's never happened to me before. Should it?
I don't know.
Has it happened to you? When was the last time you got slapped by a marble statue?
I don't know. It used to happen during Becker's time. The medieval times, that was common. Statues slapping people around. And Don Juan Tenorio, he got beaten up by an animated statue possessed by some dead guy's spirit.
Yeah, that's what you get for peeing in someone's grave. You get a revenant to your face.
You get a solid statue coming to beat you up.
Yeah,
Time.
he literally danced on top of his grave, but that's for a different day.
Time.
3 minutes.
When the person drew near enough, his hair turned deep black, and Amis wobbled over to get up, and about to turn around, he stormed out of the shop, and one of the members of the club said to Regan, "That statue was made of solid stone, and your point being," asked Regan. "You could have killed the man," said another fellow. "Nah, it was only a light tap, nothing to worry about. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes home and cries to his brother," said Regan, laughing. "Are you worried about getting murdered by Amelius?" "Huh. That is something I hadn't considered," said Ricky, growing pale. Alright, so time?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Let's just leave it here. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 5, part 1, The Hair. Here. A tense week passed for Ricky, and whenever he saw Amelia coming towards him, he assumed that his time had finally come. Another week passed, and he was able to relax. A third week then sufficed to shock the entire incident away, and one day he ran into Amis, who was in the process of performing another pointless task for Rimaru. Ricky asked, "Hey, how you been?" "Oh, just fine. Everything's been going great even," said Amis coolly. "Did you dye your hair black or something?" asked Ricky. "No, it just returned to its natural color. Such is the whimsical ways of magic," said Amis, refusing to elaborate. Farley peered his head from within Amis's outfit, and Ricky said, "Oh, neat, my sister has one of those when she was way small. They're a lot of fun." Farley regarded Ricky with a tired look. He yawned and then returned to napping. Amis narrowed his eyes a bit while he looked at Ricky, and this was followed by a bit of a headache. And Amos reached into his pocket and he brought out glasses, and the doctor had told him that the head injury would be fixed naturally with a couple of days rest. And Rimaru told Amos to take a nap or two and he would be just fine, still the symptoms persisted. And every time the headache came, there was something violent growing deep inside Amos. And since Amos was still acting distant, Ricky decided to put an end to the conversation and he said, "Well, I need to get going, bye." One day while lighting lanterns with Rimaru, Amos said, "I have been thinking of killing Ricky as of lately. You and plenty of other fellows. He is so inconsiderate, but I can empathize with his desire to fulfill each and every one of his whims," said Rimaru, lighting up another lantern. "What is written on these lanterns anyway? All I see are weird scribbles," asked Amos. "The lanterns are prayers, and I am sending them out to God for him to read my letters," said Rimaru. "We have temples, you know, and they say that gods are omnipresent. What you are doing seems quite unnecessary," commented Amos. "Nothing that makes you happy is unnecessary, especially if it does no harm to anyone or anything," said Rimaru. "I would not be too certain about it. I heard from the sewing circle that one of your little lanterns landed in the roof of a barn while still lit, and it caused a whole fire and everything, and 2 horses died, and a couple got terribly burned," said Amos.
What?
Yeah, one of her lanterns fell on a house. Rimaru frowned, and then he stopped lighting the lantern, and she got up and she went back to her house, and after what Amos said, there were no more flying lanterns hanging over the skies of Aragon ever again. Instead, they were soon replaced by paper kites, all originating from Rimaru's home, and the long tails, they were the request made by Rimaru to his god, and the kites reminded of the locals of the pastime they used to enjoy before the bad time. And over the course of the week, there were a lot of grandparents showing their charges how to string kites. And after this incident, a year ended uneventfully. The year ended uneventfully, and Amos was still suffering from the chronic headaches, and his hair had settled to its natural black color. This worried Amelius greatly, but he did not meddle in his brother's affair. It seemed to him that regardless of his efforts, he just tended to make things worse with his meddling. During one of the frosty winter mornings, a little lady of the sewing circle said to Amos, "My name is Lisa Pollux, by the way, and my father owns a bunch of little fishing hamlets, and we process and distribute fishes." "I already knew that," said Amos, feeling the shirt he made for little Varlet, and Varlet fussed a bit, but then he went back to sleep since it was still morning. "So where was I? When you get a chance, do you want to come over for some tea?" asked Lisa. "Don't you know that Amos doesn't like girls?" asked one of the ladies from the sewing circle. "Sometimes it's a phase." "And are you over that phase, Amos dear?" asked another lady in the sewing circle. "I am over a lot of things," as Ricky so kindly puts it. "I am dead from the waist down," said Amos. "Works fine by me. At my age, I prefer company over hollow exchanges," said Lisa. "And your age being?" asked Barbara, laughing. "If you consider yourself old now, what other hope remains for ladies such as myself?" "I meant nothing bad by it. The novelty of most things passes, especially for a fourth daughter such as I," said Lisa. And in Aragon, it was tradition that the fourth daughter was in charge of looking after the parents in their old age, and if no fourth daughter was found, she was usually adopted. And even among rich families, the fourth daughter tradition was still a thing, and in part because old folks were always distrustful of strangers, and the tradition has started 700 years ago, and during those days, the old folks went to rest homes. And one day, one of the daughters went on a killing spree, and an investigation showed that the victim had been poisoned. Ever since then, the rest homes fell out of usage, and the tradition of the youngest daughter looking after their aging parents began.
Wait, I'm curious now. Is that a thing in the real world too, or is that just a part of the story?
I don't remember.
But that sounds like something that would be true.
Yeah. But so is the bed chamber companion something that R. Martin invented.
Yeah, okay.
That was fun.
That was genuinely creative. I gotta give it up to
an original idea. I appreciate original ideas in a world where originality has come to life.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the duty fell to the fourth daughter, and when the meeting ended, Amis went with Lisa to her little four-bedroom manor, and her parents had downsized in their old age, and the father spent most of his time in the garden while the mother had made tiny-scale models of the cities she visited in her youth. And Lisa had her own hobby in the form of animals, and the moment Lisa's father saw Amis, he frowned a little before returning to his work. And Lisa, noticing her father's frowns, came out to him, and she kissed the fellow on the forehead. And the father, drawing near Lisa, said, "You should be careful with that fellow. There is something violent growing within him." "You say that about most fellows that pass down the street," said Lisa, laughing. "I am serious. His hair, it is no longer green, but pitch black," said Lisa's father, who went by the name of Mero. "That can only mean one thing, pure evil. Pure evil, I say." "Mero, Mero, Mero, you say the silliest thing," said Lisa, hugging her father. "So am I pure evil as well? Because she also has black hair." "Come on." "No, but your hair did not change from blonde to black," said Mero. "From green to black." Amis drew near and he said, "I heard all that nonsense. Where do you get the basis for this hair nonsense, if you would indulge me? I meant nothing by it. Being evil doesn't make you a bad person as long as you are moderated by heavy doses of guilt," said Mero. And he added, "I was pretty evil back when I was a highwayman, but love and guilt changed me, and now I'm a better man for it, and I can sleep at night, and that is a very important thing." "Can you sleep at night?" "No, because of the headache," said Amis. "There you have it. There is something evil growing inside of you, and it won't let you sleep," said Mero. Lisa twirled her hair a bit and her forehead to illustrate her overall opinion that Mero was a little crazy. "And going back to the original point," Lisa insisted, "but what does that have to do with black hair?" "I am getting to that," said Mero. "During the war, there was a maiden who was as sweet as a flower lily, but when it came time for her killing, her lovely blonde hair turned pitch black, and with it came the bloodlust as well. And she did much harm to both friends and enemies, and she was eventually executed for her crime. Such a shame, and there was a lot of hatred in her eye, in her heart, more the pity." "Why does that sound familiar?" asked Lisa. Rimaru always closes all of his concerts with a song about that maiden, and he knew the lady just after her trauma, and she had been defiled and left for dead in the forest north of Verona. And she was only a weird child when it occurred, and over time she became more and more violent. So Rimaru was not able to do anything for her except to put an end to her misery, explained Amis. "That is a shame," said Mero sadly. "Such crimes should be punished by death, if you ask me," said Lisa. "Well, that is a bit problematic with false accusation in a life. And it's a crime hard to prove without evidence, and witness pretending to have seen nothing, and when there is only one voice, who are you to believe?" said Mero thoughtfully. And the trio went silent for a bit, and there was an awkward moment was sought by the arrival of Lisa's two Great Danes, Chico and Pico. And Lisa hugged both her giant dogs that started slobbering over her face and dress, and smiling she said to Amen, "The one with dogs is Chico, and this cutie fruity is Pico. Doesn't she have great cinnamon sugar coat?"
I'm gonna throw you something.
"You my doggo! You my doggo!" She went like that. "Ah! Like my doggos! My new friend, you better like my doggos."
So Chicos and Picos.
"Chico! This is Chico! This is Pico! Like my doggos." One of those types of people. Time?
13 minutes. Chicos
"She
and
is a
Picos.
pig," said Amis, looking disdainfully at the dog. Chico and Pico both barked together at Amis. It's like, they're nice dogs. And the dog like,
Chico and Pico.
Lisa said to her pet, "Aha! We will have none of that." And the dogs quieted down, and Amis started following behind Lisa, and the dogs trailed behind Amis. And Amis looked back for a moment at Pico, and she growled at him like he made eye contact with her, and she was like, she can bark at him, but she can growl, but she can show her teeth. As for Chico, he raised his leg a little and looked quite focused on Amis, and Amis knew enough about dogs not to press the issue. And when he relaxed a little, the pair continued on the mellow, slow pace behind their lord and master, Lisa. And once outside the house, Lisa yelled, "Cookie! Sheesh!" And the little cockatoo known as Cookie had broken another expensive vase with flowers. And and one of the maids was in the process of cleaning after the old bird, and Lisa said to Amis, "This is Cookie. She's the same age as me." And
what is it with you and evil cockatrice? This is the second one. There was another one.
I don't know, the cockatrices made me nervous.
Okay.
And they're not all evil, some are fierce, like the cockatrice from like the Vampire Candy.
Yeah, that's the one that I was remembering. It's like, this is the second mighty cockatoo you mentioned.
Yeah, cockatrice. I wanted to look at you and see your face of disappointment. We grew up together, and when I was adopted, Mama allowed me to take Cookie with me, and she's much better judge of character than me, so if she doesn't like you, then that is for our love, for our friendship. Amos was inclined to tell her that they were barely acquaintances, but he had learned from Rimaru of the dangers of bursting someone's bubble. And Rimaru had been unsufferable ever since Amos had informed him of the fire that had been caused by his lanterns. And Amos made eye contact with Cookie while Cookie silently judged him, and she flew over his shoulder and she drew very near his eye, and with her eye before drawing back and opening her chest crest, she went like this. You know how like peacocks go?
Yeah.
Very close to your face and your shoulder, like there you have it. Cookie screeched and then pooped on Amos's shoulder before flying away. Amos reached into his pocket to get a handkerchief to wipe out the fresh poop. And the hanky was a chance to clean stuff right away, and it also teleported elsewhere various little presents. And Lisa said, "I'm sorry, Cookie's just in a mood today, and I know to see what's up lest she starts plucking her own feathers again." "You know, she's not really a forced daughter," said Meadow, entering the house. "Is that so?" asked Amy. "If you want to marry her and get her out of the house, we would really appreciate it," said Meadow. "There's more to this that you are not saying," said Amy. "Oh, nothing of the sort, but you are honest, are you not? And your brother once said that you were the most boring, unambitious person there ever was. And when you were way small, all you wanted to do was marry and form a family. So here's your chance. Take it. If you have nothing better to do, now's your time," said Meadow, gesturing to his daughter. "Here, you want her? Take her." Chico entered inside and he laid Amos's hand before proceeding, and the lady of the house, Lysandra, who was sitting nearby, said, "Leave him alone, Meadow. And you have been trying to marry off Lisa for years, and now it is not the time to bother about that nonsense." "I'm not in the mood to argue in front of strangers, if you excuse me," Amy said, Meadow bowing before the party. And as to being left alone, Amy pondered on the prospect of marrying Lisa. Both did have amicable conversations during the sewing club, and she was also not squeamish about pets, and she was not bad to look at. And when Lisa returned to Amy, he proposed to her, and she accepted the proposition without giving it a second thought. And when Amy returned home, he said to his brother, "I'm getting married to Lisa. I think I'm getting married to Lisa." "You think," asked Barbara. "It could be a scam. You barely know these people. They come and they sell you a sob story and you bid hook, line, and sinker." "Nobody asked for your opinion, Barbara," said Amos. "I'm sorry, my brother, but there's a good chance it might be a scam. I will do some digging on their finances, and then we'll get back to you on this marriage nonsense," said Amelia. The following day, Amelius returned with his results. For the last couple of years, Lisa had gotten married to a bunch of folks who had turned up dead. And Alex was not too thrilled to be the next victim, but he decided to press on with the marriage anyway. He looked at Lisa over the top and had decided that he was strong enough to take her and her family. "I can take her." "She's murdering her husband, I can take her."
She could poison them.
After getting
I mean,
paid,
you can't fight poison.
Yeah,
Don't forget that what killed the guy from Kill Bill, the strongest fighter, Pai Mei.
Oh yeah, he got poisoned.
Pai Mei died to poison, not to another martial
Not
art.
to a karate shot to the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can fight poison. Like that, bro.
8 minutes.
Hasta que el parasite se botaron, Amos married Lisa, more out of morbid curiosity than of love, and he wanted to see what would be the reason why all of her husbands had turned up dead. And he knew that if anything happened, his brother was always nearby to bail him out. And Amelia materials in a bottle to pay for any ceremony, and a priest and an authority were brought, and with the parents and Amelia serving as witness, Amelia finally had a little wife to call his own. And around dusk, the pair finally found themselves alone in Amy's bedroom, and Lisa said to Amy, "You want me to start, or do I wait for you to feel like it?" "I was expecting for something to happen, and this is all a bit boring," said Amy. What's the murdering gonna start?
I thought they were gonna have sex.
No, he just waited to see if something happens to him, like all of her previous husbands. He's like, when am I gonna get murdered? When is she gonna try to murder me? He said, when is that? Why hasn't this happened yet? At some point, it's like it's like, when is she gonna try to murder me? Huh? "Oh, so you were curious about the rumor of me being a black widow of sorts? Truth be told, I am the third daughter, not the fourth one. And all that nonsense relates to my younger sibling, and I took her place because of my own misfortune," said Lisa. "And you do not mind bringing me bad luck as well?" asked Amy. "Well, you are different from the other, and that thing that father said about your hair. I am curious to see if you have it in you to live where all of the other men died," said Lisa ominously. "I have waited and measured you, and you are no threat to me and my brother," said Amy. "I will not be so certain," said Lisa. And Lisa's forehead suddenly started bleeding, and a gaping wound opened in front of a red eye blinked, and this was soon followed by a third arm that grew from somewhere from between her shoulder blades, and the arm had no fingers or hand or a hand at the end of it. And very calmly Lisa said, "The priest said that I was possessed, and I had this problem since I was 8, and my uncle, he was the first to die, and the more men joined him." "Isn't that something?" said Amy, studying the creepy eye and the arm like it was a type of circus attraction. "Wow, so you're possessed. Oh, that's interesting." "Oh, how interesting. That's creepy." You got an extra eye and arm. You should have that checked out. Lisa said with changing her voice, "This is only going to get worse before it gets better." Her hands slowly were warping and losing their fingers one at a time, and one of her blue eyes changed to the color green, and her mouth grew up a great number of sharp teeth as her hair started to grow, and Amy asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not really," said Lisa, and she added, "I am quite surprised by your nonchalantly to my metamorphosis. I'm surprised that you're so calm about me turning into a creepy monster as we speak." Time?
5 minutes.
At the end of the transformation, her pale skin turned blue, and Amy explained, "Back in school, the teacher would have us practice battle with creatures of different shapes and sizes. Some beautiful, but most grotesque. The idea was not to let the look of the monster, but the feel of them be what we judge. So when I say that I have waited and measured you, I really meant it." "We will see about it, human," said the creature before lunging at Amy, and Amy quickly dodged, and the creature jumped, caused him to break a window and enter the garden, and Sativa, who was passing by, commanded, "What the hell is that? Mind your own business, you Barbara from inside the house." What the hell is that? Mind your own business. It's like, kill
my wife.
No. Kill my brother-in-law for around his possessed demon of wife. Please, can we just have a possessed woman in the house? With people judging us? Mind your business. That is that. Mind your business. Like, you're passing by the exorcist's house and then you see all the crazy stuff and then the priest says, "Mind your own business."
Yeah.
Okay, carry on.
With possession.
Carry on with the possession. Time, bro.
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Amy followed behind with his gun in hand, and he fired some grass projectiles at the creature, and when the grass pierced the skin of the possessed Lisa, it caught flames, and grass is known to be flammable whenever it wants to kill, and the creature started running around the grass, yelling as he was caught by the flame, and it bellowed and rolled, and then his eyes rotated color, and when the blue eyes started shining, he swiped at Amy with his arms. And normally Amy would have been able to dodge with it, but his shoe had caught a pebble and he slipped on the floor. And before the thing could smash his brains with his long-term arm, the grass grew around Amy, messing with the creature's trajectory. And since it was a close call, Barbara said to her husband, "There's a monster in there trying to kill your brother, go get it." Amelia's not bothering to use the door, jump out the window of his study, and in his impetus he had forgotten his weapon, the stringless bow to me. And the bow came with 3 magical arrows, and the arrows themselves had the power. And the bow was just postural, and it helped in the summoning of the astral arrows. And Amelia reached for his bow and the quiver, and they were nowhere to be found. So that he jumped out without his weapon. Like, oh my God, where's my stuff? Closing his eyes, he visualized himself holding the bow, and he reached to pick out the first magical arrow, and as he did, the arrow manifested. And he shot the arrow without a bow at the monster Lisa, and this arrow marked the target, and the third finished the job for good. Amelia released the final arrow with a piercing red glow, and at the same moment, Amy summoned a barrier to protect Lisa, and the arrow pierced the barrier with all of the killing intention of Amelia's, and Amy just had a second to say stop. And just as he said this, the arrow stopped in front of Lisa's forehead, and the forehead eye of the creature changed to gold the moment he saw Amelia's attacking. And the creature said, "Phew, that was close." And based on the coloring of the eyes, the being worked in 3 different fashions. The red eye was Peter, the blue stole luck from others, and the yellow one affected his own luck. And Ami said to the demon, "Either leave the host or else." "Else what?" said the demon, and smiling with his 5 rows of sharp teeth, he added, "I will leave when I'm no longer wanted." Just then Rimaru jumped the fence, and he had his hand, a branch from an oak tree, and using it as a walking stick, he started saying as he struck the demon with it, "Awate, awate." And the demon was expelled from Lisa, and as the creature left before it fully healed the host, she was badly bruised by Rimaru's oak stick. And even after she was no longer possessed, he still struck the maiden a couple of good times. She was no longer possessed, but he was still hitting her. Ow! Ow! Eventually, the demon was absorbed into the oak stick, which turned into an oak sapling. And Rimaru buried the sapling, and then he said before going home, "Keep it down. My neighbors are trying to sleep." And the name of Rimaru referred to were an elderly couple, and they tended to be light sleepers, so Rimaru always made it a point to force others within earshot to keep quiet. And he was also annoyed about it that a good number of fellows moved away to move away from the problem. Time, bro?
10 seconds.
Alright, that's the video. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 6, part 1. Lisa started crying afterwards, and Amelia picked her up and brought her back inside the house. Amy's followed while Sativa started clearing up the damage caused by the short skirmish. And once inside the bedroom, Lisa said, "Oh, my regalia, what am I to do now?" "What is her problem now?" asked Barbara. "I neither know nor care," said Amy. "You should have let me shoot your wife." For what I overheard, she was aware of the transformation, and she relished in the entire experience, said Amelia. "That's for the guards to deal with," said Amy. The following day, the guards took Lisa away, and after examining the testimony, Lisa was ruled innocent of the crimes of killing her husband, and she blamed her death on the demon and denied prior knowledge of what happened during the night of consummation. And Lisa's parents did believe Amelia's, however, and as a result, she was sent away to another city, following the ancient rich people's tradition of out of sight, out of mind. One good thing did come out of the entire incident. Ames's headache had gone away, and his hair had acquired that nice green sheen again. A month passed after that incident, and nobody seemed inclined to talk about it or even mention it. And Ames had his green hair back, and he got to keep the dowry belonging to Lisa. And after the repairs of the house had been done, Ames had 10,000 gold coins under his mattress. It was not a large fortune, but it at least was enough for him to stop stressing about money for a while. In the others, he would have put away 95% of his salary into his mattress saving, and now he spent 55% of what he made in the shop. And the ability of spending money on his occasional wins was enough to improve his humor significantly. And one day during the ensuing circle meeting, Rickett entered the shop, and he waved his arm at Amis to get his attention, and Barbara gestured to Lisa's empty seat. And Rickett sat down, and he waited for Amis to say something, and one of the ladies from the sewing circle said to Rickett, "Hey, aren't you the Lady Turia's plaything?" It is I, Ricky, the one and only, said Ricky. Your salvation is at hand. Don't you have anyone else to bother, said Amis, not bothering to look up. So does that mean you have not forgiven me, asked Ricky. In order to be forgiven, you have to apologize first, said Amelia, who was in the other room eavesdropping. Geez, I'm sorry, said Ricky. I don't believe he means it, said one of the sewing ladies. He certainly does sound insincere, said another maiden. In my world, one has to do chores for the offended party till we truly feel sorry for what they did, said one of the maidens in the circle. Your world? Exclaimed Barbara. Don't make a big deal about it, Barbara, said Amy. Just what we need, more otherworldly folks. And give it enough time and we'll be no different than zoo animals to be gifted a fed banana, said Barbara. But you love the zoo, Barbara, said Amy. I do, but now when I'm the one inside the cage, said Barbara. So it's fine to cage animals as long as you're not in prison yourself, asked Amy. Yes, that is my privilege as a high-minded creature, said Barbara, laughing. You don't really mean that, Barbara, said Amelia. The chit-chat continued for a bit, and Ricky got caught up in the nonsense that he forgot the very reason he had come to see Amis. And when the group was dismissed, Ricky left quite pleased with himself, and he imagined that Amis had forgiven him, even though the phrase, I forgive you, had never escaped his lips. And Ricky returned 2 other times to the club to gossip with the ladies, and the shadow was useful in filling up a lot of gaps of information decided by the theater historian. And on his third visit, Ricky said, Ah, yes, now I remember. Amis, you work for Rimaru now. Yes, I work for her, said Amis. As you're not used to the idea of Rimaru being a girl, said Ricky. I heard that they can change their bodies at will, said Barbara. Really, asked Ricky. Yes, if Rimaru is the same as Marduk, then their bodies should work in a similar fashion, said Barbara. And your point being, said Amis, why does that truly matter? I mean, you're already married, Barbara, so why does it matter if Rimaru is a boy today and a girl tomorrow, and then the same as the other day and vice versa? He inquired. There's nothing else that is amusing. Anyway, that's why I'm curious about it, said Barbara. Yes, but those things keep insisting that they are human, said Ricky. And what is it to be human anyway? And I got bored of this very human conversation indeed, and I'm going to talk to the grass and my little barley. Come if you truly need anything, said Amis, departing. Ricky, recovering his train of thought, said, Wait, I do truly need you for something. What do you need of me? Asked Amis. Well, the theater club wanted to get a biography of Rimaru on the way, and it would sell better in an autobiographical form, so if you can get Rimaru to hop to it, I would really appreciate it, said Ricky. I could appeal to his better nature in this regard, but the fact is that I am broke, and if you get the hint, said Amis. I thought your family had money, and your brother as well, commented Ricky, looking at all of Amelia's nice things. You just about summed it up. They have money, I not so much, said Amis. And what about your savings under the mattress? Asked Barbara, looking up from her book. And she was always ever so fond of seeing her husband's brother. It is not nearly enough, said Amis. Enough, you keep building your pile, and soon you'll be sleeping like a dragon, said Barbara, laughing. When you put it that way, it makes me sound like an old miser, said Amis. It is in your blood, said Barbara, laughing. There's nothing wrong with demanding what is on of you, said Amis, and he added, In my comfortable position allows me to not be cheap in my labor, so as things stand, you need me, Ricky, but I do not need anything from you in the very least. Fair enough, but how about we negotiate the price, said Ricky. Not a chance. Amis is too soft for that nonsense, said Barbara. Amis, go to the garden and bound with the bees a bit, so you don't hear anything, and I will tell you the final results after I finish the negotiation. Sure thing, said Amis, departing. That was a bit unnecessary, don't you think, said Ricky. For you, perhaps, but as the head of the household, it is my duty to keep tensions in at an all-time low, and if you aggravate poor Amis again, I doubt you'll be able to leave this house alive, I fear, said Barbara ominously. Ah, yes, that's all right. I thought I'd forget about his murderous tendencies, said Ricky. But he has not forgotten you, Ricky, said Barbara. Amis walked towards the garden, and on the way he saw a parade of people passing before the house, and the four seemed to be screaming in agony. He went to check it out. And it had been years since the last public execution, and the new king of Verona thought that such things ruined the aesthetics of the city, and Aragón still had closed out city often follow the similar trends as the former capital. And as for the people on parade, they were self-mortified while chanting nonsense, and Amy frowning said, "Oh, by the gods, the things that people do for attention." Barbara took him outside to see, and frowning she said, "Aren't the fish cultists a bit far from home?" "You would think so too, but no, they were chanting about Hainsey and their purification of bad thoughts through self-mortification," said Amy. "Seems a bit extreme, don't you think?" said Barbara, and she added, "When I have bad thoughts, I just call my husband, and by the time we are done, I usually forget what was bothering me in the first place." "So I heard," said Amy. "I suppose Aragon must be a bit short of brothels then," said Barbara, sniggering. "They are not Peluche's cup of tea," said Amy. "They might have to be if watching those gross weirdos become a common sight from now on," said Barbara. And indeed had become quite commonplace, and whenever there's not a single piece of flesh on the back, the gross followers of Helsing will come out with more torturous displays. And after a month of this, his worship became just another sideshow. And one day there was a commotion in the market, and the guards were arresting one of the worshippers under Alisa's order, and one of the leader followers who was engaging in such practices was but a child. And the new laws in the place protected small idiots, and the key was of the cultists, and from then on things just arose between the cultists and Alisa. And I met one day asked Amelius, "What do you make of those weirdos?" Time, bro?
15 minutos.
"Do you think they could be dangerous? Perhaps. Indoctrination is very similar to military training. And once they get conditioned enough, there's a good chance that they might even whip us out into joining their cult," said Amelius. "I don't know," said Amis. "Might there be a logical reason for it all?" "Well, if you can find logic to that, then by all means investigate if you have nothing better to do," said Amelia. When neither Amis left to see if Rimaru needed anything, and Rimaru seemed a bit thoughtful, and then she said, "Did you see the parade of fools today?" "Yes, unfortunately," said Amis. "Their numbers are increasing too." "Yes, they certainly do have an eye for making you feel ashamed of doing actions that are totally natural," said Rimaru. "Must that be our life from now on?" asked Amis. "Not if Alisa has a say on the matter, and these bandits are ruining the aesthetic of the city, and even the Platoanians find the entire ordeal appalling," said Rimaru. "What is it to be done then?" asked Amis. "Either Alisa deals with them, or the Greys will probe them till they stop acting stupid. Either way, this cannot continue," said Rimaru, frowning while looking at the pavement of streets facing her house, and it was red with fresh blood. And as the fairy flew to Rimaru's house, and she landed gingerly on her shoulder, and the fairy said to Rimaru, "Those folks or at least their leader is up to something, and the blood is forming a pentagram, and based on the pattern, it is a word of sorts." "What are they trying to ward away?" asked Rimaru. "I don't know, but a lot of folks up in the mountains have been lately getting the urge to return home," said the fairy. "I see, now it all makes sense," said Rimaru, and she added, "I have an idea how to deal with this problem," and Rimaru wrote a quick letter, and the fairy then flew the message all over the city. And around half an hour, a bunch of widows gathered in his garden, and based on their look, Amis guessed that they were vampires. There were at least 73 vampires in Aragon, and a good number of them had recently migrated to Aragon following the scent of blood left behind by the Helsing cultists. And these vampires were not about licking blood off the pavement, and it was gross, but it at least was safer than trying to harm fresh prey. So Steve was the first to speak. "So when are we killing those idiots?" "We're not," said Rimaru. "Alisa would prefer if they did not die, and I'm not fond of the idea of killing a fellow because of their misguided ideas. Still, there are couples with children, and they have their own children as well, so you know what to do with them." Yes, tie a wheel to their neck and throw them into the canal," said another fellow. Yes, it is so fun and game until the little ones get hurt," said Rimaru. "What are we waiting for?" asked Sativa. "If they're up to something, let's spring a trap." "I don't know, we should wait for help to arrive," said Rimaru. "Who did you call?" asked another vampire. "My sister's page mage, Irving, the shield guy. We will put on a mandatory curfew the day we spring the trap, and in the meantime we search about the ward," said Rimaru. And when the meeting ended, Amis asked Rimaru, "Who is this Irving fellow? Is he a tower mage or from the army?" "He's from neither, and there's a third magic school elsewhere, but it's literally underground, an underground movement. And the only big folks who are too poor or too old to be accepted either into the army or in the Tower of Suverus," explained Rimaru. "Why bother to teach older folks any magic, really?" asked Ami. "If you're lucky, you will one day be old enough to learn a new trick, and besides, unlike most of the crafts, magic is not dependent on physical strength," said Rimaru. "Then why are they pushed us in the army?" asked Ami. You ask way too many questions. Go home, Amis, and do try to stay out of the way for once, said Rimaru. And the following day the flagellation were more vehement than ever, and one of the fellows even died of blood loss during his march. And on the third day everyone arrived with cannon, the male sphinx from Veragerum. And whenever his shadow was seen, the people of Aragon could not help but think of Bersame. And during that day, everyone in Kano went through all of the houses putting out signs warning of a curfew. And the signs had a unique wax seal, and the seal Irving was to create a shield to protect those inside the house in case something serious happened. And the homeless folks also went to their shelter, cause Kano being there meant serious business. And by thus the Helsing cultists had returned to the makeshift temple and abandoned storehouse at the foot of the wall. And Amos did not obey the curfew, much to the distress of his brother Amelius, and since he was tired of chasing his brother around the city, Amelius and I paid Sativa to keep an eye on his idiot brother. And by the time Amos arrived, Canon was speaking with the head cultist, and the cultist said, yes, it would have been preferable if we had another Bersamin. Anything really than to be loaded by outworlders. And this is our planet, our continent, our city, our world, and since we're better back when... before the demon kid entered this world. Oh yes, things were a lot better with the public executions, the genocide, and all other sordid business, but I could borrow these conversations in canon. Out of this pond, and stop where you're out to, or you will die where you stand today. Time?
10 minutes.
The head priest rose his hand, and then his followers did harakiri, and the priest followed in cute as well, and with his new blood, the word was finally activated, and the blood bubbled and then gathered to the center point in the middle of the word, and Kanu came outside to look, and everyone was waiting outside, already casting his shield, and near him was Rimaru, behind her was Amis. And when Kanu saw Amis, he said, hey, haven't you somewhere else to be, you fool? I'm fine, I'm not afraid, said Amis, giving a queer smile. And the sphere of blood eventually solidified and then cracked like an eggshell, and from inside emerged a strange amorphous creature, and it reminded Rimaru of a Hilton's eyelid, but with the black spines stringing on that flowed like ribbons, and this jellyfish-like creature floated in the air as if it was water. And then he said, in accordance with our contract, the shadow of Mindis shall send unknown native species of Saturn from whence they came. Uh-oh, said Rimaru. And the creature then started spiraling until a gate to space opened up, and from it started sucking everything that was not native to Saturnastra, which was technically everything. And everyone was not prepared to manage this vacuum effect, and it took out of its strength to isolate it just within Aragon. As for the people, those that have violated curfew were being sucked up into the void. And Ame was sucked up as well, along with Sativa, and interesting enough, Canon was not affected by Mindis' power, and he flew at the jellyfish maiden, and with his lightning he started engaging her in battle to get her to close again. And Sativa saw the vacuum of space appearing before him, and he changed his form into roots. More specifically, he took the form of the mighty radish, and he wrapped himself around Ames to protect him from the elements, or lack thereof, in space. And Ames and Sativa had indeed been returned to where they belonged, and the sad fact was that there was not a planet to be found there, and there was simply nothing there in space, and Ames started hyperventilating as he looked about the unfamiliar space, and there were stars to his left, right, and all about, and a growing cold that made him shiver. And Sativa explains, I can barely produce oxygen without you using it all up. If you don't want your brother to kill me, do try to stay calm. And back on Saturnastra, Canon had reversed the effect of Mindis by creating a powerful illusion of her, and he made the creature believe that she had already fulfilled her contract, and with her covenant completed, the bloody creature turned to ash, as well as the folks who had summoned her. And this had been the quickest solution to the problem, and after the creature left, the Grey Aliens flew off, and they went to fetch those who had been sucked into the vacuum, and since everyone in Aragon was tagged, and had tracking ships, the rescue only took a couple of minutes, and due to Canon's quick thinking, the entire incident lasted less than 10 minutes. And the sad part was that all of those who had left towards space, with the exception of Amid and Sativa, died of hypoxia. And since they were freshly dead, most were able to come back to the world of the living, but only a little bit worse for wear from the experience, and only 2 of us were too far gone to be saved. Time?
7 minutes.
When Amit awoke, he found himself in bed, and Sativa was sitting beside him with an angry look on his face. All he said to Amit was, next time you get bored, read a book or something. He then added to Amelius, you need to put a tighter leash on that stupid brother of yours, 'cause that is the last time I help him. Geez, no need to make such a big fuss about it, said Barbara. If you need me, I'm going to vegetate, said Sativa, going towards the garden. He changed forms and he turned into a giant turnip plant that buried itself in the soil. The following day, Amos did not rise from his bed, and he was well enough to move, but he was just not in the mood for trying to do anything. And when his brother came to see what's up, Amos must feign illness. And he always thought of him so clever in that regard, and Amelius could always tell when his brother was faking it, but he decided not to bother him. On the third day, a little box came, and when Barbara opened it, she screamed, "By the gods!" And then she quickly closed it, and the box had Bartlett all stuffed up, and he had apparently been turned into a figurine. The taxidermy Bartlett came with a note. "We all did what we could for your bed, and next time we'll wear curfew to the letter, and if they tell you to have indoors to take care to safeguard your beloved pet." So like the pet Bartlett, he flew off into space and then he died. So then they brought him back, the taxidermy pet. Well, this is all we could save him when he died.
That's weird.
That's how we better to stay indoors, you dumb person. They got sucked up into the space void. Amelius came to see what was happening and went out to hear about the fact of what had become of Bartlett, and Amelius shrugged his shoulder after reading the letter, and he said to Barbara, "And how was I supposed to know that the stupid thing was out there in danger?" "You know what you did, or should I say didn't do," said Barbara, and she added, "Now take the stuffed toy and go apologize to your brother." Amelius obeyed his wife by taking the stuffed Bartlett to his brother, and he opened the door softly, hoping for Amos to be asleep. "Amos, are you asleep?" asked Amelia. "Yes," said Amos, and since Amelia was not leaving Amos at it, "What is it?" "Bartlett is dead, and it came back as a soft toy. The creatures of the sky sucked it up, and it sent it back looking like this. I'm sorry," said Amelia, putting the taxidermy animal in the corner of the bedroom. Amos looked at it, and he gave a deep sigh, and Amelia said, "Do you need anything?" "Just rest," said Amos. And recognizing the tone, Amelia sprang into action, and he forced his brother to get up, and after bathing Amos, the two went to wander aimlessly to the city. And the brothers did not speak much, and Amos was prone to bouts of desperation, and Amelia always attacked the problem before it swelled up. And Amelia eventually asked his brother, "Did it hurt?" "Very. It felt like I was being ripped to shreds, even with Satya trying hard to mitigate its effects," said Amos. So if it is not that, then what are you thinking about?" "I can't remind you, insisted Amelia. And Amelia didn't know what was up. Still, he felt from the experience that it was better to force his brother to vent than to tell him what was his problem. "The creature said that it was to return us to where we belong, and the place was nothing, just an endless void of stars and nothing but immense pain. Do you think that when we die, will it be the same sensation but for infinity?" asked Amy. "I don't have the answers to all of those questions, but I think you can get some answers from Rimaru," said Amelia. "Oh, that Shirley's half-faced coxcomb," said Amy. "Oh, you surprised me," said Amelia, laughing. How so?" "Well, I don't remember hearing you cursing your entire life," said Amelia. "It runs on you based on the company you keep," said Amos sheepishly. "I see," said Amelia, none too pleased. "It is Sativa," said Amos. "If you must know, he was under a lot of stress while being out there, and he was cursing in all of the tongues he knew." "I suppose dying is quite a stressful situation, especially when you had no means of being there in the first place," said Amelia sadly. And the twins continued chatting for a bit, and eventually arrived to Rimaru. And Rimaru was not in the garden, but rather inside, and the gate was open, which was unusual. And there was a signpost that read, "Support Group for Outworlder Victims." And as soon as Amos opened the door, he saw a bunch of different people, and there were about 15 folks who had been refused to go to curfew. And of the lot, they had spent in space the longest amount of time possible, experiencing the dangers of the vacuum. Alright, so we'll leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and this is Chapter 7, Power 1. The Outworlders. One of the fellows in the group was a lady carrying a black umbrella, and she was in the middle of telling the group why she was using it. "And now I take this with me everywhere, because I get tense every time I look up at the sky." "That is perfectly normal," said Rimaru soothingly. and she was about to say more when she saw Amis, and Rimaru then said, "Welcome, Amis." Amis sat down on the empty chair left for him, and Amelius then went to a nearby table that had plenty of food, and as the stuff in his place, Amelia was about to proceed eating when Amis said, "Put that down and sit down." And Amelia sat down on a nearby couch, and the twins had never been in the interior of Rimaru's home. And this room had a lot of plain-looking white walls and a strange large crystal windows, and the couches was clean, and they swirled around towards the center of the room. And in the middle there was a table with a swirling piece of ornamental glass that resembled flame. And this glass changed color every so often, and the walls had hollow notches, each with books and curiosities inside. And at the back end of the room, facing the door, was a spiral staircase that led to the second floor. And aside from the spiral couch, there was the addition of the chairs for the new visitors. "When did you become a listener?" asked Amis. "Says I messed things up, and I got stuff, and I ruined everything. Had I informed my brother before making a decision, he would have told me to butcher the lot, except for the brass tubes to be safer than sorry," explained Rimaru. "That's a little extreme, all things considered, don't you think?" asked Amelius. "Well, he has become a bit more sanguinary as of lately, and I can blame it on my mother's influence. Her solution to most things is to kill the problem or relocate it, and it's a good thing she always sees on her problems for months before acting upon them," said Rimaru, apologetic. "There comes some time when we must all make our own decisions in life," said Amelius. For the following months, Rimaru acted as a listener to all of the vintages of Mindy's. And one day Rimaru said, "I think we have made some sort of significant progress. Still, the way I see it, talking about the problem is not enough, and we need to return to the source of the problem to really get over it. So what you're saying is we need to take the fight to the squid monster," as one of the fellows. "No," said Rimaru. "I was talking about going for a spacewalk, and we have some really nice antique suits, and you guys are going to put them on, and it is going to feel great." "I don't know," said Amis. "Don't worry about it," said Rimaru, scoffing at his concern. "The suits are real light and not heavy like those hammers, and they're designed to feel like a second skin, ideal for decreasing claustrophobia by 97%. And the next day, Rimaru returned with the suits, and they were indeed rather tight and clear, and they had a strange gelatinous texture very similar to the feel of a jellyfish. And the suits when put on felt just like Rimaru promised. They felt like a second skin. And they covered just up to the neck. And since they were clear and thin, the folks in the group were able to put their clothing over the spacesuits. And from there they followed Rimaru down to the docks, and after rolling for a bit, he led his small group to one of the sewers, and from there they returned to the surface, and it was part of the street that was closed off by 4 houses, and from there they took a little staircase, and then we entered the attic of one of the houses, and the house was abandoned, and the basement however seemed much better condition. And it was at this point when Amis asked, "Why did we have to pass by the stinky sewer to get here?" "I was trying to lose someone," explained Rimaru, and Rimaru then pushed a couple of stones, and then the floor opened, revealing some stairs, and the stairs led to the metro station, and Amis looked at the railways on the floor and the columns, and the room was lighted by lanterns with blue flame. And the flame somehow made the space seem even darker, and each of the columns had a mosaic depicting different types of jellyfish creatures, and the creatures had a certain humanity about them, but they were still alien in appearance. And Amis asked, "Who are they?" "There were a different type of life forms that were pretty common in Saturn, and while most life forms born and die, these ones just appear, and then one day disappear. And the early settlers of the world made columns dedicated to them. In time they faded away or died," explained Rimaru. "Do those creatures have a soul?" asked Amelius. He had become a permanent visitor to all of Rimaru's counseling. "Yes, some of the ghosts do haunt this ground from time to time, and there were even a couple that ascended to godhood, like that pest Mindy's, who is very sorry by the way, for causing so much distress to her tardigrades," explained Rimaru. "What are tardigrades?" asked a different fellow. "Is that what she calls us?" "No, they are tiny bears, and they live in moss-covered waters, and they live about 2 years, but since they are so small, they perceive time very slowly," explained Rimaru. "Time doesn't move slower for me," said a dwarven fellow. "It does, but not significantly enough for your perception of reality to be different from anyone else," said Rimaru. The rats were interrupted by the horn of a metro approaching, and there was a strong light at the end of the tunnel, and as the light drew nearer, the sound of the gears became stronger, and Amis was stepping a little too close to see what was coming, and his brother pulled him back by his shirt before the train stopped. and the train that came was a collection of carriages attached at the bottom by a flat steel support frame, and the front of the locomotive was the only thing that was unfamiliar. It had a chimney, a little engine beneath a round steel casing, and instead of a driver, it had a steel automaton. And its body was hollow, showing the clockwork, and the metal face was as lifeless as any mask, and the only detail to it was a mustache and a monocle. And a man just came out to the automaton and he commanded, "Neat, it's just like one of those automatons the dead king used to make." "Really? How?" asked Amy, surprised. Amelia came to it and said, "Here, you see this gear? It is just like working a watch. You wind it up and it does what it's supposed to." "Give it a whirl, let's go," said another fellow. Before Amelia did anything, Rimaru came and gave the gear one turn, and then came near the automata and he whispered something, and the automata nodded either because of the gear or because of what Rimaru said. And the train made its way through the dark tunnel, and the only light came from the front of the train, and the interior of the carriages were connected with one another. And they were actually a lot more spacious than they first appeared, and there was already a couple of other passengers within the train. And Amy sat beside one of the passengers, a pale maiden with large pink eyes, a strange outfit and squid limbs, and a strange bulbous head with tiny horns. And while Miss waited, he decided to make small talk, as was his habit, and everyone looked tense or weary, and Amos was not fond of silences, and this was not to say that there was much silence in the train, and there was a strange guitar being played from a location he could not discern. And Amos asked the squid maiden, "Where are you headed?" They made them over her tiny beak of a mouth that was on her face, and then she said with a sweet parrot of a voice, "I am headed to a happy place." "And where might that be exactly?" asked Rimaru. "I don't know. I will know when I find such a place, even if I must always stay looking," said the pale maiden. "I am surprised you speak our language so well," said Amelia. "How so?" asked the pale maiden. "I just assumed creatures from other worlds would speak other languages, or not speak at all, or maybe speak without using their mouths, like telepathy," said Amelia. "I get that a lot, and I say what I often say, when I meet such people," said the pale maiden. "A long time ago, the entire universe, all of the stars, all of the suns were ruled by one person. There was peace, but also great injustice, and some people were not even aware that they were caged birds, and as with most things, his rule came to an end, and now nobody even remembers his name, and there are still remnants of his empire. However, the languages from his kingdom, as one of the commonalities, is what remains." So yeah, time, bro?
15 minutos.
So yeah, a long time ago there was somebody that ruled all of the known universe. But Amis whistled and he said, "Well, it's impossible to imagine lording over everything and having it all slipped away just the same. It sort of makes you ponder on why some folks bothered to create large empires when city-states were just fine," said Rimaru. "It all was down to unhappiness, and I was a little tyrant too, but then one day I left everything to go look for my own happiness," said the pale maiden. "And I did not want to end up like my father, who was not only unhappy, but he did not allow others around him to be happy as well." "And pray do tell me what puts a smile on your face," asked Amelius. The pale maiden grinned and said, "I like killing people. I travel from world to world killing folks. I kill a fellow here and there, and then I move on to a new world." Red flag. Red flag. Red flag.
Is he the predator?
She could be. No, killing the same type of creatures is never fun. "Is it serious?" asked Amelius to Rimaru. "I don't have all the answers," said Rimaru, annoyed. "Do I look like a mind reader to you?" "Who are you to judge, my brother?" rebuked Amis. Amelius grew quiet once again, and the human passengers from the terrible group had all clustered around Rimaru as if his mere presence was enough to keep the pale maiden at bay. And the creature was enjoying every second of the response she had gotten from her remarks, for indeed she had not lied about her enjoying killing. And the train slowed down, and then it stopped, and the pale maiden left the train, and all of the passengers breathed a sigh of relief, and it was then resumed its lonely march again. "Maybe we should have stopped her," said Amelius. "By we, you mean you," said Rimaru. "I don't know, it makes no sense to me to attack a fellow who was possibly joking, and only a fool blindly believes everything a person says," said Amis. "And yet you are here," said Amelius. and there was a brief silence, broken only by the different song playing in the carriage, and this one Rimaru recognized, and it was clear the loom by the boozy. And the train slowed down a bit, and as it did, it slowly started to rotate in circles, and the sensation was at first a bit odd, and the passengers were told to strap themselves to their seat, and when the rotating sensation passed, they were allowed to roam. And Amis looked out the window, and then he saw that the darkness was slowly dissipating, and when they got out of the shadow of the tidal moon, they were able to see the stars. And Amelius asked, "When did we left the planet?" "Close to the time we started to rotate," said Rimaru. "The spinning simulates gravity, it helps to which means that it helps to keep our footing on the ground, and when the train stops, we will have about 20 minutes to float about a bit before returning home." Rimaru then handed the passengers a hat that resembled a fishbowl, and when it attached to the gelatinous suit they were wearing below, the hat started to produce oxygen for us fellows, and Amelius didn't bother to put on the bowl because he was not in the mood to wonder about space. He instead brought out a book and he started reading, and I'm surprised said, "Don't you want to go head out?" "Meh," said Amelius, getting comfortable on his seat. And Rimaru then led his class for a spacewalk, and they had a grand old time floating about, and in the meantime Amelius was approached by the automaton conductor. And he had left his post and had only come to rest his weary gears in one of the seats, and Amelius was surprised by the autonomy of the robot. And as for the robot, he was surprised by the fact that Amelius was not the least bit curious about space. "Why are you not out there with the other children?" asked the robot. "I could ask you the very same thing," said Amelius, closing his book. "I find the familiarity of my post very comforting," answered the robot. "You and me both," said Amelius, agreeing with the automaton. "Some folks just don't know how to appreciate a good thing," said the automaton. And the conversation will continue in a similar fashion, with both the robot and Amelius agreeing with one another. And by the end of the spacewalk, Amelius had gotten himself a new pen pal. Time?
It's 11 minutes.
And from then until his death, Amelius received letters and even occasional visitations from the automaton, Apega. And just like all of the other fellows who were taken by Mindis, Amis was enamored with the idea of going to other worlds and seeing new sights, and this did not humor Amelius one bit, but he was now the type of fellow to clip his brother's wings, and slowly he began to resent to the idea that his twin was going to go away forever or die in some stupid world that was far too away for him to reach him. And Amelius kept all of this foreboding thoughts to himself, and he only confided in Apega when he answered his first letter, and Apega promised Amelius that he was always going to keep his brother safe. And the colorful worlds with the creatures and he would only take Amis to the worlds that he could handle with meager skills and lack of common sense. And the day before his brother's departure, Sativa said to Amelius, "If you want to go, I can travel. If you want to, I can travel with you, Amis, to keep him safe. That is not your burden to bear, it is mine, but I do not want to bother with him anymore. He is a grown man, he can take care of himself," said Amelius, and he added, "Do you know that he was supposed to be the Lazarite? And Amis doesn't remember, but he was born blue, and he used to get teased so much that he would cry, and one day I prayed to the God to make me blue instead of my brother, and she granted me my wish, and even though he was the reason for my mother's curse, and I killed and I stained my hands to keep his clean, and now I can't sleep at night anymore. I don't know, that story of your goddess sounds a little bit like hogwash to me," said Sativa. "The truth no longer matters, and I have set my route, and I am not living arrogant to satisfy the full of my brother's wishes," said Amelius, "and I'm going to be selfish for once in my life." Time?
9 minutes.
Alright, let's just leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is Chapter 8, Part 1, A New Beginning. It took about a week for Amelius to get used to the idea that his brother was not coming back, and even at Amis' return, Amelius had decided to take control of his life, and aside from performing his filial duties, he was not going to go far and beyond that nonsense anymore. And as his grandmother would say, Scarlet takes care of Scarlet. And it was one of the crisp mornings that Amelius found himself staring at the roof of his bedroom, and he looked at his left to stare at Barbara. And despite all of the years, she still looked pretty much the same, and it was almost as if time had stopped for her, and time had stopped for Amelius as well. And he had been standing still ever since the war ended. Why had he always been such a martyr? And when he got out of bed, he was surprised to know that his skin color had turned back to normal, and in order to acquire divine power, someone else had to take on the burden of being the Lazarite. and Amelius almost wished that the goddess would have discussed it with him. Still, it was hard to lie to a god or to hide one's intentions, and when Barbara awoke, she asked, "What happened to you?" "Oh, this. I served the goddess long enough, and she has chosen a new prophet," said Amelius. "Why? Why? How? Aren't you angry?" asked Barbara. "It is fine. I will find someone else to do something else to do in my time in this world. And speaking of which, Barbara dear, have you ever ridden a dragon?" asked Amelius. "Certainly not. And I suppose it's just like riding a horse, only with more scales," she said, standing up a bit. "Do you remember when we were but two saplings, what we used to do on horseback?" said Amelia, smiling at the candid memory. "Yes, that was fun and games, wasn't it?" said Barbara, blushing a little, and a coy smile was painted on her face. "I'm going to find a poor dragon. I will be right back," said Amelius. And Amelius looked a bit, and then he thought of Ingvar, and Ingvar was currently bored in his self-imposed day job that he really did not need. And Amelius said to Ingvar, "How much weight can you carry in flight?" "At most I can only carry one person," said Ingvar. "Now that's a shame," said Amelius. "How so? I'm not a pack mule, you know," said Ingvar, annoyed. "I was really looking forward to showing my pretty wife what it felt like to fly, and humans can fly, but riding a dragon is close as we can get to the sensation," said Amelius. "I could carry your wife," said Ingvar. "Well, but I wanted to ride with her to keep her safe," said Amelius. "I can be quite a steady flyer when I have the mind to do so," said Ingvar, pressing the issue. It had just hit him that he had not stretched his wings in months. "Yes, but I really wanted to fly with my wife," he then added. "And do you know of any other dragons that are not doing anything in particular?" "I can fly with you and your wife, but it will cost you," said Ingvar. "Name your price," said Amelius. "There's a class I want to take, and I need a partner, so I will use your wife," said Ingvar. "For nothing, sorted out, son," said Amelius, starting to get annoyed. "Worry not, it is a very tasteful dance class," said Ingvar, and he added, "Rimaru decided to teach one." "Why, wasn't he doing the listener thing?" asked Amelius. "He got bored of it, and now he wants to teach people how to boogie. And he feels that people have gotten too fat after the war, and he wants to get folks dancing or something," said Ingvar. "Dancing sounds like fun, and I will take the class as well," said Amelius. "But what about my dance partner?" asked Ingvar. "I will get you a fellow," said Amelius, sneering, and he added, "But first you have to deliver." In the late afternoon, Amelius came to the library with his wife, and she was wrapping up fur coats since it got chilly in high altitudes. And the sun was particularly hot that day, and Ingvar waited for them in the garden, and Amelia got on first, and then Amelius got behind his wife. And with one hand he held onto the front of the saddle, and with the other he held the reins of Ingvar. And Barbara said to Ingvar, "I was not aware that dragons use reins." "Normally we do not, but I made an exception just for you," said Ingvar. Amelius tied part of the reins to Barbara to work as a safety line, and it was common for new dragon riders to lose their balance and fall to the side. And some dragons produce more drag than humans. It was pretty
humans produce drag?
Wait, I think I said a bad word.
Yeah.
The humans produce more drag. It was pretty common for them to fail to catch a rider as they plummeted to their death. Oh, it's just that, like, humans fall faster than dragons because since dragons have bigger mass, when they're trying to catch up to the humans as they're falling, they never catch them. You know, like those things that you see in like dragon movie where the humans falling, and then like the dragon sweeps down and stays. No, humans fall faster than dragons can catch them. Or at least that's the official excuse as to why the dragons let the human riders splatter to the floor for their own amusement. Whatever. Ingvar started walking a bit till they left the house, and Barbara commented, "This was not what I was hoping for, because, like, she's riding the dragon, but he's just walking." It's like, well, you told me I was going to ride a dragon, I thought we were going to fly, but he's just walking. Why is he just walking? "Well, you are a little heavier than I expected," said Ingvar in a foul mood. "You could have tried like your husband." "Excuse me, but Amelius said it would be cold," said Barbara. "You get used to it," said Ingvar. And indeed, Amelius was barefoot, just sporting a sleeveless shirt and tight leather pants, and the shirt was made of flannel, and underneath he wore a one-piece of silk outfit made of silk, and aside from this he wore leg warmers and gloves made of camel wool. And Barbara thought her husband looked silly, but she was not one to question his fashion sense, and eventually Ingvar found a clearing where he had enough room to turn around and take flight, and he found that spot in the square facing the temple of Arasa. And as of lately, the death has been significantly decreased, and for this reason there so happened to be a clearing created by the absence of a funeral. And Imber walked up the steps of the temple, and with his added weight he started scratching the marble a bit, and he retracted his claw when he noticed that he was damaging property. He usually did not bother to do so because the cobblestone pavement was pretty durable, and he needed his claws to add more strength into his trot, and at least he thought his claws helped him. And habits were hard to break, even though his peers told him many times that flight was a lot easier with his claws tucked away. And it also helped to keep them sharp. And when Imber finally felt an obstacle coming from the mountains, he took running speed, and then he started flying, and using the current generated by the temple of Arasa, he acquired more height, and after flapping his wings a bit, he resumed a more stable flight. And Amelia said to his wife, "How's the view?" "Oh gosh, I'm going to be sick," said Barbara. No, said Imber, and then suddenly Barbara threw up over Imber's wings and part of Amelia's face. And Imber started his descent as quickly as possible, and the sudden drop caused what was left of Barbara's stomach to come out once again. And at that moment there was a foreign party in the canals getting a tour of the city, and all of the nice clothing was ruined by Barbara's stomach content. And as far as her first impression of the city, their visit to Aragon had started pretty badly. When Imber finally landed, Barbara tumbled out of her seat, and she struggled a bit to get out of the reins, and Amelia, looking a bit disappointed, said, "This is not how I imagined spending my afternoon." And Imber rubbed his wings against Amelia's shirt to clean them as best he could, and Imber said caustically, "You owe me big time for the mess you made of me." "Didn't I tell you not to eat anything heavy?" asked Amelius. "I'm sorry, I was going to eat light, but then I took a bite and then another, and by the time you showed up, I was super full," said Barbara apologetically. "Don't apologize to me, apologize to Imber," said Amelius, pointing at the dragon. "This is all on you, Amelius. The deity does not need to apologize," said Imber, taking flight once again. The dragon flew a bit till he found the nearest waterfall at the foot of the plateau, and there was one only a kilometer away from the city, and once under it he bathed a bit before returning to the city, and he liked the waterfall because of the alkaline metals it emanated, and the river generated by this fall did not travel far, for it sank beneath the hollow rocks that led to a hidden cave. And even from time to time liked to look for the entrance of the cave, and regardless of how much it looked, the holes were only large enough to fit a human baby and nothing else. And even in his shrunken human form, Imber could only squeeze himself through the opening, and while he was distracted as those, Amelia started looking for a mate for Imber. You know, like a dancing woman. He needs a dance partner. His first thought was to ask the daughter of Richard, and both of them had been entrenched in trenches together and in the battle to retake the Tower of Suverus. And in the end, he decided not to pester his dear friend with his own petty problems. And his second thought was just to pay a courtesan, and he was about to approach one, but then he decided that Imber was not worth spending money on. And it was then when he ran into Ricky. And Ricky remarked, "Oh wait, Amis, how are you?" "It is Amelius," said Amelius. Ricky now he said, and then he said, "No, I don't see it. Amelius is blue. No need to pretend to be your brother, Amis." "I am not pretending anything, Ricky. It so happens that I am no longer blue. As for Amis, he went to travel the universe to sow his wild oats or something," said Amelius. "We could travel the world together. We could have traveled the world together," he answered, Ricky pouting. "Oh, I bet you would have been a riveting traveling companion," said Amelius sarcastically. Yes, pile it on, said Ricky angrily. "What's the matter? The Baldwins no longer flock at your doorstep? You could try getting a day job or something," said Amelius. "I have a day job. I write books about artists," said Ricky. "How is that going?" asked Amelius. "It's fine. I've written 3 pages this year. Well, you got me. I can't remember the last time I strung 2 sentences together. It is all bluster and puffer fishing. But nobody in the club has actually finished a single book, and it almost feels as pointless as my past visits to the sewing circle," said Ricky. "Maybe instead of writing about it, you should become one," suggested Amelius. "I don't work for a pittance," said Ricky. "Until you have no other choice, but before then you could invest in acquiring a new skill or refining an old one," suggested Amelia. "Such as Ricky? Well, it so happens that a friend of mine is looking for a dance partner, and he wants to win the grand prize this year, so he's taking classes with Rimaru, and the class is already paid. All you will have to invest is time and effort," said Amelius. I have both in ample supply, said Ricky. The class is just taking place. Sheesh, I forgot to ask Imber when it was. No matter, just stop by later around the afternoon and I will ask Rimaru when his class is taking place, said Amelius. And Amelius did not bother to wait for Ricky's response. He knew that the fellow had recently moved into a small flat and his family had stopped sending him spending money. And they were starting to pressure the fellow to marry and to produce heirs as expected of all noblemen. And Ricky already had a couple of portraits of would-be wives, each one more boorish and plain-looking than the last. And though to be fair, portraiture business was a bit of a slums lately, and all of the good portrait makers had died in the Tower of Suberus, and those that had survived by not being there when the tragedy occurred have been pressuring into focusing 100% on magic by the new archmagos. A curse was slowly brewing in the tower, born from the monotony of doing one thing for the reason that no doubt did not quite pan out. And even back in Veragero, Ames's headmaster and her students had been learning since I went on magic, and she claimed that it would help their neuroplasticity, which meant nothing to her students. And when Amelius came home, he found a letter from Rimaru with his class schedule, and it was at times like this that Amelius was more than convinced that he was under constant surveillance. How or why he was so sure was a matter of some debate, and since the war ended, he had lived quite a mundane life, and even in his high night wanderings, Aragon had proven to be quite peaceful, which was disappointing, or maybe he had not been looking in the right place for trouble. And late afternoon came, and weather rigged, and Barbara was sporting a flat heel shoes and a green dress without a corsage, and she had stopped wearing it as of late, which was highlighting her growing belly. And when Ricky saw Barbara, he said, "Is your wife pregnant or something?" "I don't know, maybe," said Amelia, looking at his wife from head to toe. And then he asked her, "When did you last had your monthly?" "I don't know, it comes and goes pretty sporadically, and I figure it should be a bit more regular since I'm watching my diet. Still, tomorrow I'm going to ask the midwife to check," said Barbara. "I always wonder about that," said Ricky. "Is she guessing, or is there a way she knows when a chick is with child or not? And is she always right on the other matter too? Must be a dragon scene," mused Barbara. Time?
7.
The current midwife in Aragon was a maiden who was a quarter dragon, and she was about 89 years old, and she looked the part as well. And despite looking like a mental candle, she was stout, with clear azure eyes, scales around her eyes, and 2 tiny horns only noticeable if you patted her hair, and 4 sharp canines that were the only thing that remained of her teeth. And she had no visible nails, though her fingertips, they appeared from time to time like retractable claws like those of the Wolverine frog. And she was Invar's granddaughter, who went by the name of Cunifer. And when not delivering babies, she amused herself by teaching ballet to small maidens. And her parents had died in the war fighting for a cause that neither Invar or Cunifer believed in. And Cunifer from time to time sat in the dance classes of Rimaru, and she helped to offer guidance whenever Rimaru failed to explain himself to his students, which happened more times than she could remember. And the day that Invar went to the class, Cunifer happened to be helping Rimaru deal with the new student. And the class took place in a remodeled warehouse, and the windows had been made bigger, and the glass panes had been added to the roof to allow plenty of light to enter. And there were plenty of stage lights, and more importantly, due to the original construction, there was enough of an open area for a person to move around the ballroom. And the chorus floor had a large bamboo mat over it to soften the fall, and it was at this point when Ricky said to Amelius, "So who's the pretty lady I will be dancing with? It's not a lady. And I specifically remember telling you that your partner was a he and not a she," said Amelius. "Great. And I am once again a tool for the unfunny practical," said Rick, and not a mummies. "Just promise me that you will try to keep the man from punching me in the face." "I made no promises," said Amelius. And Invar came to Amelius, and Rick narrowed his eyes, and as for Invar's usual habit, his humanoid form had indeterminate gender, and his golden ensemble was also a little too frilly to qualify as 100% manly. And Ricky pulled at his frilly coat over his Adam apple, and he started modulating his voice beneath his breath. And his efforts were in vain when Barbara said to Invar, "This is Ricky, a fallen noble who is looking to acquire a new skill to try to earn his keep." Invar eyed Ricky like a piece of meat, and he drew rather close to Ricky, who took a step back, and Invar quicker as he drew the distance, and he picked Ricky from under his armpits, and after quickly putting Ricky down, he said to Amelius, He was just about right, so he would do for the time being, and he lifted him up like a baby. Conifer tapped the floor with her cane to get everyone's attention, and they all stood in a single line facing the teacher, and Rimaru then entered the scene, and she was wearing a red dress with one long sleeve, and the sleeve was tied and had embroidered decoration, and it was partially see-through, and the dress was tied to the body, all the way down to the hip, and just below the waist area, the dress expanded and became pleated. And the shoes she wore were flat with golden soles, and the exposed arm had bracelet, and Rimaru had her hair done up. And the color that day was red and pink. Amelia had always seen Rimaru in male clothing, even though he was singing girly parts most of the time, and he had to admit that with the right setup, Rimaru could pass as a lady. Enrique too was staring at Rimaru. Enrique thought that Rimaru's attire was a little tight and revealing, and after kneeling down a little, he had no doubt that perhaps Rimaru was a lady, or so he fancied. And guessing what Enrique was thinking and doing, Rimaru said, "Hey, new face. What I am is none of your business, and I don't like sleeping with humans. A dragon's more your age?" asked Ricky, looking at Conifer, who had taken a book to pretend to read. Rimaru then said, "Computer, do me the solemn and block out everything that Ricky says." She then said to herself, "Affirmative." And for the duration of the class, or for many months, Rimaru was not able to hear Ricky's words, and in part because she had forgotten to tell the person she called computer to put things back to normal. And Amelia was the first to ask, "What is a computer?" "Something that helps you count, like an abacus or a tally stick. It is really nothing special, but it helps to keep cool in the face of danger," said Rimaru. She then said, "Anyhow, this is like a new semester and we have only the young and new fresh faces, and I wanted to teach you samba, so let's just get started with the basic steps that apply to guys and girls, and then we move on from there."
Yeah.
As was common in the dance class, there were fellows playing music, and the group of this class consisted of 5 fellows, 2 guitarists, one had the drum, and the other one maracas. And they started with a nice 4x4 beat, and Amelia got the hand of the steps quickly, while his wife Barbara had discovered that she had 2 less feet for this type of music, and Rimaru then started doing her rounds, checking the process of each of the fellows. And she did this while continuing to dance, and she was never a fan of a teacher who just stood there pointing flaws. And for the second part of class, they did the same thing, but this time with their partners, and while dancing, one of the new fellows bumped into Amelia's, and the man said, "Watch it." "Stop," said Rimaru. And the student stopped dancing, and she said to the man, "Come forth." "Is there a problem, teacher?" asked the man. "Yes, I have a problem. I do not know why you came here, and I do not want to know. And you're not allowed to show your face to me ever again, and good day, sir," said Rimaru. "I don't have to put up with this. I didn't even want to come here in the first place," said the man before departing with his dance partner. While the class progressed, Ingvar seemed a bit distracted, and he noticed a couple of times Ricky had stepped on his feet. And Ricky asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm waiting to see what he does," said Ingvar. And just aside, the man had returned along with some unlighted Molotov cocktails, and the second one he lighted one, Rimaru jumped out the window, and Rimaru then lifted the man, who panicked and started to struggle, and Rimaru flew into the sky, while saying, "For your frequent misbehavior and drunken debauchery, you are hereby exiled from Aragon." And Rimaru landed outside the city. And the first time Ricky had ever entered Aragon, he had seen some poor noble fellows begging to be let out inside, and the guard had ignored the death pleas. And what Verona was fun and indentured servitude, Aragon preferred exile to deal with with annoying fellow, and depending on the severity of the crimes, the fellow was either left near the city or miles away from it. While a hard exile was something more permanent, and they were usually dumped in another side of the planet. And since Alisa had been bullied as a child, she had decided to criminalize bully behavior, and she felt that the people needed to see jerks punished in order for there to be some semblance of justice. Alright, time, bro?
3 minutes.
Let's just leave it here since I made it to the end of the chapter. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 9, part 1, the Melancholy. The day started for Rimaru pretty much the same as the last. Since he stopped sleeping, all the day seemed like a long stream of nothingness. And since he had been forced to kill his sweet vampire friend, his eyes had lost all of their luster. And ever since settling in Aragon, he tried to fill the empty void that had become his life with just about any activity he could come up with. If he was not singing, he was dancing. If not dancing, he was doing charity work. And when he could not find an old lady to help, he was feeding stray kittens. And the douchebag in the class had been the last drop, and that Rimaru had not bothered to go outside to do anything. And there was a violence growing inside of him, and going to Saturnastra was the biggest mistake of his life, or so he fancied, and he felt he was better off in his little isolated world, with his brothers and sister only dealing with the familiar Aryan that shared a similar funk. And he wrote a quick note to his brother Marduk. It simply read, "I can't take this anymore." The only thing that had brought him to Saturnastra was his sweet vampire friend, and his little sugar plum rice, but that fool, he made her kill her. And with his thought in mind, Rimaru packed up his entire domicile, and he took the house, the grass, and even the little bugs. When Amelius passed by Rimaru's house on an errand, he was surprised to see the entire place was gone. And he caught Rimaru just as the fellow was making his way towards the train station. And Amelius asked Rimaru, "Where are you going?" "Why do you ask, if you would indulge me?" asked Rimaru caustically. "There is a familiar look on your face, and I was trying to see if I could stop you," said Amelius. "Stop me from doing what?" asked Rimaru. "We have no familiar relationship, and what does it matter to you if I leave and never return?" "Oh, if that is what you're up to, then carry on," said Amelius. "What do you think I was going to do?" asked Rimaru. "Well, back in my Artsy days, there was a strange little skinny fellow, and his squadmates were always bothering him, and one day they went too far by killing and tricking him into eating his pet parakeet, and when he found out about the trick, he was never seen again, till recently," said Amelius. "Ah, you mean he was the tempura serial killer that was hung the other day," said Rimaru, remembering. "Yep, he had the same look as you, the look of someone who just wants to see the world burn," said Amelius. "And I don't know why you're leaving. And I know this is a bit obvious, but there are good people and bad people, and if you focus just on the bad, you will paint everything and everyone around you with the same colors. I don't know, I just have bad luck of only running into bad people. And I don't have my brother's patience to try to change them, and when all I want is for them not to exist in this world anymore," said Rimaru. "That is your problem. You're too negative, and if you think only negative thoughts, then you will draw bad luck towards you. Try a positive outlook in life, and then you will see how everything works out, you know," said Amelius. That's like toxic positivity 101 that he's spouting, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was about to say.
"You sound just like a fortune cookie," said Rimaru. "You got that right. I will return to my errands unless you contaminate me with your filth," said Amelius. He stopped a moment and then he said, "Barbara wanted me to invite you to dinner, and she wanted some extra dance lessons, and you're invited to stop by if it pleases you." Amelius then continued along his way, and Rimaru looked towards the train station, and then he looked in the direction of Amelius' house. If he went towards the train station, he could already picture his life, just spending his time isolated, growing more angry at everything and everyone. Rimaru did not want such a fate. In his ideal scenario, he wanted to go on cookie adventures with different fellows, solving crimes or whatever he felt like, and his friends would be of all kinds, but they would respect one another's differences. Truth be told, Rimaru wanted to travel with his siblings, but since they were all so busy, he did not want to bother them. In the end, Rimaru's stomach decided for him, and Barbara was making her famous pork dumplings, and she was a maiden who loved pork, and she was always looking to improve each of her recipes. And to make her dumplings, she shredded the pork first and fried them by just seasoning them with salt, and then she placed the pork inside the dumplings along with a slice of red bell pepper before cooking them with steam. And the bread or dumpling was made with spinach and whole wheat. And finally, she topped the bread with a pint of garlic. And these dumplings were eaten with black beans, rice, and banana. And the entire scent of pork alone was enough to summon Rimaru to the window. Barbara looked outside the open window of her kitchen, and she noticed a very hungry Rimaru. It was like, food. Rimaru from time to time would appear at people's windows whenever they were cooking something he liked. And the folks always fed him because he would pay them, and for that reason many houses always cooked a little extra just in case a very, very hungry Rimaru came pass by. And Barbara had fed Rimaru once or twice, but she had refused to take the money. And even when he hid the money in odd places, she would always return it. Not Amish, though. If Amish found the hidden change in his room, he would keep it, assuming that his brother had left it for his own personal usage. And Barbara eventually noticed what was happening when Amish increased his moderate spending, and she eventually got Rimaru to stop when she started returning the money that Amish spent. And Rimaru sat in the dining room waiting for his meal, and he had his usual dogged expression. And Barbara, assuming that all stars were divas, she did not pay attention to Rimaru's moodiness. And she was just the type of person who always mechanically fed whatever hungry person she ran into. And there was a fellow bum who always went to Barbara for meals, and she always made extra food because she knew he shared it with his wife and daughter, who were also homeless. And today Barbara was also feeling somewhat melancholy. And she had heard that a nameless fellow had been hung himself in desperation, and she would have offered him shelter, but she felt that feeding the fellow and giving him alms was enough. And she was also not too keen on having strangers in her house, and she was the type of person who grew apprehensive whenever there was an unknown element she couldn't control. Time?
17 minutes.
From time to time, she would check to see if Rimaru was still where she left him, and Amelius came by later, and he was pleased to see that Rimaru had taken up on his offer. And when he arrived, Rimaru was in the middle of sculpting something with clay, and Amelius asked with a bored curiosity, "What are you making?" "A face for a robot," said Rimaru. "Oh, like that automaton," said Amelius. "Yes and no. When done properly, a robot can be a real boy, and a pega is a real boy even if he cannot reproduce like humans do. But he can still give life to a real boy of his own making," explained Rimaru. "Good for him," said Amelius, not understanding a word of that dribble. As Rimaru progressed, Amelius commented, "The face looks a little sad. Why don't you give it a smile?" Rimaru squeezed the clay into his fist, and then he said, "This won't do." "You don't need to destroy your work. It was only a small thing you needed to fix," said Amelius. Rimaru rested his head on the table, and Amelius patted Rimaru's head as he did when he comforted his own manic-depressed twin. And as he did, Amelius couldn't help but ponder if Amish had finally found his happiness. Rimaru then jerked his head up, and it was a habit he had inherited from his mother, and she would always jerk her head up when she was possessed by a new idea. So he was, "Huh?"
Oh yeah, what color is Squirrel's outfit?
It's like it's completely black.
Black, got it.
Yeah, but don't make it too black that it blends into his skin. Just make it like black is blue.
Got it. And the bow?
And the ribbon, in order to stand up, make it like a lighter, like a very slightly lighter shade or dark blue.
Okay.
And also match that tone for the sleeves and the buttons.
Understood.
Yeah, just the cuff for the sleeves.
Alright.
It was a bit of a habit she had inherited from his mother, and she would always, smiling, Rimaru said, "Yes, I got it. Good for you," said Barbara, bringing in the food. While they ate, Barbara made a bit of small talk with Rimaru, and she always found amusing to speak with the fellow. Mainly it was because he always said the strangest thing. So she started as thus, "So what did you get?" "Oh, nothing much. I just had a nice idea, so it might not be the same, but it would at least bring me happiness. I'm so sick, at least I hope. And it might take a bit. And then there is the matter of removing myself from this planet for safety measures as well," said Rimaru. "Why? Aragon is not so bad once you get used to it," said Barbara. "I like this place, and it has gotten a lot peaceful as of lately, and the parks are great, and there are even a lot of new books popping up. What's not to like about the city?" asked Amelia. "That may be enough for you, my dear Amelia, but not for me," said Rimaru. "So tell us what you are planning, if it is not a secret," said Barbara. "I doubt you will get it, but I will try to explain it nonetheless. It is called spectroclonometry, which is different than spectrometry. Now I will explain this," said Rimaru, taking out a laser pointer. Amelia had seen such devices in the Court of Dukes, and they were gimmicks, but nothing to get too excited about, unlike the creation of the never-melting ice cream. The trick was enchanting the cone in order to get the ice cream.
Now I want never-melting ice cream, but I know it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's magic.
Got it.
The trick was enchanting the ice cream cone in order to get the ice cream at the ideal non-melting temperature. And this allowed you to take your time while eating it, and it kept the cone from getting soggy. So yeah, there you have never-melting ice cream. Why didn't they have that in the Harry Potter world? It's like super easy with magic. For Amelia, that was the most important technological development in the entire kingdom. Barbara John a little before saying go on. So where was it? Spectrometry. You use light in order to tell you what type of material it is, and all objects emanate a type of light. And we are glowing because we are made of star stuff, explained Rimaru. And as he did, he has a mind that molded the clay into nondescript forms, and he continued. That glow takes a while to reach our eyes, and if you get far away enough, you can see into the past. So I am going to go like super far and look into the past, and then using a spectrometer, I will analyze my sweet vampire's light, and then I will make a carbon copy of her, and then everything will be as it once was. Yes, but can you copy the soul? Asked Sativa, who was eavesdropping. He placed his head through the garden window. Ah, yes, the soul. Well, I thought of that, and I have it right here, said Rimaru, getting a little empty jar out. That doesn't seem very nice, said Barbara, frowning, and she added, the dead have a right to death. Before Rimaru could say anything else, Amelio had swiftly taken the jar and broken it. And the moment the jar broke, the little soul ascended and gone beyond Rimaru's reach. Rimaru screamed, no, come back! You ungrateful bastard! They opened her soul jar in the soul container, and the little soul escaped, come back! Hey, nobody forced you to sit at our table, you selfish prick, said Amelia before taking a bite from his steamed bun. I hate you, said Rimaru, giving a nasty look. Amelia, as a big brother, he was used to dealing with Brad, and he smiling, he said, as fun as the past is, you need to accept that people change and not always for the better. And even if you would have taken your friends from the past, you might have turned out the same regardless of your best effort. There comes a time when you just have to wash your hands on the entire matter. Speaking of washing your hands, did you remember to do that before eating? Asked Barbara. A bucking hanky, said Rimaru. Ah, well, it's a little too late for that, said Amelius, laughing. There was a silence on the table, and the silence came and took a steam bun before the party, and when it left, Barbara said, well, that was a bit annoying. What is that thing anyway? Asked Amelia. I don't know, said Rimaru. So, like, the silence in the world is like a physical entity that brings silence wherever it goes.
Yeah, but because it was introduced in a different book.
Yeah, in Nalini, which I already read. I don't know, said Rimaru. What a surprise. Mr. I have an answer to everything, doesn't know what it is, said Barbara. There's plenty of unknowns out there, you know, said Rimaru. Are you really going to leave for good this time, asked Amelius? I don't know, said Rimaru. Time?
You still have like 10 minutes.
A day passed and Rimaru had placed his house back on his home lot, and a couple of days later, and he was up and packing again, and he was working his way towards the train. He accidentally bumped into a fellow who was stalking him. And the fellow stalking him went by the name of Lucian Rest, and he was the youngest son of a landlord that had recently become a noble through marriage. And nobility was still a thing in Aragon, and slowly, however, money was becoming the true way of measuring a person's worth. And if you lacked the means to live, you were considered a failure of a human being. And Lucia had grown up in the farm for most of his life, and now that he was expected to act like a noble, he had no idea what to do with himself. And at the age of 27, he felt like a fish out of water inside the mighty city of Aragon. And like Amis, he had become enamored with the idea called Rimaru. And now that he could see Rimaru in the flesh, Lucian was beside himself with excitement, and he said, wow, I haven't the words. Can you sign my hat? Rimaru signed and said, sure, I don't see why not. Rimaru signed Lucian's hat before saying, I don't see why this signature is so important to you. You don't see why, but it is you, Rimaru. How can you not see why you're so important, said Lucian, smiling. Rimaru noted the uneven teeth, the blonde mustache, and the curly hair tied with a bow, as was the fashion on the day, and removed the mustache, and Lucian would have had a lovely lady face, and Lucian then added, where are you going? Do you need a gallant escort? Rimaru sighed, and he said, sure, why not, if it pleases you, and I not want to deny the fellow the chance to bask in my so-called glory. Damn straight, said Lucian in agreement, and he added, sorry, I'm getting used to the idea of minding how I speak. I don't mind the way you speak, said Rimaru, but my father minds ever so much, and my stepmother at times I feel as if she is plotting to kill me, said Lucian. Maybe she is. Lady Capalina has already lost 2 husbands. Maybe she plans to add a 3rd to her collection, said Rimaru, sneering. And Lucian stopped before a shop, and he knocked on the wooden part of the wooden pane 3 times with his fist, and afterwards he said, don't say things like that. father right, you know. Clearly it is a marriage of convenience and she's only 18. So it is a clear and cut case of liking someone who's too young for you, said Rimaru. You sounds like a fake illness if you ask me, said Lucian, continuing his walk with Rimaru. It is not fake, and there are many men all over the world who suffer from this mania, said Rimaru. If it is an illness, it must have symptoms, said Lucian, amused. The symptoms include increased mating and overspending on things of little worth, extreme bouts of jealousy that may lead to homicide, delusions of being loved back, and the extreme neglect of wife and children. And if I were you, I would ask for my inheritance while there is still money to be had, said Rimaru, giving a shrill laughter. Ha ha, very funny. My father's not that stupid, said Lucian. You should have him checked out, and you as well. And I hear that social mania runs in the family, said Rimaru. And Lucian was not able to reply to this statement, for indeed his grandfather had done the same thing. You know, like marrying somebody like really with like a ridiculously huge age gap. And Lucian did not realize it too, but this chance encounter with Rimaru was getting him into a similar type of mood. And Rimaru was about to continue, but he decided to distance himself from Lucian. And Rimaru said, well, here's my stuff, and I will be going to the train station now. And Rimaru then walked and then entered a random nearby shop, and the shop happened to specialize in making dresses, and he walked straight to the shop and he opened the dressing room. And the lady of the shop came to see him what he needed, and the maiden asked, can I help you, Rimaru? Is that fellow Lucian gone? Asked Rimaru. He is still outside, looking rather stupid, said the maiden. If he comes in here looking for me, tell him that I return to my home planet, said Rimaru. Sure, but you will have to tell him yourself, because he's right behind me, said the maiden, laughing. Time?
Hey, 6 minutes.
Rimaru opened the door, and he saw that the girl was just messing with him, and she then added, turning rather serious, are you going to buy something or not? And the dressing room is only for customers. Fine, I will buy something, and then will you let me stay here till Lucian leaves? Asked Rimaru. Sure thing, said the maiden, and Rimaru tried on a bunch of frilly little dresses, and eventually he settled on a lovely red ensemble with the petticoat laces and even the bonnet, and the dress had to be modified to account for Rimaru's almost non-existent bust, and since Rimaru had to wait for the changes to be completed, he was once again compelled to stay in Aragon for another day or so. And every time he went to pick up the dress, the lady said to Rimaru, it is still being made, please come back tomorrow. And after a month of waiting, Rimaru got bored, and he broke into the shop at night, and he found out that the dress had already been done and over with. And the reason why the lady had not given him the dress was because of Lucian. He had paid her to keep Rimaru from leaving Aragon. Time?
6 minutes.
A month passed, and Rimaru had forgotten the very reason he wanted to leave in the first place, and he was still existentially bored, but the company of new games had brought out something that amused him, and as such his entire mind had become occupied with his new toy. And for the next couple of weeks nobody saw Rimaru leave his home, and one day Apega was also visiting his home, and Apega had a crush on Rimaru's living dog, and Rimaru thought it fun to see an automata and a spirit-possessed dog getting along so well. And one was a product of weird science, and the other one was born of magic, and the little platonic romance could easily be the subject of a different book. And the silly dog was about 25% taller than normal humans, and the slender body was ball-jointed, and her body had plenty of elegant silky pink tattoo paste, and it depicted different little runes and chants. And the face had an anime type of proportions, with small nose and stylized mouth and large expressive eyes. And she had been drawn with a sweet innocent smile. The pink eyes had a lot of little reflective glasses to give them extra shine, and the curly pink hair had been grafted onto her head. And the body of the doll had many different modifications over the years, and the joints could now move better since they were no longer elastic. And Apega's little crush went by the name of Carbine, and she had taken the name from her creator's favorite horse, Carabine. And after her creator's death, she had hid her true nation till she was found out, and during Aragon's curse item purchase, she was saved by Rimaru, and now she lives as his maid, and over the years the humans of Aragon grew to accept her personhood. And Carbine was no longer considered a saint, and it was common for Rimaru to meet all visitors. Apega had casually engaged Carbine in conversations, and as for reasons he could not process, Apega found himself going to see Carbine more and more often. And that day during one of such meetings, Apega had looked out the window and seen a fellow take a square piece of Rimaru's lawn, and and since it was not a typically observed behavior from the folks of Aragon, Apega was forced to comment. Somebody has taken a piece of your lawn. Did you ask for this to happen? Asked Apega, turning to see Rimaru's reaction. Rimaru leaped from his seat and then went on to look out the window, and indeed there was a single piece of grass missing from his yard, and Rimaru had inherited his mother's pettiness, so he immediately ran to look for the thief, and after looking left and right, he saw that there were empty patches in many of the different houses all over the neighborhood.
Phone with Dick and Jane?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. Time, bro?
3 minutes.
He examined the scene of the crime from up close, and then he noticed the direction of the footprint, and after checking out the other prints at the neighbor's house, he guessed that the trajectory that the lawn thieves had been taking. And Rimaru ran a bit of a ways till he found a fellow with a basket filled with stacks of lawn, and at most the man could only carry about 7 at a time, and Rimaru was about to detain him, but he got a bit curious about why the man was stealing lawn of all things.
And I'm curious about that.
The fellow eventually entered a seemingly deserted warehouse, and it was a private property belonging to a distant relative of La Imperia, the largest noble family of society, and Rimaru was about to enter through the window when the front door was opened for him. And the man peered aside and looked at Rimaru a bit before saying, I was expecting you, Rimaru. Hardy heart hard. If this is a cry of attention, it is certainly the most unusual, said Rimaru before entering within. And the fellow yawned a bit before saying, I'm not interested in your attention, rather I wanted to know if you remember our work. I had no idea what you're talking about, said Rimaru, for we never met. Not in this life, said the man. Ooh, one of those types of fellows, said Rimaru, sighing. Do you like the work we did? Asked the man. The habitat is nice, but you're only missing the animals, said Rimaru, looking at all of the jars with the grass steps leading higher. And the roofs have been hollowed out to allow for water and light to enter, and there were other key round windows open to allow light to fall on certain habitats at certain times. And Rimaru said, are you poor then? You could have just asked for money if you were doing a scientific venture or something. I do not want to leave a paper trail for our research. It's top secret, said the man. Time, bro?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Rimaru looked at the fellow from head to toe, and he seemed mundane enough, about 87 centimeters, with wrinkles, balding head, the stout frame from continued mobility, and the clothing was neither rich nor poor, and he sported a beige florid journeyman attire with cargo pants and long sleeves, and the eyes too were nondescript as the man, just black and nothing else. So what species are we raising then? Said Rimaru with bored curiosity. Time, bro?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll receive it here. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 10, part 1. They are in danger, and most of them sleep for now, but come here, this one is away, said the man, pointing to one of the large enclosures. And the creature inside was a rather large lizard with lion's mane composed of feathers. It reminded Rimaru of one of those field lizards, except that instead of skin, it had feathers. And the eyes were more like the chameleon, and Rimaru tapped at the glass, and the lizard made a clicking sound, which was unusual. And after analyzing all of the non-lizard species off the top of his head, Rimaru concluded that this lizard was something new. Rimaru smiled and asked, so how do you come upon this place again? Through hypnosis. In a previous life, you found me and you hypnotized me to force me to recall our past work, said the fellow. How long ago did I hypnotize you? Asked Rimaru. About 50 years ago. You died several months later, after helping me recall our important work, said the man. You are not planning on dropping dead on me anytime soon, asked Rimaru. I don't plan on dying. We have work to do, the man insisted, and he added, and if you are still peeved about the lawn, I have some cash, and you were always such a pretty little maiden. For the following hour, Rimaru bargained with the nameless man, and after overcharging the man for stealing her lawn, Rimaru returned home with a smile on her face, and she was in such a cheery mood that she whistled to herself as she walked home. And her new stock illusion said to her as he saw her passing by, Looking good, Rimaru. Rimaru answered, and you as well, Sir Lucian. And for the following week, Rimaru visited the lawn thieves, and she never bothered to ask him his name, and Rimaru figured that he would eventually remember, even though she knew the reincarnation did not entail remembering one's past, and others who claim to remember were just recalling vivid dreams. And the brain cannot tell the difference between a memory, a daydream, or a dream. And when we remember, it creates the same images, and it was when feeling the system of the mind gets messed up and that confusion and all sorts of manias arise. And with Rimaru said the habitat started to produce new species, and they would just appear when the conditions were right for their existence, and after a bit of a transitional period, they were strong enough to live their lives in Saturnastra, and in addition to the habitats, the old man had a bunch of books that Rimaru was not able to read. And Rimaru picked up the language in a matter of weeks, and one day when Rimaru visited the old man, she was shocked to see that he was gone, and after asking about him, the fellow had been found dead with his head on his lap sitting in a bench in the park. And this was neither the first nor the last time that the fellow had been discovered looking like this, and the serial killer was already up to 17 bodies. And despite most patrolling, the killer had yet to be found, and it was for this reason that Rimaru and some of the knights had been slowly installing cameras all over the city to catch the crook. And the man apparently could perceive the roaming observers and the fairies even, and the cameras were the last resort. A month passed, and the trail of the killer had ran cold, and it did not help that the ghosts of the victims had passed on as soon as they dropped dead, and aside from the decapitation scene, the bodies did not seem too far damaged, and each had been done by a different instrument, and based on the time difference of all of the body, one was either dealing with a copycat or one of the species that tended to live far longer. And Rimaru first visited the usual suspects. The graves were not out to decapitating humans as of lately, and they had already studied the effects of
decapitation. As of lately? Do the graves do that normally?
As of lately. As of lately.
They suddenly seem to have stopped decapitating.
They don't decapitate people. If you didn't have another reason to fear the gray aliens,
not often, but as of lately.
They had already studied the effects of decapitation on humans during the French Revolution, and
okay.
The theory has rarely bothered to descend from the mountains, and the dragons were never the kind to amuse themselves with bullying weaklings. And the only remaining suspects were the orcs, the dwarves, and the elves. And in the city of Aragon, they live a respectable family of orcs. And since they have recently started living, the other two were removed from the suspect list, and this narrowed the list to the dwarves, the elves, and the copycat humans. Of the humans, Rimaru and the soldiers stalked or interrogated a couple that had appeared at the scene of the crime. And as for the elves, only one lived in the city of Aragon. And the slave had left to join the Alpha-Seer and had been spirited away by Nalini. And others had joined the ranks of Nalini's crystal knights, and there was one of such knights, but the fellow had developed an affinity for food.
So basically previously on Nalini. A different book that you should have read before this one.
Previously on Nalini. And after losing his form, he no longer fitted inside his armor. And as a former knight, he did as other human knights did: start a family, gamble, go to the opera, start a business venture, and so forth. So like the Oka he can no longer be, and he can no longer do like nice stuff because he can't fit on the armor. I used to be a warrior like you, and then I discovered cottage cheese, and then I discovered cheese. And as for the few dwarves, they were busy trying out new career paths that had been open to them, and no longer did they have to settle for being a bartender, a warrior, a jester, or a smith. And at the moment, Rimaru was coaching a little dwarven maiden named Scylla. And Scylla was rather tall despite belonging to the dwarven race, and she was 5'2", which was tall enough to put her in the petite category. And she had been quite beloved and pampered as a child, and it was for this reason why her father thought she had grown so big, and through observations her father, Scalia, had seen that suffering tended to make children short, and he fancied that the dwarven race had suffered a lot, which would contributed to the short stature. And since he had big hopes for his darling Scylla, he made his best effort to provide a healthy environment for his little girl. And his newest fancy was becoming a singer, and after much begging, Rimaru had finally agreed to coach Scylla, even though he was in the middle of an investigation or something. And the maiden had a healthy muscular frame, but somewhat softened due to her early ballet schooling. And she had large, expressive, honey-colored eyes, and short ginger mane with a healthy caramel pink color. And as for her voice, voice, it was akin to the noises made by a frightened peacock. Ah! Ah! That's what she said. Ah! At the moment, Rimaru was saying, "It is me, 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 me. Try to get it to this range. Me, screech kid, no, screech Sila." Lucian, who was in the habit of inviting himself to whatever home Rimaru was visiting, entered Sila's study. And since Sila was shy about her terrible singing, Rimaru gave her lessons at home, and Lucian asked, "From what lips did such a terrible sound originate from?" "The only terrible voice I'm hearing is coming from your mouth, Lucian," said Rimaru caustically. Sila had a dour look on her face, and Rimaru patted her little hands and said in a condescending tone, "Don't worry, honey. If all else fails, I can try hypnosis." "Will that help?" asked Sila. "It worked for a certain Eric, so it might work on you. You just need to hear yourself singing well in order to gain the confidence to do so on demand," said Rimaru, trying to make Sila feel about her lack of skills a little better. "Oh, I know the hypnosis seems quite well, and I can hypnotize you, little girl," said Lucian, sitting on a nearby chair before Sila. "I am 27, protested Sila. "Who cares? It is just us. And why are you working so hard to stand up for yourself? You keep out that little attitude of yours, and you will learn nothing but contempt," ranted Lucian. "I don't know," said Rimaru. "My grandma let one thing slide, and then folks kept bullying her entire life." "That's not very nice," said Lucian. "And pray do tell, who was ever foolish enough to mess with your esteemed grandmother?" "It doesn't matter anymore. It happened like billions and billions of years ago," said Rimaru. "I see, so the rumors of you being an ancient vampire are true," said Sila, getting serious. "So you're billions of years old," she thinks that because of what
It could just be exaggerated.
Yeah. "Wow, so you're that old? You're billions of years old. Wow." "Ancient? I just got into my 30s, and please do not put so many years upon me, more than I actually deserve," said Rimaru. "And the big numbers are," asked Sila. "That is called exaggeration, and what I speak of is happening right now, even as I speak," said Rimaru. "Is that so? We should go stop then," said Lucian, getting up, and he had a soft spot for helping little old ladies, since he had been raised by one. And while most men carry lots of hair from their beloveds, Lucian carried a lock of hair from his Nana, and the scent helped him sleep at night. "Don't worry about it, it's fine," said Rimaru, and suddenly he came up with an idea. As his mother often did, Rimaru jerked his head, and suddenly the idea came upon him. He left Sila's studio without saying a word, and back at home he found a very insulted Ahi. And he was appalled by Rimaru, who had suspected of his brother, and Rimaru was not truly accusing Ahi of killing a peasant. Rather, he thought his brother was just doing a prank.
Aren't they all dead now? I mean, he can easily slaughter everyone in that area.
No, but it's the angler, the tiny one.
Oh, the tiny one, got it.
Yeah, he's an angler fish.
Alright.
Well, an angler dragon, you know, you see the tiny little lure, you think you're looking at a human, but then if you get too close, in the end, Rimaru had to admit that his brother was not the type of person to play with his food. And with his usual suspect out of the way, Rimaru was left to ponder on the identity of the serial killer. And he didn't know who was the person doing the decapitation. Still, since Rimaru had been so mean about the problem, he had decided not to depart from Aragon for the time being. And during the weekly family reunion, my Duke also gave Rimaru a serious scolding. And on her way home, Rimaru noticed a strange-looking maiden, and there was something fluid about the way she moved her arms and legs, almost as she had no actual bones.
Oh yeah, is this book pre-Ahi or post-Ahi?
Oh, this one is it's post-Ahi, post-King Bersame getting killed.
Got it. So it happened at the same time as the previous one.
Which one was the previous one?
The mermaid singer.
No, we haven't read that one yet.
Oh, okay.
The last one we read, I think. Oh yeah, Loki.
Yeah, it happens at the same time as Loki, right?
Yeah, around there. Post-war.
Mm.
When Rimaru cornered the lady, he said, "Aha! You are the squid lady we met in the train. Remember the squid lady who said that she likes to travel from area to area, killing people?" Okay.
You gotta go one point. You gotta say, "Aha! It was Ahi."
So it was her brother. So it was a serial
So this would be Chekhov's Squid Lady. She
It
gets
is-
introduced at the beginning and now she's coming back.
It is Mindy's, in case you have forgotten, said Mindy's coolly. Mindy's. Having your cousin as prominent as is, why have you been decapitated in the locals as a lady? Asked Rimaru. It is one of my favorite pastimes. What does it matter to you what I do? Said Mindy's, changing into the form she had when they met on the train. And Rimaru was cautious, and aside from her confession, they really had no proof that Mindy was the killer. And Rimaru was not the type of person to blindly believe a confession without any evidence, and idiots tended to confess to a lot of stupid things in order to issue a provocation. And even though Rimaru did not believe, Amelius, who was patrolling the city, did believe. So Rimaru said no, maybe like the squid lady was just goading her into a battle in order to have an excuse to kill Rimaru. He said, come on, big bro. Yeah, the killer you're looking for. Wanna fight about? He tried to pierce Mindy's with his spear, and Mindy removed the spear with a tentacle, and she shot it right back at Amelius. And Amelius dodged it, and then he brought out his stringless bow, thumbing. And when he shot the first arrow, it did not fire, and Mindy then appeared before, with a thin smile painted on her lips. And she said with her pink eyes enlarging, well, this is most unfortunate. Like, right, you're very close to the kill street, to the kill distance.
So does she have the same power as those other guys from the book that can negate magic?
No, it's just like the bow is an astral weapon, so they only shoot evil.
Got it. And she's not technically evil, even though she's a killer. The bow doesn't perceive her as evil.
Yeah,
Yeah, just like Franco, you can kill Franco using divine weapons either.
Yeah, no, it's just that you gotta consider this, what is it, like, if you butcher an animal to eat, are you technically committing murder? Or are you just doing your survival thing or maintaining sustenance because you're an obligate carnivore? You get me?
Yeah.
It's not the lion's fault that it must eat meat. That is just how nature intended it after years of evolution, you know?
Yeah.
So that's and she's an alien.
Got it. The bow doesn't perceive her as evil, so it won't fire.
Yeah. One of her tentacles became sharp like a spear, and she would have decapitated Amelius if Rimaru had not stopped her using telekinesis. Like she would like to pierce her spear with her tentacle spearhead thing. But then the telekinesis stopped her. Amelius called by her tentacle, and Amelius looked at his bow, and he commented, "This is the first time my bow has failed me. That is a sacred weapon, and in this case, Mindy is not guilty," said Rimaru. "But then why did he claim otherwise?" asked Amelius. "What can I say? I like killing people," said Mindy shyly. So she was just goading into a fight. Like she likes killing people, but she likes it when they attack her first, you know? It's part of her crazy serial killer ritual. And since they started the fight,
She likes to start fights to have a reason to fight.
yeah, and then she's goading other people into violence, and technically she's not evil because she didn't start the fight, but she ended it. So everything would have been fine if, like, the person hadn't acted upon their violent nature. So she just kills violent individuals.
Got it.
Amelius stopped a moment, and then he said, "Mindy's means it. So you're the squid monster plaguing Aragon. I may be a monster and a plague, but I have never been a squid," said Mindy. "So you're the squid monster plaguing Aragon. I may be a monster and a plague, but I have never been a squid." It's just a bad joke. I think I'm starting to get what you are about. You should talk with Amelius some more, and in a more calm setting, and you will see that you both have plenty in common. You might even become friends," said Rimaru, smiling. "What is that supposed to mean?" asked Amelius. "Give it some thought, why don't you?" said Mindy, putting back on her human disguise. As she walked through the shadows of the alley, she changed forms a couple of times, and the following day another body was found, and the dead fellow was simply decapitated with no special arrangement. And the guards at first went to obey protocol, but one was wiser than the rest to just wait and see. And one made a makeshift wire trap, and he placed it at the foot of the corpse, and after 2 hours of the body decaying, Lady Scylla approached, and she was sporting an invisible bracelet. And the soldier saw the head being picked up by something unseen and being placed on the lap of the dead guy. And when she got strung out, the identity of the perp got revealed, and as she started screaming like a peacock, and the arrest was made, and Lady Scylla was forced to explain to her father why she had been decapitating folks. So the crook was a little dwarven singer lady.
How do they know that she had an invisible bracelet? Because you said it?
Yeah, because I said. They didn't know, but they left a wire trap. The guy just put the head in the floor. And then the serial killer, following his protocol, went back to put the head back on the lab.
Oh, gotcha.
So he sprung a trap using the corpse.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, so then
They disturbed the reacher, so you have to come back and fix it.
Yeah, because serial killers sometimes be very, they're very OCD about their little rituals. So then one of the guards, I know that serial killers are like super OCD, so I'm just going to put the head on the floor, and then I'm going to put a wire trap near it, and then I'll see what I string up. So then somebody wearing an invisible bracelet came and fixed the head, and then she got strung up. So yeah, so that's how they caught her, using her serial killer ritual against her. You know?
Yeah.
The girl explained that it was not people, but corpses. And she checked their pulses and everything before proceeding. Like, she didn't kill them, she just liked to decapitate their body.
Wait, so she's finding people who are dead and decapitating them?
Yeah, and then putting their heads on their lap. But still, that's something that usually escalates either way.
But those people were dead because of other reasons.
Yeah, like the old guy died of old age. And then she decapitated his head and put him on the person's lap. Who knows, maybe they could have been revived, like you taser them enough and then they come back to life. But the point is that she claimed to have only been doing that to corpses, but that still doesn't change the fact. Why the hell are you like cutting people's head up and putting them on lap? What's wrong with you? You crazy person. We all agree that that's something that only a freaking lunatic does.
Yeah.
With serial killer tendencies. She's not there yet when she's doing that to like...
She's very close.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going to happen when she can't find dead people? She's going to make some.
She checked their purses and everything before proceeding. And she had even seen their spirits departing and everything. And in the end, the girl was convicted of being an unlicensed necromancer. And as part of her sentence,
Wait, you can get a license to do necromancy in this world?
Yeah.
Oh, from the guild.
Yeah. You can, everything licenses are not necessary if magic is illegal. But if magic is a regulated practice and even practiced by the army, of course you need a license to do more advanced stuff, Now you can't just be digging up courses to do-it-yourself necromancy, following a do-it-yourself necromancy book.
Yeah, right.
Time?
3 minutes, 20 seconds.
As part of her sentence, she had to work for 6 months in a funeral home. And it's gonna be said that as far as her father was concerned, still in Aragon, necromancers had to be licensed, and they were only allowed to work on bodies of executed criminals. And this was in fact a softening of an old law in Aragon, which forbade necromancy altogether. It was a crisp morning in Aragon, and a thin snow soon followed, and the winter season had finally come there, and Aragon was subtropical, so it was rare for it to get any type of snow. And the temperature drop had been quite sudden, and even the canals were getting a thin layer of frost. And even when this occurred, posters were usually placed all over the city to inform homeless of possible shelters. And following, roughly 10% of all population of Aragon was composed of homeless people. And through legislation and placement programs, Alisa had lowered it from the original 25%. So originally, a quarter of the people living in Aragon had no homes, but now it's only 10%. So that city used to have ridiculously extreme poverty. Time?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
And when her husband had crushed a rebellion in Aragon, he had not bothered to rebuild the homes and businesses broken in this skirmish, and instead he had built for himself a little fortress and a pleasure palace to boot. And due to his drunken debauchery, the nice nobles in town is no longer taken seriously. So instead of rebuilding, he just I'm just gonna fix up the castle, and I'm gonna build myself a nice palace. So all of the materials that were supposed to go to rebuilding, he didn't use it on that. He spent it on himself, and now all of the locals be On this particular day, Leo had been found napping under a tree, and he would have frozen to death if not discovered by Lucian. And Lucian, who was new to the city, did not recognize Leo, and when Leo awoke, he found himself at one of the shelters in the old ruined temple of Artisa. And he noted the hammering, and he commented, "Stop that noise before I can have you hanged." Like the one that I found napping under a cherry tree is like the owner, it's like the ruler of the city. Who like passed out drunk under a tree, and then he got mistaken for another homeless guy, and then he got like taken to one of the shelters that his wife built. Time?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave it here. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. It was chapter 11, right?
Yeah, chapter 11.
Chapter 11, part 1. One of the nearby homeless folks said to Leo, "Sorry, my lord, but Lady Alisa is getting a roof patch up." "Oh, right, my apologies. Where am I exactly?" said Leo, looking a bit disoriented. "This is the temple of Artisa," said a lady cradling a small little kitty cat. "They don't allow cats in the temple, you know," said Leo. "Well, the priest no longer uses this structure since you so graciously compromised his roof with no intention of visiting them," said Peluche, emerging from the shadow. Aside from his animal costume, Peluche was now sporting a silk fur jacket. And Leo said, "Don't you have anything better to do with your time?" "I could ask you the same thing," said Peluche, and he added, "When was the last time you saw your son?" "He doesn't need me. Nobody needs me," whined Leo. "My dude has found you, and you can expect a visitation from him when you are ready," said Peluche. "How very gracious of the Demon King to make time for somebody as significant as I. But I'm afraid I am going to have to decline his offer to see him," said Leo. "Not that it matters much, seeing as though he always does what he wants. Hey, my dude, how are you?"
It's like right here.
"Hey, my dude, oh, look at that jerk, look at that jerk. Oh, wait, the jerk is here. Hi, my dude." Leo had just noticed my dude walking with his little entourage, and once a week the siblings would get together and do stuff. And this time it was Chica's turn to choose a family activity, and he wanted to fix the roof of the old church, so they were analyzing the structural integrity and so forth. And Rimaru was painting one of the walls, and as he did, he whistled a little tune to himself, and painting the wall was not part of the project, but like my duke, he always did what he felt like. "Good evening, my brother," said my duke. "It is morning, but I appreciate your empty sentiments, my duke," said Leo. "I have been thinking of opening up a little workshop or factory," said my duke. "Good for you," said Leo, faint disdainfully. The conversation was cut short when the door of the temple opened and strange men sporting bizarre neon-colored attires entered the vicinity. And one of the fellows had feet that seemed to be made of iron, and the pair were talking with one another as they surveyed the area. "Who are they?" asked Leo. "Troublemakers from the outer continent. They are sizing us up and not for socks," said Marduk. "That is a saying I'm not familiar with," commented Leo. "Are you worried?" asked Marduk. "You tell me, all-seeing, all-knowing Demon King," said Leo, bowing. "Geesh, enough already," said Rimaru. "Brother, why don't you lift the curse you place upon Leo, and ever since you forced him to be sober, he has been most insupportable as of lately." "You don't abandon your family," said Marduk sheepishly. "I would appreciate it if you abandoned siblings from time to time, especially the ones that are not related to you by blood," said Leo. Like, remember in Marduk, he had that little brother, but from the woman that had adopted him. So then he's also taking care of the family that's not like from his own planet and shit and stuff. "If I did that, then you would be the only brother in my life," Leo said, Marduk smiling. "Whatever, I am done with your otherworldly nonsense for today, and I'm going to ride the train," said Leo, departing. Leo every once in a while rode the train lines, and he never got off. He simply found it peaceful to see the lights in space pass by ever so slowly. And there was one specific track which did not go very far. Rather, it circled around the planet before returning back down to Saturn. And with the novelty of being able to leave the planet, many of the smaller hamlets had become devoid of youth, and they wanted to strike out their fortune in a new land, in a new world. And those who were the wisest knew the truth. planets and life forms change, but humanoids are all one and the same. Or intelligent life forms, you know. Rimaru were painting said to my dog, I have been thinking of traveling a bit, but you hate to travel, said my dog. Sometimes one has to get out of the comfort zone to enjoy the little things again, said Rimaru. Or, can you learn to enjoy the little things now without traveling abroad, insisted my dog. But who will take care of my little farms, asked the Asura. You, said Rimaru, since you care so much about it. Oh, sure, I guess I volunteer, said the Asura, pouting. I guess you did, my little sister, said Rimaru, and call me if anything cool happens. Cool like what, asked the Asura. I don't know, surprise me, said Rimaru. And with this said, Rimaru returned home to make up his travel things. And since Aragon was a bit of a more of a permanent arrangement, he did not have to set out with just the clothing on his back, and after consulting the world map, he decided to check out the home of the folk that had visited the temple. And when Carbine heard of his departure, she seemed a bit sad, and she said to Rimaru, can I come with you? Sure, why not? Pack your things, said Rimaru. On second thought, I don't really want to go, said Carbine. Then why did you ask us, Rimaru? I was expecting for you to say no, said Carbine. Can I come with you? He said, yes. Aw, I wanted you to say no. He's one of those jerks that wants to pretend to be taking interest in your things, but they really don't want anything to do with it. Since you're just going to collect dust in my house, I want you to at least get out and perform at the theater or something, or you can continue to just collect dust if it pleases you, suggested Rimaru. I think I will go back to collecting dust for the time being, said Carbine, sitting down on the couch once more. And Rimaru left the controller beside her before departing. And once he was outside the house, he thought maybe I should take the traveling companion with me. And right on cue, her brother Monkey King appeared. He said, I can go with you. Can you really? Don't you have a bunch of angry apes waiting for you to return home, asked Rimaru. That is precisely the reason why I want to go with you, said Monkey King. And the siblings walked together a bit of a ways towards the inn, and before Rimaru got there, Monkey King was intercepted by Gargantua. And after some protestations, Monkey King was forced to return to his people. And for the following days, Rimaru looked for a traveling companion, and everyone he ran into was either indisposed or sick of traveling due to the previous prolonged war campaign. And by the end of the way, Rimaru gathered for himself 2 traveling companions, and the first was Sativa. Remember, like the vampire from the start of the book? Well, the elf guy that engages in vampirism. Because he's an elf guy that requires blood and he has really sharp teeth, but he insists he's totally not a vampire, even though he's like the most uber vampire that ever vampire in vampire room. Type?
16 minutes.
He was curious to see how much the world had changed, and the second person was Mindy, and she still had more people to kill in Saturnastra. Also, she figured that she would run into her targets just by hanging out with Rimaru. And on his last day before the party, Rimaru approached the foreigners at the inn, and Rimaru asked the fellow, where are you from? Oh, what is it to you, stranger, said the fellow in a strange neon outfit. From up close, Rimaru noted that the attire was made of synthetic fiber, like rayon or nylon. And it was a bit of a wonder why the area master was allowing this. Well, I thought I could travel with you and see your city. As a performer, I'm always looking for new ventures, said Rimaru. And the fellows whispered to one another, and after getting a look at the other 2 companions, Rimaru, they decided to bite, and he said, soon we will return home, and a leader might find your native performances amusing. And after the fellows concluded their rounds in Aragon, the group traveled to Sassari, Toka, and Veragerum. And they would have entered Sibila as well, but the dragons were in the middle of mating season, so they were not taking tourists. And they also visited the continent. The foreigners visiting the continent of Persame came from the east, and there was a rather long eastern continent. And due to its geography, it had all sorts of types of temperature zones. And recently they had gotten themselves an ambitious new ruler, and like Persame, he was into knowledge and technology. And in a short time period, the entire continent had been unified under his leadership. And since this had occurred in such short notice, none of the observers were up to date with the situation situations all over Saturnastra. And Saturnastra had about 15 continents, about 9 of them were around the equator. And this assured that the vast majority of us could meet one another by either traveling east or west, and a couple were barely separated by small bodies of water. And in relation to Aragon, these folks came to the east, and according to the foreigners, their continent went by the name of Karste. And for the many centuries their home had been divided until a medicine man came onto them. Sounds boring, commented Mindis. Not all political problems are solved by violence, said Sativa. Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, said Rimaru, laughing. The year ended, and with it the foreigners made the great mistake of setting sail. And since the intercontinental travel was new to them, they did not know of the weather patterns of the continent of Bersamin. And every winter from down the mountains of Sibila, some frozen storms were formed, and they would always descend down the mountains into the sea. And traveling eastward during the winter was always a death sentence, and Rimaru had informed the foreigners of the fact, but she was in a particularly bored type of mood, and she wanted to see the forks squirm. And the ship said sail was a tad too advanced, and the ship had sails but also coal steam engines. And when the winds were not cooperating, the sails were removed and the engine was turned on. And it had a 2-pivot mounted 32-pounder and 4-6 powder guns. And the iron hull was watertight, so it could sustain systematic damage. And due to its sleek form, it could sail through rivers. And the downside to the ship was that the compass malfunction, and for that reason the captain always threw the anchor down whenever it got too cloudy. Time?
12 minutes.
And on a crisp New Year morning, Rimaru had left her little cat to wander about the deck, and she swayed back and forth following the rhythm of the ship. You know, the ship is swaying fast and she's like, In her pocket there rested Sativa in the form of a tomato, and he was fighting seasickness, and whenever he was in a mood, he would take the form of a vegetable, usually a tomato. And seated on the railing of the ship, Rimaru saw Mindis, and she had a lute, and she was strumming a terrible tune with an off-key voice. And one of the fellows said in his foreign tongue, which was Spanish by the way, "We should send that thing from whence it came." The other fellows responded, "Yeah, you do that." Like, kind of squib monster. And despite casting many dark shadows, the humans manning the ship were generally afraid of Mindis. And in their continent they did not have any humanoid species, or even dragons for that matter. They did have a lot of cryptozoological animals, as well as plenty of Cretaceous and Jurassic creatures. And underground, beneath their civilization, lived the Draconians. And unlike the Saurians and the Greys, they kept pretty much to themselves. And their presence was only discovered by the locals when they took their flying saucers to fetch one of their own that had been resurrected by magic of all things. And whenever such a non-scientific magical miracle occurred, the little alien creatures usually made quite a fuss about it. So like a Saurian, so like a Draconian was resurrected with magic, and then the Draconian did like, "Ooh, what's magic?" And since they were in a fuss as of lately, the humans for scarcity had been on edge, and eventually a young ship hand was brave enough to approach Mindis, and he said, "You should go home." "I was invited here," said Mindis coolly. "Well, then you're uninvited," said the boy. "I go where I please, and if my presence bothers you, boy, then do something about it," said Mindis, giving the child a quaint smile. "If my presence bothers you, do something, I dare you." The smile showed the teeth inside her beak, and she was a bit of a goose-like sometimes, and the child made his way towards a nearby harpoon, and it was still bloody from the recent whale catch, and based on the shape of it, the mariners had fished out a killer whale, and the kid brought forth the harpoon towards Mindis, and Rimaru intervened, taking the harpoon from the brat. And Rimaru said to the kid, "What, are you stupid? Only a fool picks a fight against a foe he doesn't know he can beat." "I can take him," said the brat. "I have harpooned lots of seafood and even squids. If the kid says he can take me, you should let him," said Mindy, strumming her guitar. He said, "The kid wants to fight, alright."
Oh yeah, by the way, the people watching this, Google goose teeth. They're creepy as
Yeah.
So you know what you described.
Yeah, like goose actually had teeth.
And they're horrifying.
Yeah. Goose with his open mouth, and you had nightmares.
Yeah.
If the kid says he can take me, you should let him, said Mindy, strumming her guitar. Fine, do as you will. It is your funeral, said Rimaru. The child looked at Mindy, and Mindy studied the child. And Rimaru was also looking at the brat as well, and she was pondering on whether she found it amusing to see him die, or if she should intervene again. And Mindy still had not gotten bored of killing people in Saturnastra, and it was not for the very reason that she was lingering in this world. And like Amelia, she only killed those who tried to harm her. And the 16-year-old brat took the spear and he flung it at Mindy, and Mindy caught the spear with her guitar, and then she stretched her tentacles and came at the brat, and as she called around him, the kid started crying, and he even released himself out of fear, and Mindy lost interest in the brat, and she was even more disgusted by how he had stung her attire, and the sailors laughed, and a couple were even forced to pay up a failed bet. So like she lost interest because the kid stole himself and he stole her outfit as well. Like, God. So then she be like, oh God, you dirty my stuff. So then Dad hated him doing that. Because she was more, her disgust overcame her desire to kill. Time, bro?
8 minutes.
When night fell, a winter storm came and weathered the ice problem, and the ship was not equipped for breaking through the ice, and the front of the hull received plenty of damage, and the captain still pressed on with fear of getting stuck and freezing to death. And all of the sailors took turns manning the ship and setting next to the coal engine to keep warm. And when morning came, the once elegant black iron sailboat was now cotton white. And the following morning, the sky was clear, like it snowed a lot. You get me? The sailors had spent their time clearing the snow and performing mast repair, and after making it past the terrible ice storm, it was smooth sailing for the rest of the trip. And it was around spring when Rimaru saw the continent was scarced, and since the ship had geared up, of course, they were now in the northern part, and there was a thin layer of ice near the coast, and Rimaru was sitting in the front of the ship, and Mindy was sitting beside her. Mindy said, "Do you ever just ponder on all of your life choices?" "Not really. Seems like a waste of time," said Rimaru. "Ah, pooh," said Mindy. "If you wanted to hear yourself talk a bit, then you might as well try again," said Rimaru. "I just find your company ever so inspiring," said Mindy. "What can I say? I was happier with my own little things, and then my conscience had to kick in and made me do the right thing," said Rimaru, who was still bemoaning the death of his sweet vampire.
Candace?
Yeah, not Candace. Remember that in Marduk, Rimaru showed up with a little vampire friend that attacked Marduk and like all of his friends.
Oh yeah, I remember.
She was never able to turn off the whole kill thing very often because the way that she acquired vampirism was in order to survive a violence that was done upon her. So then she just stayed very angry and very murdery, and then she had to be off because she couldn't stop killing. Very sad. "Yeah, I hate it when it happened. It keeps you from finally achieving true happiness," said Mindy. "In what way do you amuse yourself? Back in the old days before you got into the whole killing thing," asked a bored Rimaru. "I amuse myself by doing things that you folks execute others for," said Mindy. "If you want to provoke a fight, you have to try a little harder," said Rimaru, chuckling. The boat slowly crossed the ice as it advanced full steam upriver, and the captain had docked, but he wanted to return home. And the trees and landscape reminded Rimaru of a place he had seen in an old farm with maples and elms and hollies and magnolias. And in a little fishing hamlet there was a forest of willow trees, and on the other side of the river there were cliffs just beyond the forest, and on top of the cliffs there was even more woods, and from time to time a large lizard would swim beneath the ship. And it scarcely stopped barely noticeable beneath the deep, murky, green, cold waters. And sailing against the current was a bit of a slow progress, and eventually the river opened into two sections, and the boat took a choppy path, and this time the ship was following the current, and the current eventually turned into rapids, and the sailors deployed the paddles to steer the ship, and a jerking motion was enough to cause Mindy to go overboard, and none of the sailors paid any attention to the missing passenger, and a few even breathed a sigh of relief. And Rimaru got up and held out a rope tied to a bowstring, and she laughed with glee as the ship went up and down, left and right. And one of the sailors at the mast yelled, "Fire the engine!" And the boat then started changing directions quickly, and they needed to change course to the left and calmer channel, and if they missed their entrance, it would plummet into a waterfall. And a rod that had tumbled out of the mountain blocked the entrance to the side channel, and the ship plummeted down the waterfall with everyone screaming with the exception of Rimaru, who was laughing. And before it struck down the sharp shadow underneath rock, the shadow of Mindis manifested, and it lifted the ship, and it placed it at the proper path, and it also removed the rod that had caused so much pain and frustration. And when the shadow disappeared, Mindis climbed onto the boat, and the incident had occurred so quickly that most of what the human had seen was a bunch of tentacles, and then I relayed the apparition with the little Mindis. And Mindis frowned, and when she noticed that nobody was coming to thank her, and Sativa had just finished his nap and had gone to see what was all the commotion. What happened, Sativa? Time, bro?
Tremendous.
Oh, nothing. I saved the world and nobody thanked me, pouted Mindis. See, this is what happens when I listen to my conscience. It never brings me any happiness. If you don't like helping others, then don't do it. I rarely bother to help folks, and I manage to sleep just fine at night, said Sativa, sitting beside Mindis. That is easier said than done, said Rimaru. And the days down the river flowed rather smoothly, and the sailors in a wondered why they had been saved, and the passengers who had beckoned Rimaru to come with them seemed to know better. And the fellow with the prosthetic leg said to Mindis, "Thank you for saving us." "Well, it's about time somebody said Mindis. The other fellow added, "How can we repay you?" "I can give you a monthly plan if you don't have cash in hand," said Mindis. "I beg your pardon," said the man with the prosthetic leg. "Just what I thought," said Mindis. "It is just a figure of speech," said Sativa. "Thanks are cheap, you know, but appreciated," said Mindis, climbing to the foremast. And the chef currently on duty there did not appreciate her appearance, but he was not the sort of fellow to pick a fight against something so bizarre. And the man with the prosthetic leg asked Rimaru, "Why do you want to come with us? Why leave behind such a promising music career?" "The music career was nothing but an illusion," said Rimaru. "How so?" asked Sativa. "Well, at first I was just trying out my own thing, but folks did not pay me any attention. Then one day I sang what was cheap and popular, and even then nobody took me seriously, and I was just another talented weirdo without a roof over my head. And in the old continent, if you're not someone with connections or friends, nobody gives you a fair chance, and it doesn't matter what you do," pouted Rimaru. "But then how do you get by?" insisted Sativa. "The same way as everyone else. Someone with connections, in the case my brother, opened the door for me, and he told Alisa to invite me to sing at her parties. Then one day a theater guy took an interest in my voice, and the rest is history," said Rimaru sadly. Time?
1 minute.
"Bummer," said the fellow with the prosthetic leg, and he added, "Don't worry now. In my home, it will be I who opens the door for you, but at a price." "Yes, I can imagine what price you want," said Rimaru in a tongue the fellow could not understand. Alright, let's see this chapter at that. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 12, part 1, The Performance. It was around late spring when the ship arrived to the city of Oya. The river divided the city in half, and at the center of the river there was a small island. And the island was well fortified with large walls, mainly used to reduce the effect of flooding. And when the banks of the river grew too much, it was common for large segments of the little island to be underwater. And in the tallest segment of the island there was an anachronistic building, and the architecture of the city of Oya had a certain flavor to it, and it reminded Rimaru of Machu Picchu due to the step arrangement and the emphasis on walls and channels. And like Aragon, Oya was constantly struggling to control the element of water, and Oya used walls and channels to deal with the problem, and as for Aragon, it was completely harnessed the element due to the existing plumbing and aqueducts. And the houses were stuck up in slopes in order to gain height, and at the lower tier, there were the farming houses who needed access to the river for irrigation. And the higher tier houses with better views belonged to the rich folks, and there were certain structures that resembled temples, and these temples were perfect spheres with an oculus in the center, an odd choice indeed, and the humbler houses were rather square, made with clay roofs, and it was the peasant homes that made Rimaru think of Machu Picchu. As for the water accommodation, they varied greatly in design, and many were getting remodeled, and they showed a new interest in the outside world, and each sea voyager returned with journals informing about buildings and causes and technologies of the outside world. And the current mentality of Obeah nobility was out with the old, in with the new. And for all their advancement, the social structure of the city had not changed one bit. What Obeah lacked in slavery, it made up tenfold with prison labor, and its dependency on prison labor made punishments in the city particularly long and arbitrary at times, and the length of each sentence was not set in stone, though the laws were. And Rimaru noted the colored laws in a large stone tablet at every crossroad, and when she descended from the port, the guy at the immigration office gave Rimaru a fat tome with all of the laws of the city. And Rimaru started flipping through it, but the man with the prosthetic leg told Rimaru, "Those laws are only for commoners." And he handed a little pamphlet to Rimaru, and smiling he said, "These ones apply essentially to workers like you and me." And Rimaru pretended to read the rules over the top, and he then handed the same item to Mindy, who actually bothered to look at the rules. And she started reading the rules of the commoners, and it was at this point when Mindy asked, "What do you go by?" "I thought peg leg was enough for you folks," said the man with the prosthetic leg. "It was at first, but one never knows what the future holds," said Rimaru. "Since you're finally here to know, I am known here as RT," said RT. "Just RT," asked Sativa. "Just about it," said RT. "Haven't you run out of letters for names by now?" asked Rimaru. The folks stopped as they walked up the stairs and made their way towards a rich folks' home, and each was its own little fortress with guards at the entrance and tall wall. And Artsy's home did not have such protection. Rather, he simply had a strange fellow guarding the front door. And instead of a wall, Artsy had a hedge bush with lovely pink roses. And from up close, Sativa noted that the man was a hamadryad. And they were more common in the frozen lands of Albion, and it was a wonder what had compelled this plant fellow to dislodge his roots and to move to a god-forsaken land called Scarce. So, like, the guy guarding his stuff is one of those tree people. Let's think like those plant people from like Skyrim or something. And like the rose hedge bush is part of like his own defense thing. So you know, you try to get past the barrier, like the plant, you get an end to the face. You get a spiky tree to the face. Sativa lingered a little to talk to another plant fellow, and then not exchange words nor telepathy. They spoke in the language of flowers, and based on the scent, Artsy didn't know what to make of the two fellows staring at each other. He was aware of his guard's vegetative habits, and he figured that the two plant folks had plenty to bond over. So like, you know, so instead of talking with your voice, they modulate their scent in order to speak. Because plants, they talk by scent, not by sound.
How are you going to write a dialogue between them?
I know, they're just standing still, just staring at each other. While they emanate various scents, and then people go, so these people smell weird. These people are, and the smell is not consistent. There's something smelly over it. Oh, okay. They're just like staring at each other while they change scents. Like in a movie, you wouldn't be able to like show that, cause like movies more about sound and all that. But whatever. The interior of Artsy's home was quite modern, with large windows, white walls, and simple glass and metal furniture. The chairs were made of metal and leather, and the floor was made of marble, and the carpets were the only source of pattern and color. And Artsy liked to wear barefoot in his home from time to time, and for that reason he enjoyed the feel of fur beneath his feet. And Artsy sat down and he removed his prosthetic leg, and then he rubbed his numb joint. And Rimaru said to Artsy, "You could have that leg fixed at any point during your travels in the continent of Bersamin." "I don't need to hear what is not broken," commented Artsy, and he added, "My prosthetic leg works just fine, and as a weapon I find it more useful than a piece of flesh." Rimaru sat on the couch, and then he said, "Now that is a shame, but suit yourself. I had my leg removed before going on a journey," explained Artsy. "You don't need to make excuses for inquiries that nobody has made," said Mindy, finding a spot to lie down, and she added, Things in your home certainly do seem a bit too advanced for the vogue of this world. It doesn't compare to the many wonders I have seen, said Artie, and he added, together with Amis, we have been working in reclaiming technology. Aha! So he finally gave up on magic, said Rimaru, laughing. So now we know where Amis turned up. Magic. So Amis does magic. That might be a problem, said Artie coolly. It's fine. He was never that great, said Rimaru. Why is the magic thing a problem? This world was made habitable specifically to create magic users, said Mindy. So the record states, said Artie, and he paused and he then continued. And yet that is not what history says. And a long time ago this place had a magic tower, very similar to your Suberu's tower. And the magic users carelessly used their powers and they destroyed the life of many folks in their pursuit of their craft. And I'm not saying that they were terrible experiments. Rather, when they played duel, and they did not care if normal people got hurt, said Mindy. So like mages doing like little mage battles and the little muggles dying in the sidelines. Time, bro?
16 minutes.
Exactly. Many rich and poor alike got their homes ruined by doing such play fights, said I.T. And the folks here who consulted the priest and prayed to the gods, but none were able to do much about the problem. And one day, a man came from afar, and he went by the name of Casey 7 Brutus. And he described himself as human. And it was the policy of the people of this home to call everything and everyone they ran into humans, though he preferred the term android. And he saw our plight and he sealed away the magic, and ever since then, no person in this land has been able to use magic. Seems a bit strange, don't you think, said Mindy?
Well, is that the Casey from Casey to Cassius, or?
Well, don't forget that the Casey 7 is an acronym for the type of...
Oh, Killer Bot 7, yeah.
Yeah, but it's Killer Cyborg.
Oh, yeah.
But it's an acronym for the type of processor that it's like say Windows 95 or Windows 7. You get me?
Gotcha.
So it's not like he's a 7th or something, you know. Just as the T1 is not just one of him, but thousands of him that are of that brand. You get me?
Yeah.
So that's just one named Brutus. Well, if magic users were being a bother, then some sins could not be helped. Just because you have power doesn't give you the right to bully others, said Rimaru. Damn straight, find me a bully, why don't you? I will bury him, said Mindy, making her tentacles into tiny fists. We said, find me a bully, find me a bully.
He just wants to kill something.
Find me the bully, I'm gonna go after him. I haven't killed anything in a while. But her reach prevents her from just flat out killing something. Mindy started ranting a bit with Artie, and fellows who receive advanced prosthetics usually had to shorten their names to 2 letters. It was usually the first and last names, and a couple even added numbers to relate to how many prosthetic parts they were using. And as for Rimaru, he was amusing himself by looking out the window, and due to the height of Artie's manor, he was able to get a clear view of the castle in the middle of the island. And the structure was the oldest building in the city. It was a ziggurat, and it had 4 floors, with each one becoming skinnier and taller as you went up. And it also had side stairs to ascend adjacent to the center in either side of the floor. And the third floor was shaped like a conch. Right on cue, a priest feather had come out and ran the conch, and it resonated all over the city. Archie stopped talking to Mendes, and then he said more to himself. Is it about that time already? He prostrated himself facing the conch temple, and after 10 minutes he finished his prayers, and to mark the ending of the prayer, 2 other priests exited the temple, and this time they played 2 large alp horns. You know, like those weird horns. Rimaru asked, is this like a daily type of deal, or is it just my lucky day? It is more of training. It is more tradition than anything else. And don't worry, they don't bother folks at night anymore, said Artie, smiling. Like, they used to have night prayers, but, like, they don't do that, you know. They just imagine in the middle of the night, like, time to pray, wake up, you should be praying. Anymore, that doesn't sound too promising, said Mindy. And the rest of the day was passed rather smoothly, and right on cue, every 5 hours, the guys at the temple would play the conch, and the cycle would repeat itself. and the region got about 15 hours of daylight, so the priests called for prayers 3 times a day. And in the old days, they played their horns once every 3 hours, but the complexities of a growing city, this tradition started to interfere with work, and for that reason, it was now being played 3 times a day, and no longer at night, except during holidays. And when Artsy concluded his prayers, Rimaru asked, "Does that Brutus fellow keep visiting?" "He stops by from time to time, and mainly to just visit the orphan. He likes small children," said Artsy with no particular concern in his voice. "Do you know what Casey means?" asked Mindy. "I don't know," said Artsy. "It means killer computer. My father then created them to kill, but were never deployed into battle, and from time to time a Casey pops up, and they are usually quite a bother," said Mindy. So like the Caseys, from the Casey to Cassius, they are derived from the killer computer model, from like the killer computer of the robots. You know how like they found one and then they backwards engineered it, or some stuff like that. "You only complain because you failed to kill one," guessed Rimaru. "Now shut up, leave me alone," said Mindy, before rising and going to mumble in a corner. Like she tried to kill one of them robots and she failed, and now she feels weak because it was the one thing she wasn't able to kill, and that bothers her. Mindy continued her mumbling for a great part of the day, and when dusk came, Artsy decided to take Rimaru and his companions to meet their leader, and it was time to do so in order to show that their mission had some semblance of success, and other fellows who had done missions to the continent had returned with elves, fairy nymphs, and other folks they considered curiosities. And for humans used to seeing only their own kind, those strange humanoid creatures were quite the novelty. And Artsy considered himself quite proud indeed, and he was going to show his ruler a Saturnastrance and a squid monster. And to keep the surprise, he insisted on hiding Mindy inside a box. Mindy, who was not used to the circus treatment, happily obliged, and she was hoping that a fellow would pick up a fight with her, and then she would have an excuse to bite his head off or something. And the castle was up a hill, and it was a building at the highest point of the city. And no other structure was allowed to tower over it, and the castle was currently being reconstructed, and it was composite of many different styles and design, and almost as if the leader were a child who changed his mind, and when the next cool thing came along. So like the castle had many different patterns, because like, ooh, look at this type of architecture, let's do that, let's continue doing that instead. So just consider like a castle who's a chimera of all of the known architecture styles.
So they really say, "What style are we going to use?" And then they say, "Yes."
What style do you want to use for the castle? And they say, "Yes." Let's think about it. Just think about a madness that looks like that. Because usually, like in architecture, they usually marry to one style, or they do a blend of it, but not like going 100% Puritan Greek, and then you do a section that is pure Gothic, but then you get bored of Gothic, and then you do something modern, and then you do
Palatian style, American Palatian style.
And then you do Neolithic, because why the hell not?
Basically an Animal Crossing island.
Yeah. Basically, alright. Specific. The entrance to the palace hall had many plaques and was also being decorated, and based on the exposed colors, they were recreating the dragon columns from the Turmoil Bersamin. And up the stairs, Rimaru walked with her escort, and she was the performer for a new type of audience. She could not get the feel for what type of work, so she decided to play it safe. And she wore a long-sleeve floral embroidered dress with circle skirt that ended just over her ankles, and the top part was tied on her frame with a large, elegant red ribbon around her neck. And the dress also came with a red sash, and she wore flat-heeled shoes, and her black hair was combed back and held in place by a thin red hairband. As was already established, she was the sort of fellow who liked changing her hair and color from time to time, and for makeup she wore red lipstick, a bit of eyeliner, and thin silvery eyeshadow. And while Rimaru walked, she started thinking of food, and Sativa heard her start and brought out from his pocket some snacks. And when Rimaru was in public in a new place, she tried her best to pretend to be as normal as possible. And and it was Sativa's job to feed her when she got her first performance, munchies. That when she's nervous, she gets the munchies, and then her friend has to feed her. The nobles in the interior court were all currently sporting kimonos, and an old Japanese print had been found floating in the ocean, and the print was safely secured inside a wine bottle, and the print featured a large group of maidens in kimonos passing by, while others watched as they sat under a red rug, and on top of them were cherry blossoms, and the rest of the background had two curtains and some scribbles the locals could not read, and since kimonos were the current theme of the king, all of the other nobles in court had to follow in suit. So then they just suddenly found a Japanese print and they were like, now the fashion is kimonos. We're all kimonos now. Whether that makes sense or not. You get me? Mm. The frivolous ruler was the god king Kasha, and he had arrived to power only 5 years ago, and as with most monarchies, his rise to power had been problematic, and while his older brother and sister fought for the throne, Kasha had spent his time watching his little castle burn from the comfort of the cigarette, and when his sister killed his brother, none of the locals accepted a lady ruler, or maybe they hated her because she committed fratricide. She was quietly married to the king from the north to limit her powers, and Kasha had spent most of his childhood at the temple, and now that he was allowed to get everything he ever wanted, he was going a bit overboard with the spending. And to subsidize his newfound love of stuff, he sent expeditions to explore. So it's just like somebody that spent all of his life in a temple, and then suddenly in like great austerity, and suddenly he has spending money, and he can finally get all of the crazy things he wanted, and that's why the castle reflects his love of stuff, and him losing interest in things just as quickly. Now we're doing kimono. Oh wait, I've got this in the school. Let's get some of that as well. But no, wait, no. This is more interesting. Now let's do that. You get me, right? Yeah. That's how they rule, and that's why they're getting a lot of expeditions. Go out into the world and find me stuff. Stuff I haven't seen. Stuff or whatever. Stuff I never seen before. And also find me people. Find me things to bear for my eyes. Because I am your king. And your king requires stuff.
I don't know what stuff, go find me stuff.
What stuff? And then I said, what stuff? And then he said, yes. What stuff do you want, my king? And then he said, yes. Give me everything.
I want all the things.
I want everything. But I don't want to go get it, so you guys go get it. Here's some money, go get me stuff. Here's some spending money. Go out into the world and find me stuff. What's that stuff I get? And yes. I said, okay. Yes to everything. So yeah. Kasha looked at Rimaru from head to toe, and he examined the lady and he examined the maiden like a piece of meat, and he scratched his small blonde mustache as he often did whenever he pretended to think. He said, thinking deep thoughts. I am thinking. This is what I do when I'm thinking. He had pitch black eyes and short blonde hair, and the darkness of his eyes gave folks the impression that he was a deep thinker. And his only talent was his charisma and nothing else, and with a rousing speech he could easily convince you to jump off a cliff. And at the moment he was not in a trying sort of mood, and he wore a red lady kimono with a golden sash, and every so often he had to stand out to reincorporate his golden kimono, and the fact that all they had to go on was a picture meant that nobody knew how to make a proper kimono, let alone tie it. So they said they don't have a physical kimono, they just have a picture of one. So then they just created a fabric around it, but they don't know how you're supposed to tie it or anything.
Oh, and it looks like freely.
Or how it's supposed to function or tie, so it just gets opening all the time. So the king's kimono keeps, and everyone else's kimono keeps opening at random, inopportune times, but it's a fashion that the king mandates. The king mandates kimonos, even though he doesn't know what a kimono is, he just has a picture of one. Kasha shifted his position in his current uncomfortable throne, and the warriors of the castle rolled their eyes at this display. And Kasha then said to Artsy to resume with their usual court formalities. Welcome, Artsy. How fair your journey? Artsy gave a small bow before saying, It went great, Your Excellency, and I come very gifts from my journey. Artsy then proceeded to showcase and describe some of the items he had gotten from the continent of Persephone. The item that caught the most attention was a compact mirror, and Kasha exclaimed and said, "Such a simple yet useful design. It seems a bit obvious now that I think about it. Why ever would we not make smaller mirrors? And thanks to this technology, a woman will no longer have an excuse for not looking presentable at all times." The ladies of the court chuckled, and the men nodded in agreement, and on the meantime Rimaru had the lifeless look on her face, and Kasha stared at Rimaru, but Rimaru did not look back, and it was then when Kasha asked, "And who is this fellow?" "This is Rimaru, a singer from Aragon, the capital of music of the New World," started saying Artsy when he was interrupted by Sativa. "New to you, perhaps," said Sativa. "A singer from the new continent. It's new to you, maybe, but..."
It's not. Yeah, like how they keep calling the North America the New World. It's like, dude,
it's new to you, European, and not even the European, because like the Celtics were in the New World before Christopher Columbus got there, so it's not even technically new to the Europeans, because like the Celts, and even before the Celts, there was that blonde guy Quetzalcoatl that came over there to Mexico.
And then you have the people who have been living there for millions of years.
And the continent wasn't new to them either, you know?
Yes, well, you had less than a minute, so like...
Let's just leave it there. She talking to the jerk king. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 13, part 1. Or just chapter 13. Anyhow, Rimaru will delight you with your music, which is equally important for the development of our country and our culture to be exposed to different sounds, said Kasha. Said Artsy. Kasha chuckling said, "Really? You had like years, and you come back with just a singer, not a politician, a spy, a blacksmith, a farmer, or any other type of fellow with useful information or technology. Fine, tell her to sing. Is she a dragon? I hear tales of them, and I really want to see a dragon made of flesh and blood." "I'm sorry, sire, but the explorers are still working in acquiring a dragon," said Artsy apologetically. Rimaru eventually noticed among the crowd her little brother Ahi. He waved at Rimaru, and Rimaru nodded in return, and Kasha then said, "Ah yes, the other musician. You can do a duet or something. I found his jug playing fascinating. Let's see how he combines with your singing." That he had like this. He just showed up to do when he went back to the king to amuse him. All he did was that. Rimaru went to stand before the king, and he followed in suit. And Rimaru said to his brother, "Can you play like a real instrument this time?" "I brought spoons with me," said Ahi, taking out spoons, and his mouth with his sharp little dragon teeth, and his hair was still as flaming red as ever, which combined well with his red eyes. And he was sporting a mad harlequin costume with black and red checkerboard patterns with a red cape over it. "Just do whatever you want," Ahi said, Rimaru sighing. Ahi grinned, and then he brought out from under his cape his new favorite instrument, the balafon. And he then placed a couple of sticks around his neck to anchor the harmonica, and smiling he added, "I can get more instruments if you like." It's fine, said Rimaru sighing. And this conversation lasted only a second, since Rimaru was trying to pose as a normal person, and he was pretending not to know Ahi. And Ahi was doing whatever he felt like as usual. Still, Ahi was not too keen in ruining his sister's little game, and Rimaru had never been able to compose proper music, though his interpretations of all sounds were always amusing. And after thinking of it, Rimaru decided to sing one of her favorite songs. And he was familiar with the instrumental, and with his two instruments he did a proper rendering of the music, and he could say that if he butchered Rimaru's favorite song, his life would be in peril. And Rimaru, like his mother, was at times a very petty person. They sang Cherry, Cherry Lady. As to be expected, Kasha did not know what to make of the song. It also did not help that Rimaru sang the song in English and not in the native tongue spoken by Kasha. And the court mumbled went off as they decided whether they liked it or not. And so, like a child trying out an unfamiliar dish, Kasha said, "It was I guess. Are folks in your country one-trick ponies? Can you dance? Dancing is more artsy. And why don't you show us a little dance routine? And indeed, Kasia preferred music that one could dance to, and he had heard the day previous he playing a waltz on his violin, and just by the structure of the music alone, Kasia could tell that it was something you could dance to. And together with her brother Ahim, Rimaru performed Coppelia Act 2, where Swahinda pretends to be Coppelia. And without music or content, the ballet looked quite bizarre. And at this point, both Rimaru and Ahim were just trolling Kasia and RT. And by the end of the performance, Kasia was in tears from laughter at the nonsense, and the nobles followed, joining suit, and the laughter that as soon as a loud clapping was heard. And Kasia rose from his seat as well as the other nobles who were following in motion to see the arrival of his visitor. And Sativa did not bother to look back, for he was busy talking with the Hamadryas. And as for Mindy, she had gotten bored of being hidden away in a box and had left the castle to wander about the city. The visitor was none other than KC7 Brutus. Brutus walked forward, and he came to see Rimaru from up close, and the nobles continued to whisper and speculate. And Rimaru knew the recorded appearances of the KC units, and each had one particular quirk or another, and the KC number referred to how many artificial intelligence were running at the same time. And each one had a particular task, with the name Brutus being the Eagle AI. And it was a matter of some debate who was the creator of such units, and each KC unit had a particular different story about how they originated. Still, they all had one commonality. There was at most only one KC unit per planet, and usually when one met another of their fellows, there were usually problems. And if the units could not depart from the planet, they usually placed as much distance from one another as possible. And the main issue that they often differ on was how they related to humans, and since they tended to resist mind reading and hacking rather easily, it was hard to verify the veracity of whatever each KC unit claimed. And as such, for Brutus in specific, he had a humanoid-looking face with soft, roundish contours, and the eyes were large, sweet, and green, and he had a small mouth with slight pink tone, and the hair was long and curly with a gentle honey color. And since the robot did not need muscles, he had a slender frame. And Master used soft muscle technology, and this allowed him to carry 200 times his own weight, and as far as hand-to-hand combat capabilities, a single punch of Brutus carried over 100,000 newtons in force. And this was all based on observation data, and other KC units have been capable of performing even more feats of strength, but they tended to overheat. Brutus' light Rimaru could easily pass for male or female, and his voice, however, was pitched to be more feminine. And normally Brutus sported his armor and his helmet, and the armor also functioned as a fashion statement, and he wore it with nanos that changed the look to resemble people clothing, and the helmet also served as a similar gimmick, sometimes taking the shape of crowns, and even clothes as well. And the solid armor pieces, which kept communication with the nanobots, were always solid. And these were the crystals, one on the part of the forehead, and one in the middle of the lumbar vertebrae, and one in the heart, two in the knees and elbow, and a few tiny ones in the joints of the finger and toes. And they were placed to defend the most vulnerable parts of the robot, or just to highlight its strongest aspect. Perhaps it was a fashion statement of the maker of the KC units, or maybe Brutus had added them himself. Today, surprisingly enough, Brutus was not sporting any of his crystals, and without them he passed for a regular human. And behind Brutus there was a tiny fairy-looking creature, and the core material resembled the crystal Brutus used as an armor. And Rimaru eyed Brutus over the top and was soon disinterested in the fellow, and Brutus noticed Rimaru's disdain, and he frowned. The little fairy said to Brutus, "Isn't that something? It has been like forever since we saw a ballet." "I thought you were not talking to me today," said Brutus, laughing. "I was talking to Seven," said the little fairy. "Seven doesn't speak to anyone these days, and now since we found the underground base with the archives with the old TV show," said Brutus. And the pair ranted a bit about their wanderings and so forth, and eventually the fairy came out to Rimaru and she said, "You are not from around here." "I could say the same thing about you," said Rimaru. "I am Loriga," said the little fairy. "Pleased to meet you." "She is actually Arm 1QD Hela," said Brutus. "That's my slave name," said Loriga. Rimaru bowed and said, "Nice to meet you." Kasia by now had left the throne and was walking there to meet Brutus, and Loriga trembled and changed forms into an amorphous, blackish, floaty liquid with several solid crystals. And Loriga hid behind Brutus as she said, I don't want to talk to Kasia. Smiling, Kasia said, "How are you, Brutus?" "The same as ever," said Brutus, placing his hand on his hip. And since Brutus was not sporting his armor, he was wearing a priest's outfit, and the priests were the only fellows in the kingdom who had not been taken in by the current vogue. And the priest's outfit was a simple white dress with no shoes, and it came with a long-sleeved coat and long white pants. And both male and female monks wore a white headscarf tied by a single circlet. And depending on the rank of the monk, the circlet was adorned with a stone. And since Brutus was technically the lowest ranking monk, he had a little opal on his head. And Brutus liked opals, and he smiled and said to Kasia, "So you finally brought home something of worth?" "Did I?" asked Kasia, desiring for Brutus to elaborate. And like most kids raised in the temple, Kasia saw Brutus' approval, and from time to time Brutus was known to raise some of the orphans in the temple as his own children, and Kasia had been one of those lucky few that had caught Brutus in a particular maternal type of mood. "Can you lend me the dancing lady? I bet the priest and the children will find her ever so amusing," said Brutus. "I am not on loan," retorted Rimaru. "Oh, so you did not come here as a slave?" asked Brutus. "Not as far as I can tell, and I would like to see who puts a bell on this cat," said Rimaru, starting to depart from the castle. And neither Brutus nor Rimaru waited to hear Kasia's response, and Sativa followed after Rimaru, and the little party took a boat to the ziggurat, and as they saw Rimaru saw Mindis on top of the stairs overlooking the entire city. And Brutus started to see what Rimaru was staring at, and he said, "The temple looks quite plain, but on the inside it has a lot of cool artworks." "As to most temples, you've been to one, you've seen them all," said Sativa, yawning, and he added, "If business does not pick up, I feel that I am going to have to vegetate somewhere else." Brutus noticed Sativa's fangs and his overall demeanor, and Lurica then asked Brutus, "Is he a vampire?" "I have been called that before," said Sativa. "Are you then, Mrs. Lurica?" "I drink blood, therefore that falls under the definition of being vampiric, so take it or leave it. And what you take me for doesn't affect me in the least, as long as you do not try me, said Sativa. Time?
13 minutes.
"Neat. I have some rats you can feast on, if it pleases you," said Brutus, smiling. "I don't particularly like young blood," said Sativa. "Too much sugar, it messes with my pancreas." "You're such a disappointment," said Brutus, sighing. The pair continued jabbering on, and in the meantime Rimaru was pondering on how she wanted to spend her time on this world. And he started humming a little tune, and Brutus and Sativa stopped arguing to listen, and when they arrived to the temple, the monks greeted Brutus cordially, and the shooter gathered around Brutus and started pestering him to play, and Brutus smiled and said, "How about a bit of a play fight?" "No fair, you always win," whined O'Brien. "No, I mean, I will fight a fellow for your amusement," said Brutus, starting to stretch. "I'm not helping today," said Lorica, departing. "No, was I expecting you to do something today," pouted Brutus. And Brutus came out to Rimaru, and he gave her a cordial punch on the shoulder. And Rimaru, who was still pretending to be a normal maiden, pouted and started crying. And Brutus said, "I'm sorry, I thought you were a vampire like the other fellow." "Shame on you for hitting a woman," said Mindy, jumping from the top of the cigarette. "I swear I will avenge your shoulder. How about you?" Like Mindy finally found someone who wanted to finally found a violent individual that she can murder. Mindy then brought out an urumi. The urumi was a long wobbly sword, and it was the perfect hybrid between a whip and a sword. And Mindy had seen some other fellow monks practicing with it, and she had decided to give it a go. And Brutus just so happened to be the perfect excuse for her to do some violence upon someone. And the urumi she took was rather long, and it reminded Mindy of a very heavy lasso, or a string used in gymnastics, and after calibrating away a little, Mindy was ready for battle. And Brutus was familiar with the weapon, having learned the martial arts taught by the warrior monks, and he ran towards the armory, and he came back with 2 short urumis. These ones had thicker blades, and each came with 3 blades coming out in the same handle. And Brutus felt confident, and he started swinging around the blades. And the urumi was a type of defensive weapon to be used when one was surrounded. And Brutus created a circle around him of slashes, and Mindy's whirled and did the same thing with her own weapon, and they clashed, and her weapon got pulled back, and so did the one of Brutus. And what he did not count on was Mindy smacking him with her own tentacle, and the pair danced and twirled their bizarre whip swords, and eventually Brutus slashed away a piece of Mindy's tentacle, and she allowed it to drop limply on the floor, and and she retreated slowly, and eventually Brutus was standing on top of the piece of her fallen flesh. And it was then when it became animated, and it flew up and caught Brutus straight in the face. And he started whining until Mindy removed her tentacle before putting it back up, and Brutus' face was slobbed in her weird mucus type of blood, and frowning Brutus said, "I'm going to have to remember that trick." "Aha, I still got you," said Mindy, celebrating. "Well done, Mindy," said Rimaru Kaplan mechanically. Thank you, said Mindy's bowing. And so some of the rats started to complain a bit while the others gave Mindy's her due. And after a little short skirmish, Brutus gave the visitors a tour of the temple, and just like he had said, the walls were adorned with lovely murals and painting. And the temple was still a progress of being improved upon, and in the top tier there was a monk with a drum, and he was in the middle of checking out the acoustic of it, and the works of art themselves were iconoclastic, and they feature animals and still lifes. And the last item on the menu was a visit to the original temple, and it was in the heart of the ziggurat. The temple was small and only had one tier, and it was square-shaped with no windows and just an iron door. Time?
9 minutes.
Brutus explained. This was the sanctum of the old temple, and behind that door there lies a staircase to an old sacristy. And back in the old days, only the main priest and his chosen followers were allowed to enter. "So what?" asked a bored Sativa. Brutus placed his hand inside his pocket, and he brought out a very old key. Smiling, he said, "What? Want to come inside to take a look?" "Sure, why not?" said Rimaru. And the door was open, and down they descended, and the stairs leading to the hidden temple could only be accessed by pressing a hidden button the size of a small nail, and without knowing what to press, one could easily get distracted by the old iconography. And the temple did show pictures of humans, and each represented a virtue, and the ones liked by the priests of the old temple were courage, patience, modesty, justice, truthfulness, wit, kindness, and charity. And the entrance to the temple was accessible through the nail that held up the letter of the first word that meant truthfulness. And beyond the stairs, hidden from the private eyes, was a chamber of opulence, with plenty of golden items, diamonds, jewelry, painting, cushion beds, and other items. And certain items on display made Sativa comment, I can see why chastity was not one of the listed virtues. "I have seen enough," said Rimaru, started to walk up the stairs. "Is it still being in use, or is this like a test or something?" asked Mindy. "It is a test," said Brutus. The old temple was cleansed of all impurities, and all of the priests are recruited exclusively from orphans, and they get a free meal, and if they get to show that they have a good heart, then they get groomed to be priests. And now they get shipped back to the city with a letter of recommendation. And in the others, they used to recruit anyone who pretended to have an ounce of piety, and they would play pretend for a couple of years and feed in their beasts in secret, and once they rose in the ranks, they would completely indulge. And you see, back then, since most of the priests were nobles, they did not take too well to the monastic life, and in yonder time, the noble priests had more influence over the city. And the current priests may be purer, but they are walking on thin ice most of the time. "Nobody likes a preachy prophet that bursts your bubble," commented Mindy. "Is that why you're here?" asked Sativa. "Nah, I just like raising wee small children," said Brutus, smiling. "Mother has the same hobby as well," said Rimaru coyly. "Ah, yes, I suppose it would be considered a hobby, seeing as I get no remunerations for my efforts, and a good number of times the children turn out to be a disappointment," said Brutus, sighing. "Time?"
6 minutes, 30 seconds.
"I blame it on the mainlander," said Lorica, who finally felt like butting into the conversation. And after a little too, Rimaru performed for Brutus and his little orphans, and Rimaru did not bother to sing, but she danced. And to go with her Pika spider dance, Sativa played the acoustic melodica. And in this dance, Rimaru mimicked the movements of the Pika spider, and due to her contortions and strange four-legged dancing, she came out rather amusing to the small children. And Brutus picked up a random orphan, and he asked Rimaru, "May I interest you in buying an orphan?" "Meh, raising kids is not really my thing," said Rimaru. "How would you know if you never tried it?" asked Brutus. "You do take care of plants well, and you check on them, and you check in every day at the status of your weird habitat of yours," said Sativa. "I don't see why caring for a brown would not be your thing." "Well, they grow up and leave Neverland to become douches," explained Rimaru. "You said you left Neverland as well," Rimaru said Brutus. So does that make you a douche?" "It certainly does," said Lorica. Rimaru sighed, and then she said more to herself. I can see now why he never stays in one place for very long, and I have been here for less than a day, and I already want to depart. The way I see it, you need to be at peace with yourself in spite of the state of the world, said Brutus. That is easier said than done, said Rimaru, sighing again. Why don't you give the temple life a short, meditative shot and meditate a little, and then see if you can find your inner peace, suggested Brutus. It worked for us, said Lorica. If you want to stay, it works fine by me, said Sativa. And I still need to kill 572 more people before I leave Saturn, said Mindis. I can meet my quota here or anywhere else. And so it happened that for the rest of the day, Rimaru stayed in the temple, and the following day, Kasha arrived by boat to try to enter within. And despite being the king, the priest did not allow him to enter. And as the current tradition stood, only the needy were allowed to enter the temple, and such should the rich require a mass, a random priest will be sent to the city church to minister to their sinful souls. Though according to Brutus, the priests had been refusing service all folks in the mainland, and the reason why was one that nobody in the temple seemed eager to talk about or even think about, and they would return when the offending party was either punished by the law or if the fellow performed acts of contrition. And this act came in the form of self-imposed public humiliation, and the fellow would parade himself throughout town, screaming and whipping himself for his sin. In the screams, the fellow was supposed to make it very clear the nature of his crime. And during breakfast, Brutus explained it to me this. For you see, my little squid friend, there is a difference between what is considered right and wrong in the temple and in the city, and due to our new cosmopolitan nature, a lot of sinful practices are becoming socially acceptable. And just because a lot of islanders consider something bad normal doesn't make the bad thing any less sinful. I find it odd for a soulless hunk of metal to take religious very seriously, said Mindis, raising an eyebrow. I am the original Coppelia. The only difference is that nobody came to say the dude that was sacrificed to give me life, said Brutus, laughing. Good riddance, I say, said Lorica, and she added, any guy who abandons his woman for a hunk of junk doesn't deserve to live. And why do you think we're still together, my dear, said Brutus, smiling, and thank you for calling me a hunk of junk. It speaks well of your taste in men. Time?
3 minutes.
Brutus and Lorica then proceeded to exchange unpleasantries like an old married couple, and in the meantime Rimaru had silently left the temple to wander about the forest, and she closed her eyes as she listened to a sound that only she could hear, and with its music in place she started to dance with her entire focus on her craft and knowing everything and everyone around her. And just like her singing, there was a soulless quality about her dancing, and she danced as if she no longer enjoyed it, which was sad but true. And it had been her sweet vampire assistant that had made Rimaru try her starlet career for real. And before then, she listened for her own amusement on the ground, unseen by anyone, not even her siblings. And when she blossomed into a rose, she was quickly disappointed by the fact that nobody truly saw her, nor took her work in earnest. And things had become worse when her sweet vampire became insane and had to be put down like the rabid dog she had become. Not that killing her was a sin, rather Rimaru only helped her pass on to the next life. And the poor vampire was an undead creature after all, nothing but a static on a radio. And with the static gone, Rimaru had no other choice but to listen to the music that was the world. Though at times she found a way to abstract herself from everything and everyone, and she was brought out of her reverie by somebody purposely standing in her path. And she turned to dance in another direction, but the fellow detained her by holding on to her slender shoulder. And pushing the fellow back, she noticed that the man standing before her was Amis. Don't you have anything better to do with your time? Asked Rimaru. I could ask you the very same thing, said Amis. Rimaru said, say your piece and be gone, or on second thought, I am going to be gone. Rimaru flew up into the sky and Amis followed, and he had recently augmented himself with the technology he had gotten during his travels. And he was still trying to recreate some of the stuff he had read up in the libraries and in the other worlds, and he may have been forbidden from taking any technology with him, but there was nothing that could be done about the information stored inside his mind. And Ami was a very talented refrigerator with plenty of storage space. And Rimaru then changed forms, and he became a creature without eyes or ears, and laughing, she said, good luck saying your piece now. And Rimaru felt a rock thrown behind her head, and she opened one of her weird eyes, and she saw Brutus' mouth, and stop being a child, and come down and speak like civilized adults. Okay?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 14. Rimaru came to the top of the temple step, and Mindy was there too, watching Amis like a hawk. And she almost thought that Amis would try to do something funny in order to have an excuse to kill him. And Sativa was there in the form of a very bored cactus. And Rimaru landed on top of the cigarette, and Amis did the same, but he was not used to flying. And he chased after Rimaru on a wing, and he landed in an odd-way, and he fell down a couple of flights of stairs. And Rimaru's distorted face peeled a bit to see Amis getting hurt, and a weird sideways smile painted on the back of her head, and at that very moment, Rimaru was showing all of her bizarre colors. And Amis had traveled a bit, and as with most travelers, he had assumed that he had all of the answers. Still, he had never seen a creature as bizarre as Rimaru, and truth be told, Amis' visitation had been limited to just the nearest libraries and university, and he had been too narrowly focused in acquiring technology to augment himself, and in doing so, he had missed all of the nice things of the world that he had visited that they had to offer. And Amis climbed up the stairs with whatever dignity remaining him, and Amis said to Rimaru, "You may be wondering how is it that I flew?" "I don't care," said Rimaru flatly. A couple of friends had got a bit to see the little drama play out, and the children were too keen on seeing the stupid gossip, and Verosa and Lorca were there as well. Amis continued, "For the last decade, I have been traveling the world collecting knowledge, and I eventually met a creature called Mundus. And in exchange of telling him..."
The moment cry monster?
No, not that Mundus.
Okay.
He said like a different deity.
The
one we kind of have a monopoly on Mundus, and he's not a demon.
Okay.
And he's related to Mindy Mundus. He's like, they're related. Yeah, I'm not a squid person. Not squid like jellyfish creature. Is it still running?
Yeah, it's running. I just had to zoom out a little.
In exchange of telling him about our world, he gave me this book with all of the information I was thinking. And Amis showed a large book he carried with him everywhere, and Rimaru eyed the book with disdain, and it was called Manual. It was a gaming book with very easy technological recipes to follow, and even a caveman could get a giant robot by following the instructions of that book. And back when Mundus was trying to take over the universe, he usually gave this book as a welcome gift, and he then sat back and waited for the world to burn, and then he would interfere to provide order when he had been the original cause of the world wars to begin with. So he gave them expensive story for them to like weaken themselves, and then he would, I am here to stop all of the world wars because I am so benevolent. You could almost say that Mundus thought like the scientists had to make the nuke and stuff just to watch planet Earth burn, and then once we're weak, he'll come and take over. Maybe. Whatever. Who cares? Moving along. "Has it really been a decade? I think you were gone for like 2 years or something," said Rimaru. "My dad lives in a Superboy," said Mindy. "Time flows faster there, you know, but not by much."
In a Superboy?
Void.
Oh, void. I understood. Okay.
In a Superboy?
Yeah, I was like,
You said the match, you know. You thought it was like a super guy?
Yeah, like a super kid. I was like, I heard that so wrong.
Void with a V.
Got it.
Superboy is a what?
What? Come again?
It sounded crazy for a second.
Yeah, crazier.
Crazier. You might be wondering how I fly. I don't care.
Alright, go on.
He just does quick as all, and with no time frame of reference, it is easy to think that a lot of time has passed, and he can be pretty boring at times when he is going on a rant. "I see," said Rimaru. And this conversation was taking place without spoken words, and even with his augmentations, Ame had not figured out how to do the mind reading thing. And the new chip in his brain did pick up all the folks' brain signal, but it simply returned back a scrambled mess. And to do proper mind reading, a fellow has to have a high level of empathy, which is something that Ame sadly lacked. Rimaru then gestured to Ame, and she said, "Continue. I had come to the realization that magic is completely useless. It can only help one individual, and then there is spell exhaustion. The knowledge is carefully guarded, and spells that are used by some may be impossible for others. It is unreliable. As for science, it can be used by anyone, and the artifacts created with it can benefit the many," said Amis. Aside from the discovery of warm water, what else have you discovered? Said Rimaru, sighing. Oh, so you discovered warm water. Oh, whoop-de-doo-da. I know what you are, said Amis. A bored diva, said Rimaru. No, you are a biological weapon, codenamed Kida. And you were created specifically to kill the gods. And you take their power, their followers, and their divinity, and then you give it unto another that you feel is more worthy, said Amis. Ah, let me guess. You wanted me to make you a god, asked Rimaru. Why become a god when even they are doomed? And even without your interference, most of the gods of this world are already dead. And without followers, it is as if they did not exist, said Amis. Amis continued on a similar Amis rant, and the way Rimaru saw it, Amis was trying and failing to impress her. And it was not the first time that the nerd had tried to impress her with his know-how, and at the end of this one-sided conversation, Amis asked, how is Amelio? So, like, after, he finally remembered he had a brother that is worried sick about him. He is dead, said Rimaru. How did he die? Asked Amis. I killed him, said Mindy, smiling. It is what happens when folks who are looking for a reason to kill run into one another. Amis left the temple after hearing this. He had seemed quite particularly perturbed by this, and mainly he had no way of confirming this. And Sativa asked Rimaru, why did you tell him that his brother was dead? I was never a gossiper type of person, and if he wants to find out about his brother, he should just go home to see him, said Rimaru. But then asked, so are you really a Kida? I was made the same way as a Kida, but unlike their type, I was created to be happy, explained Rimaru. What a coincidence, said Brutus. I too was created to be happy as well. Time?
10 minutes. 17.
And so it happened that after the visit of Amis, Rimaru became intolerable, and his face changed, and it became that of a creature with no eye and no ears, and one mouth with sharp teeth, and the body became thin and ashen color with the bones highlighted, and she stopped changing her attire, and after they were roaming the forest, it got badly scratched, and whenever a fellow would approach her, she would screech. And Brutus asked Mindy, is she always this charming, or is that like her time of the month or something? She's like, she like, I don't know. If she really is a Kida, then this mutation is a little too extreme. The Kidas are always pretty, like a siren they lure you in, and then they take all of your powers, explained Mindy. Whatever that is not a Kida. And both Brutus and Mindy were seeing Rimaru wandering about the forest, and aside from being a creepy pest, Rimaru was harmless. She just avoided others, and if any fellow got too close, she further refined her hideousness. And the shooter had gotten into the habit of following Rimaru about, and the fact that amused seeing folks who were not in on the joke getting scared by the roaming weirdo. And it was on the fourth day of Rimaru being a total heel when two fellows appeared on the temple grounds and they chased after Rimaru. And when a fellow caught up to her, the fellow offered her food, some dolls, or they even hugged her, and eventually the creepy features peeled back and Rimaru was back to her normal self. And Sativa explained to Brutus, as you may know, Rimaru is a bit of a diva, and she takes it way too seriously. She acts like she doesn't care, but she really feels you, and she wants to be loved and liked by everyone without having to work for it. And when the world doesn't meet her high expectations, she gets super weird like that. Sounds like she's a bit of a brat if you ask me, said Brutus. I was thinking more of a word starting with C and ending with a T, said Mindy, laughing. Mindy heard one of the fellows escorting Rimaru say, so what do you want to do, crazy person? I was doing what I wanted. Do you stop me, said pouted Rimaru. It does not do you good to sulk ever so much over pointless things, said Marduk. You should be more like a he, suggested Nalini.
Wait, Marduk's been sitting there this whole time?
No, like we said that 12 people came to see her the following day. So like all of her family came to see her, including her brother Marduk. Oh, man, oh, sis, don't get like that. Dude, cheer up, relax. You know? Like her brothers came to cheer her up because she's like, like they're twisted into a monster and like, every time somebody gets close to her, you know? It's like having a very long 4-day tantrum. Because Amis was mean to her. Even though she pretends she doesn't care about him, she totally does. You know. She's a very complicated person. If a place doesn't work for you, move on. I don't like wondering about too much, said Rimaru. Then go back to Aragon, suggested Lamina, or not. And the following day, Rimaru's brothers and sisters did Rimaru Appreciation Day, and it started with Rimaru waking up after pretending to fall asleep, and he who had the strongest cooking peg had prepared high-protein breakfast, red bean omelet with avocado, with pumpkin spice smoothie, and a blueberry lemon ricotta pancakes. And the omelette was made with unfertilized dragon egg. And like the lady frogs, alabaster dragons produce unfertilized eggs to feed their younglings and sometimes other starving humans as well. And Rimaru awoke from her bed with a particular dour mood, and she smiled when she noticed the food, and her face still had no eyes, and her hair was unkempt with bangs over her face and nose. And while Rimaru ate, Lamina combed her sister's hair back. And when she concluded, Rimaru had the loveliest set of trances with daisies intertwining into them. And Monkey King and Loki got her out of bed while he fed her and they bathed her and set her out. And the boy priest who passed by the guest room looked with curious glances, but most did not linger. And they had seen similar scenes play out in the palace whenever a noble was in a special type of mood. And the simplest walked Rimaru near the coast of the river, and each of the fellows carried a red balloon. And the group waited for a nice wind to come up, and they released the red balloons, each with a little letter to God or the aliens. And it was a family tradition that had been passed down from generation to generation. And Brutus who saw the little balloons jumped up to fetch one, and he read the note, and then he released the balloon again. And Sativa asked him, what did the balloon say? I want my sister to be happy again, said Brutus. That is so sweet, said Lorica, taking the form of a golden smiley face. And Lorica often communicated her emotions by taking the form of emojis. Can you see if you fetch the one Rimaru sent, said Lorica. It is already too high, and I'm not in the mood, said Brutus. And someone from the city did bother to reach for Rimaru's balloon. And from high in the castle tower, Amis was spying on Rimaru, and he sent a little remote control plane to fetch Rimaru's balloon. And for the last couple of days, he had been tinkering with the idea of planes, and he had managed to make some models out of wood. And when it came to propelling large items, he was having an almost impossible time finding aluminum and titanium. And so most of the manufacturing specs were new, even with the instructions. He was making an awful job of recreating the technology he had acquired. Amis read Rimaru's letter, and he said, I want Amis to pay for it. Amis pondered on what he had done to Rimaru, and after stalking him from afar and banging his self-centered memory a little, he realized he had done something to Rimaru in the past. And now that he thought he knew what it was, everything made a little more sense. Rimaru had always had a bit of an affinity for vampires, and I remember meeting a long time ago a silver-haired maiden in rose with golden embroidery, and the maiden's companion was in the habit of attacking teenagers, and I wondered a bit as to why he had failed to make the connection, and he found it even more strange that the entire subject matter had been erased from his consciousness altogether. And I rose from his seat, and he made his way across the place towards the dock, and from time to time he would check with his binoculars to see what Rimaru was up to. Time?
10 minutes.
With the balloons concluded, he went with Rimaru to look at kitties, and they played together with the cats for a bit. And the others brought Rimaru different cuddly animals, and when Rimaru got bored of the mammals, he entered the river to see what the fishes were up to. And the river was deep enough to house lots of large freshwater fishes and mammals, and the Asura in her man-made form summoned forth the ever-pleasant bull shark. And the Asura had an affinity for sharks, and during her maritime years, she would often swim with the reef sharks at night whenever her boat was anchored. And aside from sharks, the river surrounding the Temple Island had alligator guards, dolphins, stingrays, and anacondas. And the snakes kept to the riverbanks and were rarely seen. And it was considered to be a sacred animal for temple forts, and according to local legend, the rings of Saturn were the scales of a decayed anaconda that had been slayed by the gods and placed in the sky for decoration. And the local religion, the deified the larger moon, so Saturn, and on that day the sun was in a particularly bobby mood. And instead of the sun did not travel in a straight arc as it moved from east to west, it bobbed up and down till it finally night came. And depending on the timing, Saturn could have 2 sunrises and 2 sunsets. And Rimaru rose from her head from the water, and the sun helioplasm looked down and smiled. And this triggered the sun to start slowly moving down a bit, even though it was noon. And when this swing concluded, Rimaru was fed once again. And the family then went to the city to take in the sights, and aside from the noble houses, which were close to outsiders, there was not much to look at. And as far as the nobles were concerned, the persons were there just to produce food, and education and farm activities only took place within the mansions. And if the nobles were feeling particularly sociable, they would bump down up in the castle. And in spite of this, Rimaru did find something amusing, and there was a small market for dolls, and some of the peasants were specializing in making fancy porcelain dolls. And one of those doll makers had a real beauty, and Rimaru bought the doll that the local had in a pink dress, and lovely blonde hair, and she reminded Rimaru of her sweet vampire friend. And Rimaru's new doll had a foxy pink dress that was high-waisted, and over it the doll had colorful golden poncho, and a large beret with lilacs made of cloth, and the shoes were made of white bunny fur. And the hair had been rooted onto the doll, which was interesting to see how they managed to do that with an oven-baked clay. Time?
7 minutes.
And Rimaru took the doll with her family, and they started spotting for cool areas to take night photos with the doll. And the single endeavor ate up a lot of time, and eventually they entered the castle, even though they had not been invited. And the guards had been asked to allow Rimaru to roam, and when they saw the others, the guards pondered a bit on what they should do. And in the end, they decided that the easiest thing to do was to let Rimaru and her friends pass, and they were not getting paid enough to care about security. And Kasha saw Rimaru with the doll, and since he had nothing better to do, he did what most rulers did at his age at the palace. He got up from his throne, and he had been looking for an excuse to neglect his royal duties. And he looked over Rimaru and he asked, "What are you up to?" "What does it look like I'm up to?" asked Rimaru, being a bit of a bother. "Don't you have anything better to do with your time?" asked Monkey King, trying to shoo away the pesky king. "This is a family time," retorted Lamina, and she added, painting an imaginary barrier. "You see this? Anything beyond here is not important." And so, it simply made Kasha aware that his bored presence was not wanted, and Kasha was not used to such open hostility. And even at the temple, the priests were always respectful to him. And time, bro?
6 minutes.
And not knowing what to do, Kasha returned to his throne to resume his regal duties. And she shook his head sadly, and then he said, "Poor guy, he's going to die soon." "How so?" asked Rimaru. "Do you notice the doll makers? You can tell a lot about the vibe of the city based on the doll makers. And they have a violent look about them. And even the doll you bought looks like she's ready for a fight," explained Shika. Rimaru looked at the doll and she said, "She does look very angry, doesn't she?" "Just as Mother always said, a city with education and no opportunity is bound to explode sooner or later. And now with a fool bringing in more outside knowledge, things are bound to get worse in no time at all," said Chica. "I have been alive for a while, and technology has never been efficient in getting rid of social problems," said Loica. "It only makes it worse." "Such things get terrible. Should things get terrible, you can always come to Verona," offered my Duke. And he reached into his pocket and he brought out a key, and then he said to Loica, "Use this key on any random basement door, and you will have access to the drains. And I will tell La Pega to let you go inside, and you and anyone else you deem worthy. This key is precious, and it should be heavily guarded," said Lorica, taking a more serious squid form. And she then dropped the key, and she felt rather silly for dropping it. "We are going to die sooner or later. Might as well enjoy life and do things in a fashion that helps one sleep at night," said Marduk. "Amen, brother," said Lamina in a mocking tone. And the civilians then started saluting and bowing at Marduk, and Amis had gone down to see what was the commotion in the castle, and the bored guards and nobles seeing Marduk being showered with praises, and Kasha asked Amis, "Who is that man?" "Those who despise him call him the Demon King Marduk," said Amis. "Sounds like you don't like the man," said Kasha. "How perceptive of you," said Amis, feigning surprise. a fool as I pretend to be, said casually departing. And Amish raised an eyebrow, and he returned back to his study, and he noticed that his book had been moved from location. And he was covering that folks would try to make sense of it, and like most magical users, Amish thought himself of a superior mental specimen. And even though he had abandoned the magic path altogether, he kept inside his sense of superiority bordering on godhood. And Amish looked at himself in the mirror, and he examined the parts of his body he had augmented. And like with most folks who got plastic surgery, he was starting to miss his human limbs already. And he moved towards the window, and he brought out his binoculars to continue spying on Rimaru. Yes, he remembered being like that once. He had been 16 years old, and he had been a super stalker about the situation. And his poor father had told him to grow some balls and go kiss the girl already. And he had done so when he had been in one of those courageous moods, and when he opened his eyes after kissing the maiden's hair had turned pitch black, and then the vampire problems had started, and he remembered this and many other things he had forgotten. And it was only recently when he had seen Rimaru with pitch black hair worn in such a fashion that he had recognized her. And closer to dinner, Loki asked Rimaru, "So what else do you want to do?" "I want to train a little," said Rimaru. "Why bother? There's no reason to fight anymore," said he. "I don't think there was ever a reason to begin with," said Nalini, looking at her brother with suspicion. "In any case, it is good to exercise," said Marduk. And as he opened his cape, and he simply disappeared within, and inside his cave he had a little arena decorated with realistic depictions of the solar system as seen from the asteroid belts, and those belts had changed a lot in appearance ever since the space dragons had stopped hiding. And using illusion, the belts appeared sterile and uninhabited, and now in their true form they were little flat-type Earth mini-worlds, and each with their single volcano and unique ecosystem. So like the asteroid belts, they're not as barren as they appear to be from far away. And he even extended to fight in the little worlds that resemble hell the most, with brimstone and sulfur and boiling magma. And they were always concerned about making their fights look as cinematic as possible, and I had never participated in such play fights because he was tired of violence. And while Rimaru trained, he noticed two children fighting over a dog, and they were pulling out his legs, and the dog already had a dislocated shoulder. And he kicked one of the brats in the face, and then he said, "No doggo for you," and he healed the dog, which caused the dog to whine a lot. And he then took the dog with him, and the parents of the kid who had been kicked in the face went to complain, but he just barked at the grown-ups. And when the parents saw his sharp teeth, they naturally ran away. And between he and his sister Rimaru, the locals were a bit jumpier than usual. And as for Rimaru, her idea of training involved fighting her brothers and sister in earnest, and even with her absorption ability and her fleet foot, she did not last long, and she was soon overwhelmed by Marduk's army of demons. And Loki, shaking his head sadly, said to Marduk, "You should have gone easy on her. If I did, she would have been mad at me, and this is Rimaru Appreciation Day, and she's gonna get exactly what she wants," said Marduk. So Rimaru lost the play fight. She started crying, and Marduk, feeling super guilty, did the logical thing and had his own demons beat him to a bloody pulp. And when he spilled out his siblings out of the cave, he saw Marduk and Rimaru in a miserable condition. Smiling, he said, "Don't worry, I will heal you." "Please don't," said Rimaru. "We're fine, we're fine."
17 seconds.
"We're fine, bye bye bye." Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 14. He hesitated a little, and then he held his brother and sister, and after whining like brats a bit, the siblings went to have some dinner, and since none were in a cooking mood, they tried the local restaurants. And with the travelers, the restaurant scene was booming, and all of the local bars and inns had plenty of new items to choose from, and the new foods were tried in the restaurant before being served to the nobles in their houses. And on that day, the buyer was testing out to see if caviar was truly edible or not, and due to the lack of experience of the harvester of caviar, one had a 50-50 chance of getting good caviar. Because, like, if you harvest it wrong, the caviar, goes bad immediately. My dad did not particularly like those tiny eggs, but he ordered a bowl for his brother and Karina ate some sugar violets, and there was even some candy shaped like precious stones, and in the end the siblings did not eat dinner, rather they got full of random types of food like mustics, salted licorice, alfajores, croquettes, bornas, flan, kulfi, lemon tarts, pavloras, and the ever-popular tree milks. The siblings were so satisfied that they left a big tip, and the waiter not understanding the concept of a tip, and she took the extra money and hid it in her purse, and the manager who was a noble saw her taking the extra money, and he interrogated her, and he assumed that she lied to the foreigners about the cost of the items they had purchased, and Marduk had lingered outside the shop to eavesdrop, and he then returned and he explained everything to the manager. He said, in our land, it is customary to give a little extra money to any server person who has behaved well, and we do this to encourage a repeat of good manners among the staff of each establishment. Well, in this country, we encourage our staff with a very big stick. Your coin is appreciated, especially since you paid us in a legal tender, but it wasn't necessary, said the manager, giving Marduk his money back. So like in that country, the only tip that they get, that the waiters get is a tip of a pointy stick. Ow, the encouragement rod. Marduk returned the money to the lady, and then he said, it is not for you to decide how I choose to spend my money, and thank you very much. And in the end, Marduk's niceties got the lady fired, and Marduk, feeling sheepish, said, I am a king back in my own country, and if you like, you can work in my restaurant. That offer sounds tempting, said the former waitress, but I have strong roots here. I can't just up and leave. Roots are overrated, commented he. They keep one from pursuing true happiness. But sometimes if you up and leave, you may end up in a far worse situation, said the maiden. She then bowed before adding, and if you leave all the time, you are just going to be running away from your problems. Who said anything about running away, corrected Marduk. In our city, we kill our problems, said Shikad. In mine, we exile them, said the Asura and Rimaru. In my city, we work them like slaves till they decide to take it where the light don't shine, said Melina, laughing. Kali, what's wrong with you, said Lamina. The siblings started arguing about petty nonsense, and since the former waitress saw that they were busy talking, she took this chance to steal other purses. And as with anyone who robbed a curse fell upon her, and when she looked at the coin from a weird angle, and dusk came, and with it a gentle glow hung over the river, and the current slowed down a bit, and there was a relaxing flow of water, and on the other side of the river, Rimaru noticed Mindy and Sativa talking nonsense with Brutus. And the trio were in the middle of fishing without any bait, and from time to time one would throw the rod without any intention of catching anything. And Marduk asked Rimaru, so how are you hanging in there? I'm fine, I guess, said Rimaru. I'm still a bit peeved about a lot of nothing, but it is nothing that won't stop me from returning to my happy routine. And you don't plan on staying here, asked Chikad. Nah, I have a bad feeling about this place, and I'm not too keen on getting wrapped up in a civil war, and I was never a fan of killing and stuff, or even violence for that matter, said Rimaru. I don't see why not, said the Asura. It is a good way to pass the time. And what do you want to do now, asked Loki. Nothing much. I just want to say my goodbye to Brutus, and then I'm going back to Aragon, said Rimaru. Time?
19 minutes.
You don't have to go back there if you don't want to, said Ahim. I'm starting to miss my plants and my weird lab of endemic creatures, and I wonder how they're doing, said Rimaru. They are fine. Carbine and Apega are taking good care of them, said Marduk. We shall see, said Rimaru, starting to worry. She had the look of a maiden who realized she had left the iron on before going on a long vacation. Maybe I left the iron on. That has actually happened to us before in a little cliche fashion. That Mother thought she left the iron on, and then we were already halfway down the Florida Keys, and then we had to drive back to go check up on that. And a spoiler alert, yeah, we did left the iron on. She started running, and then she swam across the lake, and Marduk smiled as did the other siblings, and each returned to do whatever they were up to before. And Loki, who was still worried, swam after his little sister, and Rimaru said to Mindy and Sativa, I am ready to head back now. I am staying with Brutus. I have a good feeling that I might meet my quota if I stay here, said Mindy, smiling. I don't think there's going to be much killing here anytime soon, said Brutus, and he added, this country, as well as the city, has been stagnant for decades. The days when men used to put down a body for a cause are long gone. Nobody wants to fight anymore. So you say, but there is a first time for everything, said Mindy, smiling, and she added, trust me, I'll give or take a few weeks, and this place will be up in smokes. Well, in case that happens, don't forget the key I gave you. Open any random underground spot, and it will lead you to the trolley train. And we are going to have one running around all of the friendly city-states in order to avoid dealing with bandits, explained Rimaru. Good idea. Once the caravans disappear, the highwaymen will starve to death on their own, or they won't have any other option but to get real jobs, said Mindy, smiling. At least it's better than putting up bounties to kill the lot every so often, said Loki. I don't know. As long as inequality exists, there will be bandits, said Mindy. Yes, and there will be a problem elsewhere, said Loki, and the metro would only run to Society, Verona, Sibila, and Aragon, and depending on the crime level of the other city, other routes would be added. I guess Sibila and Verona, but Society and Aragon are not the safest place in the world, said Rimaru. Nah, semantics, said Loki. And night finally fell, and Rimaru started roaming the temple forest ground, and she did so dressed in white while carrying a lantern, and she could see just fine in the darkness, but she thought that it made her look spooky. Like dressing white carrying a lantern in darkness. Time?
16 minutes.
She wore a long white gown and she walked barefoot, and after stepping badly on a tiny pebble and getting a toenail cut in half, she started wearing shoes. And for Rimaru, the nails usually took longer to heal, and mainly they had to grow back naturally, and after cursing a little and trimming the nail a bit, she started roaming the forest again. And it was then when Amis made his appearance, and he had been trailing after Rimaru waiting for Rimaru to be left alone. And since he was a shy coward, he always preferred the least number of people possible whenever he wanted to talk about his feelings. And he took a couple of breaths, and then he took a step towards Rimaru. And he blinked for a second as he was, and the second he did, he bumped into Loki. And Loki was sporting his black armor, and his face was the color of the ocean, but at night it had a certain powdery snow tint to it. And he was putting his long black hair loose. He said in a low voice, haven't you caused enough problems for Rimaru? I'm sorry, said Amis sheepishly. Loki reached into his cape and he brought out a plate, and he smashed the plate, and then he said to Amis, apologize to this plate. I am sorry, plate, said Amis. And then Loki was like, ugh. Faced with this open hostility, Amis started to retreat to a safe spot, and Rimaru then started making chicken sounds, and Amis' ears turned red, and then Loki and Rimaru started laughing at the fellow. What are you, stupid or something? What's the point of getting so many outmate stations if you haven't fixed the main thing that is wrong with you, said Rimaru, chuckling. So like he outmated himself a lot, but he's still a coward. And tell me what is wrong with me, asked Amis, passing his hand over his hair in exasperation. I don't like your haircut, said Loki. And you don't bathe anymore, said Rimaru. You moan all the time, and even your own twin cannot put up with you, said Loki. I think you need antidepressants to deal with your chemical imbalance, said Rimaru. And those do-it-yourself almond bars are giving you lead poisoning, said Loki. You resist, but you don't understand them, said Rimaru. Nothing is ever good enough for you, joined Sativa. You as well, said Amis, getting exasperated. You never finish anything you start, said Loki. That stupid book you brought is ruining my city, said Brutus. You never appreciate anything that anyone does for you, said Rimaru, and that is the main reason why I never gave you the time of day. You are toxic, and everything you touch gets poisoned. Either change that attitude of yours or drop dead or something. I don't care. You never did forgive me for warping your beloved vampire, said Amis sadly. That was a long time ago, and it wasn't your fault, and I forgave you, and I forgot you. And as that saying goes, forgive and forget, and what I can't forgive is you tainting me with your filth. I was always so careful not to make contact with anyone, and then you had gone and steal a kiss, and when I was having the most fun, and you ruined my fun that day, and now look at me, said Rimaru with her hair growing. Rimaru started pulling at her hair, saying, no matter how many times I remove it, no matter how many times I change it, I have this sickening twisted black hair of yours, and why don't you just go back to hell where you belong? Loki patted Rimaru's head and then said, just relax, Rimaru, sing a little. So Rimaru started singing in order to calm down her nerves, and seeing Amis looking so dejected, Loki felt pity for him, and he said, "Don't take it so seriously. Rimaru is just blaming you for her own cowardice and her own problems. You two are remarkably similar in the way you cope with tedium and the lack of purpose and direction. And like her, you need to find a way to shut out all of those negative thoughts that are poisoning the well of your happiness. Life is not about pursuing happiness, but about realizing that the joy has been inside of you all along. So smile and live a little for your own sake." And with these words of wisdom, Amis went back to his lab. And as before, he started to miss his own human lips, and he appeared before him and offered to turn him back to normal. And since it was tradition for Amis not to complete anything, Amis agreed to return to what he was before. So like he was started augmenting his body, but then he didn't complete the augmentation and be like, "Now I just want to go back to the way I was," and then now he'd be like, "Yeah, I can change you back, relax, dude." But it's gonna be painful. He healed him, and Amis immediately regretted his cessation, and for long hours the palace folks heard hellish screams from Amis's lab, and he could have healed Amis without causing him pain, but he chose not to. And as for Rimaru, she ended her appreciation day by doing a concert for the little children at the temple, and the concert was just the music she liked, and she danced as well a little. And the kids liked it because they had no other frame of reference, and as for the priests, they found her rapping really annoying. And they were relieved when it only lasted for like 10 minutes, and Rimaru liked rapping, but not for prolonged periods of time. And then she did jazz, and when she got tired of singing and jumping and jazzing, she sat at a sax, and together with Loki's trumpet, they ended the rest of the night depressing folks or making them fall asleep with their music, so playing depressing blues. Mendes, who was taking in her sleep, asked Sativa, "What are you doing here?" "It seems like a good excuse as any to stretch one's feet," said Sativa. "And why are you not married or something? It's the fashion in this world," asked Mindy. "Not my thing," said Sativa. "How can it be not your thing if you never tried it?" guessed Mindy. "It was my thing a long time ago, and I should never speak of it again," said Sativa. "It is common among us ancients to get bored of everything that life has to offer," said Mindy. "It is not so much boredom as I do not want to deal with loss anymore, and if it has some type of impermanence to it, I refuse to grow attached to it," said Sativa. "And yet here you are," said Mindy, pointing to Rimaru. Sativa signed, and he went to the forest to meditate on what he wanted to do with his time, and he pondered a bit on returning to his sleep. At least there he did not have to deal with impermanence, and everything would be a long stream of randomness. And Lorica poked Sativa in the forehead, and she said, "Don't you find doing nothing boring? Here." And Lorica handed Sativa a ball in a cup toy, and she said, "The kids find this toy amusing." And Sativa looked at the toy, and it triggered a bad flashback, and his eyes watered, and he said, "Get that thing out of my sight."
Why?
It's a children's toy. And
No, why the flashback?
Why? It triggered a bad flashback.
Yeah, but why?
Because he reminded him, he was talking about loss and impermanence, and a children's toy reminded him of loss and impermanence, so it's pretty obvious implied that he lost a child or something, you know?
Oh,
that's why he doesn't want to like get married or get attached to anything that's impermanent. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Time, bro?
9 minutes.
"I had lost many things in my time, but I never lost—" "Oh, look, a shooting star," said Lorica, pointing to the night sky. "They tell me that stars are just a projection," said Sativa, frowning. "They say many stupid things that they do not understand, and it doesn't matter what it is, as long as it is enjoyed. And are you not having fun sulking all the time, and try to do something grandiose? And you could try to be a superhero. Brutus and I did that a while back in a different town, and it was quite amusing," said Lorica. "I will think about it," said Sativa, turning into grass to end the conversation. As grass, the trees and the other plants started jabbering about nonsense, and the temple plants were as bored and starving for entertainment as the humans, and despite being blind, the plants enjoyed good music, and their scheduled growth double thanks to soft music. The following morning came, and with the Rimaru looking Sativa started making their way towards the train station, and and before getting on, they saw Amis running towards him, and Apega the automaton trade conductor smiled when he saw Amis. At least he made Rimaru feel like he was smiling, and with those old robots, they were not designed to smile. And now Mr. Windus said, "Wait for me, I want to go home." "Fine by me, I want to go home as well," said Rimaru. "I don't see why you complain so much about a place you rarely experience," said Loki more to himself. He then said to Rimaru, "I wish I could go home as well." And the weary traveler sat inside the wagon, and Apega did not return to Aragon right away. Instead, he continued on his planned route, and first he visited Verona. And a lot of well-dressed, strong-looking folks entered the train, and one of the fellows recognized Amis. And he said, "Hey, long time no see." "Hey, you," said Amis, not recognizing the fellow. "It has been 5 years, and I thought you said you were going to see your brother for a bit and then return to school," said the fellow dressed like a nobleman. "I lied," said Amis. "And for some reason, I just did not see the point in continuing to do magic." "Point? What, are you stupid?" asked the gentleman. "There is no point to any type of career. It is just a means to an end, the way I put food on the table, that's all. That's the problem with you fruitcake nobles, who never experience true hardship. Everything has to have a point, and you should try to live a little." Amis did not say anything, but Rimaru took the man's words very seriously, and from Veragero the train went to Sibila. And the dragons and the riders seemed cheaper than usual, and they were all mutually relieved not to have to fight in pointless wars that did not benefit them in the least. And without having to prepare for war, the humans and the dragons were rediscovering the long-forgotten hobbies. And one of the dragons was knitting, and a different fellow was making terrible drawings, and a different dragon was brainstorming new food recipe. And there was even an old gentleman carrying a small succulent plant. Amis could not help but look at the succulent, and the old man smiled and said, "She gets lonely if I'm not around." And Amis gave a queer look, and Sativa then said to Amis, "He's right. Plants like soothing human voices, especially those that for generations were raised by humans, and like crops and ornamental plants." Time?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
After departing from Sibira, the train entered society, and Amis opened his eyes wide when he saw his mother Hilda entering the train, and he said, "Mother." "Oh, hi, Amis. How's the magic thing going? And are you ever going to graduate?" asked Hilda. "I left school, remember?" said Amis. "Oh, right. I may have mentioned something like that the last time I spoke to him," said Hilda. "How is Barbara holding up?" asked Amis. "She's fine. Great even, now that they're about to have their second child." And Amelius finally took the plunge, and I thought I was never going to have grandchildren, said Hilda, laughing. And she added, looking serious, "And you, are you ever going to marry or something? I hate to see you moving away all of your best years of your life." "I'm sorry," said Amis. Hilda sighed, and she said, "I suppose there are some things that cannot be helped." "That is our line," said Loki. "Oh, it's you people," said Hilda, smiling, and she added, Can you give something to Amis so that he can be happy again? He was such a darling when he was wee small before he started taking things way too seriously." "Amis has a lot of demons to deal with," said Loki. "As do we all," said Rimaru. "As long as you are making the effort to deal with them," said Hilda, kissing the forehead of her son. And the train finally stopped at Aragon, and Hilda exited the train station along with her son and all of the others, and Rimaru made her way to his home to see how her plants were doing, and back in the lab there was a new creature manifesting. And Amis found it interesting that he had returned to Aragon the same day as elections, and folks were going all over the street with propaganda for the next governor of Aragon. And after wandering about for so long, Amis had come to realize that he could not get away from his own shadow. At least now he was aware that there was a problem. And together with his mother, Amis went to see Amelius, and both were surprised to see that he was no longer the Lazarite. And Hilda asked, "When did this happen?" "Someone else took the burden," explained Amelius. "So you could have passed on your blue ears to someone else all this time. Why did you not do so, son? You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble," asked Hilda. "Yes, I could have, but it was a light burden that only I was able to carry, till the name of the goddess became a bit better known. Now any fellow who would preach her name had the potential to become Lazarite," explained Amelius, and he added, "As for me, I'm tired of all that nonsense." Amelius then showed his firstborn son to his brother Amis and his mother, and the child was the most charming little giggly creature there ever was. puppy for the kid, and the kid's child was called Amor, and had the loveliest natural curves and expressive black eyes. And when Amit saw his nephew, the kid was playing with a puppy, and Amor was running over the house dragging a towel behind him, and the puppy was biting the towel. And this family scene made him remember many things he had forgotten. And he remembered cradling his youngest brother in his arm, and many other bonding experiences in his family. And in his effort to succeed, he had lost something particularly important along the way. So he had gotten too caught up with his ambition, and then he stopped appreciating the love and stuff he got from his family because he was too caught up with the whole, I gotta be somebody. No, you just gotta be happy. Okay, we're done?
No, 2 minutes. I swear, 2 minutes.
Meanwhile, Rimaru was showing Loki her little lab, and she told him how she had gotten the place and her encounter with a weirdo that had stolen her lawn, and Loki said, "That is a very trippy story, sis." And Rimaru added spraying an empty cage, very odd indeed. Well, at least the habitat doesn't look too neglected, and then what needs a bit more water, and there you go. As soon as he got in the proper moisture level, a strange amorphous goo started manifesting on top of the leaves. And Loki said, most of these creatures are a bit odd, like Monkey King's ampio creatures. Yet, there is certainly not a shortage of weird creatures, both big and small in this world, agreed Rimaru. And as there rightly should be, said Loki. And do you think the old world was this diverse, asked Rimaru, getting into that type of mood? I don't know, and I was never one to ponder about the past, and what does it really matter, really? Everything is gone. Yes, but there is still spectrochronometry, said Rimaru. Time, bro?
1 minute.
Alright. And what do you want to bring back? Asked Loki. I don't know, maybe the Viking. And I hear that they were quite fertile. Didn't they all die or out around 2021? Asked Loki. The Sibyl started jabbering about extinct animals, and Loki then said, look there. Alright, so we're gonna end this chapter here, and next week we'll see, but well, I'll bye bye and God bless. We're almost done. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading in Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 15, and it's also the last chapter. A strange little creature started forming in the sugar and blood habitat, and on top of an open lemon, a single cell organism was slowly dividing. Rimaru said, now this is certainly different. I wonder what it could be, asked Loki. Depending on its intelligence and charm, we might keep it, said Rimaru. When Rimaru concluded her work in the lab, she went to see about Carbine, and together with her they started sorting out the singing and dance class schedule. And Rimaru then left the house with a printed schedule, and as she roamed the street she started singing. And this was how she usually announced she was open for business. And since it was election day, there was a lot of folks roaming the streets. And back in the other continent, Mindis had finally reached her death quota. And there had been a coup, and Brutus and the Mouse and the Orphan Wars were making their way towards Aragon. And she had taken a turn for the war just as Mindis had predicted. And her father's book had indeed done a number on Oea, and the merchants had copied the book that Amis had received from Mundus, and unlike him, they understood it. And each merchant family had been given a page of the book, and with each household focused on a particular project, and technology had taken a great leap forward in secret. And since the merchant class had its eyes set against the nobility, a bloodbath naturally ensued. And of all the weapons mentioned in the book, the merchants mass-produced the repeating crossbow. And the folks already had crossbow, but the book helped them give it a much-needed improvement. And as the saying goes, sometimes you need to learn to take baby steps before you learn to run. All in all, about 167 folks appeared in Aragon overnight, and Brutus seemed that went to see Alisa to start the immigration progress, and she was walking back from school with her child, and she was quite proactive in rearing her kid, despite being a noble woman. And at times she would go to government meetings with her bored kitty present, drawing with coloring pencils or playing with his toys. Brutus approached Alisa, who gave him a weird look, and raising an eyebrow she said, great, more weirdos. Don't you have the entire mountain to yourself? You should have really go bother the Greys at Maltisor. I am not familiar with those Greys, or whatever they call themselves. I came here because my temple and the monks who lived there were forced to evacuate unexpectedly. But I won't bore you with the details, and we need a place to stay, said Brutus. You and a good chunk of the locals in Aragon, all of those pointless skirmishes and pillaging, and we are still not in the process of reconstruction. We haven't the resources to facilitate a temple for you or your monks, and you must bother one of the shrine priests and see if they will offer you room and boarding," explained Alisa. "Thank you for explaining me your situation," said Brutus, starting to depart. He returned and then asked, "Where is the nearest shrine?" Alisa reached into her pocket and she brought out a map, and therein she said, "Here, I always carry one with me just in case I run into a tourist or a refugee." Brutus roamed a bit, and he eventually found a shelter for his folks. With his dance done, Brutus found a random street corner in the market, and he started to dance a little in order to make some spare change. And he knew a particular dance from the temple, and the dance employed his urumi. And while he danced, Amelius noticed the fellow, and he dropped in front of Brutus a large sack of coins. And he then returned 5 minutes later, and Amelius said, "I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give you a smaller ones, wise order as all." So like one of the, no, it was Amis who gave him like the big alms, and then his like twin brother came and took most of the money away. "It's fine, and I'm not even mad," said Brutus, and before Amelius picked up his large bag of coins, Lorica manifested, and her tentacles picked up all of the coins, and then she flew away, and then she said, "They are all mine." "Well, I guess I'm not the only one who is a troublesome mistress," said Amelius, laughing. And the election day and everything seemed normalized, and as a dismembered body was found floating down the canals, and Aragon had itself a new democratically elected governor. And the fellow was not looking in discovering the nature of his role in Aragon. And he thought he would finally feast with his newfound political powers, and he found out just how powerless he was without the backing of the knights, the merchants, the vampires, and the leaders of the noble houses. And he planned to cause problems later, but Alisa was already used to dealing with corrupt politicians. And a week passed, and Amis finally took the plunge and left for Verona to beg to return to the magic school. All magic user dropouts had to beg to return to regain entry. And the begging ritual was done in public in front of all of the students and faculty, and the current headmaster found such types of public humiliation an amusing pastime. So like if you drop out of magic university, you gotta like beg to be, you gotta do a public humiliation ritual to be brought back in. It also helped to dissuade folks from entering the magic school and leaving it on a whim. And the headmaster was always changing in order to prevent corruption, and eligible candidates had to pass a test, and the theme of which varied from year to year. And the theme of the year was shield magic, and the current headmaster went by the name of Alina Donna, and she was one of Nalini's board crystal knights, and like all of the crystal knights, she was a mad elf with a bit of a sadistic streak. And when Amis arrived to reapply for his master's, the admission lady told him about the new school policy. And this came as a bit of a nuisance, and Amis did the begging ritual with the air and dignity of somebody who no longer cares. And during the entire ritual, his hair was as dark as night, and it would remain dark for the rest of his days. And with the minor step out of the way, Amis sunk back into his habit routine he had once discarded, and he returned to studying magic, exercising, and practicing the new spells, trying out new components and experimenting. It was not an exciting life, but it was his life. And with peace there was more of an emphasis on defensive magic in Verona, and if a fellow mage could avoid taking a life with his magic, the fellow moved up in the ranks much faster. And with everything falling into place, Sativa felt like it was as good a time as any to take a long nap, and during his time away there had not been much drills or anything in particular to warrant his attention. And while he was on his way to his coffin, Sativa heard a sobbing woman, and he turned his head and he saw a creepy monster with a single eye spilling blood. And the creature had no arms, and he had a sideways mouth in the back of his head, and the body was hairy with long thin spines, and it had two skinny kangaroo-like legs, and something about the way the creature wobbled and complained reminded Sativa of Rimaru. And indeed it was the sobbing diva Rimaru, and behind her, trailing her, was her brother Loki. And Loki was looking about like a mad person as he chased after his sister. And then he noticed a kid walking on an adorable beagle, and the kid screamed when he saw Rimaru, and he ran away abandoning the dog. And Loki picked up the beagle dog, and he said to his sister, "Look, it's a puppy." Rimaru's crazy sad eye looked at the beagle, and then she said, I don't want a doggo." "You know you do, sis," said Loki, bringing the beagle close to Rimaru. Rimaru petted it with one of her weird little feet, and as she did, she slowly regained her humanoid form. And Sativa shook his head sadly, and then he said, "She certainly gives a whole new meaning to ugly," cried. "Yes, she certainly does," said Sativa's shadow. Sativa recognized the voice, said, "What are you doing hiding in there?" "I did nothing bad, and Unlucky wants to kill me," said Mindy's hiding. "What do you do this time?" said Sativa, exasperated. "I move a tiny rock 5 centimeters to the right, just doing that one, kill one of those weird little life forms, and now everyone's yelling and angry at me, and I thought that they would try and find me, but instead they are just making me feel very guilty," said Mindy meekly. "Well, Rimaru has always been adept at making folks feel sorry about her," said Sativa. "Speak for yourself, Sativa," said Mindy. "Just go and apologize already," said Sativa. "Nope, I think I'm going to hide in your shadow till everything blows over," said Mindy. "So yourself," said Sativa, "going to see about Rimaru." And struck with a bit of curiosity, Sativa added, "So why are you hiding in my shadow again? I thought you were the biggest squid in this ocean." "I thought so too, but I'm not so sure anymore," said Mindy, and she sighed and said, "Here is how it happened. I moved the tiny rock, and then the thing died, and Rimaru threw a mighty fit, and then right on cue, I fell through a gaping hole, and as I did, I saw that it was not a hole, but the esophagus of a large creature with sharp teeth. And as the mouth closed, so came the darkness, and the teeth as they snapped had a certain electricity about them. And I flew a bit to avoid touching the stomach acids, and these acids flowed like molten lava, but blue, and there was a certain smell to it, like mint or ginseng. And from the blue flames, there was a giant fellow with hair like blue flame. And I recognized the fellow to be Loki, sporting his black armor and a stupid flower on his head that was really distracting. Anyhow, with the lack of water molecules and the heat, I was not able to grow to my usual size, and I felt a bit sluggish because of the fumes, and in his hand he held one of those stupid magic staffs that do nothing for no one. And you know, the stupid ones with the oars. Anyhow, I don't know if it was the fumes or the repeated blows to the head with the staff glove, but I went into one of my, what's it called, wasping, reality shifts or whatever. And I got into kill or be killed mode. And whenever I become hyper-focused with my tentacles expanded and my armor blade getting into battle mode, and I evaded and responded to each clubbing. And each time I struck the fellow, it felt like I was hitting fire, and he was a shapeshifter like me. And eventually we warped and morphed into hideous creatures trying to find the best form to harm one another. And despite whatever form Loki took, he always had that stupid spear hand with the staff that was just there to clobber me over the head with it. And his persistence eventually cracked my skull open. And then it was when I got really queasy, and for the first time in life forever, and I, the great Mindy, had to flee. And the moment I saw the gaping mouth in hell, I flew like nobody had ever fled. And as I did, the walls of the throats and the creature bellowed and turned to clawing and clasping hands, trying to rip every piece of exposed flesh. And I lost more tentacles and suckers than I can count, and it was a real amazing experience. And the blue demon chasing me kept yelling, "You're a dead man, Mindy," and I saw you, and then I flattened and hid under your shadow, and there you have it. And that's why I'm your new shadow now, until I recover. "You're aware that they read minds," said Sativa. "Uh-oh," said Mindy before another creature attacked her. And this time it was Vicus, the essence of silence, native to Saturnastra. And he caught Mindy in his twisting darkness form, and he dragged her out of Sativa's shadows, and he brought her before Rimaru. And Rimaru stopped a moment, and her looks shifted to show her discontent. And Vicus slapped Mindy behind her head, and then Mindy said meekly, "I am sorry I killed your stupid amoeba. I'm sorry, too, that I showed you my nice things. And I should have known not to trust a small game hunter like you," said Rimaru, spitting on Mindy's face. "I have killed big games too," said Mindy proudly. "No, you haven't. You have never tackled anything that you did not know you could not kill." "You know what you are, Mindy? You are a bully," said Rimaru stoically. "Now that is a first, and I don't see why you have to make a big deal about it. It is not your kind, and I don't particularly feel guilty for killing another that is not the same as my own flesh and blood," said Mindy. "So does everyone, but even if you don't value their life, there might be somebody left behind who is going to be angry enough to make you regret the day you were ever born," said Loki, coming closer to yell at Mindy. And he brought out his staff, and then he said, "I don't usually kill for petty reasons, but may I rid Saturn of this terrible cursing nuisance." "Help me out here," said Mindy, looking at Sativa. "Out alive," said Sativa, shrugging his shoulder. "No, I have a better idea," said Rimaru, regaining her human face and countenance. And looking at Mindy, she said, We're going to give you the bully treatment. Wendy started twisting and winding, but Vicos did not release her, and he found the noises in the market annoying, but he was putting up with it to avoid hearing Rimaru complain for the next couple of months. And Rimaru leaned over Mindy's, and Rimaru then expanded her mouth, and she gave Mindy's a candid vampire's kiss. This kiss did not sucked out the life out of Mindy's, but also her essence, and Rimaru sucked out Mindy's joy and happiness, and she infected Mindy's with the void that was dragging Rimaru down towards the abyss. And after the vampire's kiss, Mindy stopped being a serial killer, and the thing that Mindy was enjoying no longer thrilled her. And now like many folks blessed by Rimaru, Mindy had to find a new way to live her life. And Mindy was also not allowed to stay in Saddle, and Apega banned her from using his train services. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
After giving Mindy her vampire key, Rimaru went to the funeral arrangement for her tiny life form, and she cleaned the habitat and she poured the remains of her group specimen inside an urn, and Sativa followed close behind while Loki and Vicus took out the trash known as Mindy's. And Sativa saw Rimaru using a black outfit and more simplified, and guessing the purpose Sativa asked, Where are you going to bury this stiff? In the garden? Nah, I want to bury it in a sunny place, like the beach or something, said Rimaru. Sounds like a bit of a hike for a creature that was just a weird amoeba with no intelligent side, said Sativa. So says the little elf that speaks to plants, retorted Rimaru. Point taken, said Sativa, lingering still. And Sativa followed in silence, and Rimaru went to the train station, and from there the train left Saturn, and after traveling for a couple of seconds, they arrived at the new destination, and after opening the blue-sided door with a single handle, they arrived at the beach. And Sativa noticed that the beach was super crowded, and the folks barely wore anything, and some of the maidens were even topless. And Sativa did not take in the sights too much, mainly because the heat was unbearable, and he found a shady spot under a blue umbrella, and a fellow came to Sativa and said, That will be $20 for the share and umbrella, asked Rimaru. Just for the umbrella. I can give you the share for another $10, said the fellow. And Rimaru paid for the share and umbrella so that Sativa could have a place to sit down. And the fellow was just not used to that type of heat, and Aragon, even on its hottest day, was never above 79. And the beach that they were visiting was a scorching 85 degrees, but it felt like 90 due to the high humidity. And Sativa noticed the fellows looking at the flat slates of various sizes, and there was also some boxes that produced music. And Sativa reacted to the unusual technology with the same curious disdain he regarded anything new that came across his life. And he thought a moment, I could be sleeping right now at this very moment. And Sativa lay back on the reclining shades, and the green cushions had a set of imperceptible white spots. And Sativa looked at one near his head, and he hoped that it was bird droppings. And sighing, he settled down to sleep while Rimaru dug a random hole near him. And after she did, she buried the jar. And Sativa opened an eye, and then he asked, I am going to do a service for the critter. I'm doing that, but not with my voice, but with my mind, said Rimaru. Then how do you expect for the yardsticks to hear you? You should not assume that every spirit type of creature can remind you, said the bored Sativa. I guess, said Rimaru, but I don't feel like making a scene. Nonsense, said Sativa, before starting to scream like a maniac. And the locals looked at him, and some moved their kids away, and other than that, nothing happened. See, nobody's paying attention. Fine, said Rimaru, sighing. We gathered here today to bury my goopy science experiment. May you rest in peace wherever you are. Rimaru then grabbed a nearby seaweed, and then she placed it on top of the jar, and she added a handful of dirt, and Sativa added another. And before completely closing the shallow grave, Rimaru sliced her hand with her nail, and she poured a bit of blood on top of the jar, and of course Sativa did the same. And with the short unceremonious funeral concluded, the pair sat there by the beach waiting for the sun to set. Sativa commented, If we were a couple, this is the part where we would kiss. Yes, that is usually the scenario when couples kiss in the silly plays and movies, said Rimaru. And what brought this on out of the blue? I don't know, seeing that fat couple having a merry old time with their skinny kids, it made me remember something I had long forgotten, said Sativa. And the sunset came, and since it was October in that world, the tide rose a lot, and the chairs and the umbrella had been taken away by the guy, and as a result, Sativa and Rimaru had to sit on the dirt to see the sunset. And with the water rising a bit, they had to step back a couple of paces, and as it did with the west, and it started to dislodge and even flatten a lot of sand that was on top of the shallow grave. And the two entered the cold waters, and they floated a bit till the waves got a little too annoying, and the seaweed also did not help much. And then a large fish passed by Sativa's ankle, and that was enough to get him to run out of the water. And the two started walking parallel to the water, easy to live a long life if you do not live a full life. And after I finished growing up, I stopped taking risks, and then eventually I did not even want to step outside my house anymore. And then even going out of my room became a chore. Eventually I buried myself alive to sleep a sleepless dream. And I would have probably rotted away too if my cousin had not replanted my sassafras tree on top of my grave. And the tree knew me, and his roots bored deep into my coffin, giving me nourishment till I awoke. And it was nice to hear a familiar voice when I awoke, said Sativa. Yeah, you were a little bit dazed the first time I saw you talking with the grasses, commented Rimaru. Yeah, the grasses are very shady, said Sativa, and what I'm getting at is that I forgot how to be happy. I suppose some things cannot be helped, said Rimaru. I noticed that you like saying that aloud, said Sativa. It is more of a family model, and one has to make peace with things that are beyond one's control, and even if you could change it, would it be truly be worth all of the effort? Time?
5 minutes.
In my experience, nothing in life is worth any effort, not family, not friends, not jobs, or anything, said Sativa. The problem is that you are expected to get some fruit for your labors, and the moment I detached myself from the results of my actions, I became more at peace with the world, you know. It is up to the individual to decide what is worth striving for, said Rimaru. And by now the sun had set, and while walking about, Sativa noticed the little turtles coming out of the ground, and he had to squint his eyes a lot because there was no nearby lights, and the darkness was designed by the city planners to help the turtles find their way. And Rimaru noticed some footsteps approaching in the darkness, and whenever they stopped, the footsteps stopped, and whenever they walked, the footsteps resumed, and Sativa too noticed, and he stopped a moment when he felt something heavy beneath his feet, and he picked it up, and he noticed that it was a coconut that had washed ashore. And Sativa looked in the direction of the shadow, and he felt the weight of the coconut, and then he took careful aim, and he threw the iron at the person who was stalking them. And Sativa had a strong throwing iron, and the coconut struck the assailant in the head, and the coconut cracked the head open. And Sativa and Rimaru drew closer to check up on the dead body. And Rimaru brought out a light, and they noticed that the dead person was a teenager wearing all black attire, and he was holding a pistol. And Rimaru saw the pistol, and she noticed that it had no bullets. And Sativa saw the age of the kid, and he said, "No, that is a shame. Don't feel bad. When a person gets a weapon, they are considered the enemy. And with brats younger than 8, it gets a little blurry. But all in all, the kid was out to get us, and I say good riddance," said Rimaru. "Should we bury him?" asked Sativa. "Nah, there's some sharks over there. Let's feed the kid to him. And if they don't need him home, he can at least freak out the bathers tomorrow," said Rimaru. "Seems like too much effort for a morbid joke," said Sativa. "Well, if you want to bury him, you can do so, but with the sand and the metals on his person, there's a good chance one of those metal digger people will find him easily," said Rimaru. In the end, the body was chucked into the ocean, and Rimaru was thoughtful for a bit, and she thought that the Sativa coconut thing had been a bit of an overkill, and the Barco had just wanted to talk or something. "It's crazy to see how easily a life can be snuffed out," said Sativa, getting broody again. "The real challenge is to stop a person from hurting themselves. And my brother Loki feels that this little creature is probably going to give you an earful as soon as we return home," said Rimaru. "Why me? I'm not even human. And if not killing my own kind, then it's not murder or something. I think so someone mean this nonsense rub off on you," said Rimaru sadly. "Do you know why I did not go to sleep?" asked Sativa. "I don't know, you found my wailing annoying or something," said Rimaru. "More or less, seeing and hearing the spooks at the beach made me remember that when I was small, I wanted to go on adventures and have a big family and see new places and get lots of stuff," said Sativa. "It is a dream of this land," said Rimaru. And Sativa kneeled down, and then he manifested a wood grain ring, and he said, "Do you want to marry me and form a family?" "Oh, Sativa, you shouldn't have. Said Rimaru, hugging Sativa, and she kissed him on the cheek in a brotherly sort of way, and then she grabbed a handful of sand and she passed it down Sativa's back shirt. Sativa frowned and said, "Oh, that's a bit infantile of you. Well, we should start with a cup of coffee, and then we'll see from here. And if there's a problem with my siblings, but if Ivano could do it, then maybe you can win their affection as well," said Rimaru. "Time, bro?"
1 minute, 40 seconds.
"Do you like me then?" asked Sativa. "It is a little early to tell, and I appreciate your company, but if you were to sleep tomorrow, I could easily appreciate someone else's company," said Rimaru. "Fair enough," said Sativa, getting out of the floor. "We should start with coffee, and then we will see where it goes." Alright, so this is the ending of Saturnastra Rimaru. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're reading in Saturnastra Rimaru. This is chapter 15, and it's also the last chapter. A strange little creature started forming in the sugar and blood habitat, and on top of an open lemon, a single cell organism was slowly dividing. Rimaru said, "Now this is certainly different. I wonder what it could be," asked Loki. "Depending on its intelligence and charm, we might keep it," said Rimaru. When Rimaru concluded her work in the lab, she went to see about Carbine, and together with her they started sorting out the singing and dance class schedule. And Rimaru then left the house with a printed schedule, and as she roamed the street, she started singing. And this was how she usually announced she was open for business. And since it was election day, there was a lot of folks roaming the streets. And back in the other continent, Mindy's had finally reached her death quota. And there had been a coup, and Brutus and the mouse in the orphan wars were making their way towards Aragon. And she had taken a turn for the worse, just as Mindy's had predicted. And her father's book had indeed done a number on Oea, and the merchants had copied the book that Amis had received from Mundus, and unlike him, they understood it. And each merchant family had been given a page of the book, and with each household focused on a particular project, and technology had taken a great leap forward in secret. And since the merchant class had its eyes set against the nobility, a bloodbath naturally ensued. And of all the weapons mentioned in the book, the merchants mass-produced the repeating crossbow. And the folks already had crossbow, but the book helped them give it a much-needed improvement. And as the saying goes, sometimes you need to learn to take baby steps before you learn to run. All in all, about 167 folks appeared in Aragon overnight, and Brutus seemed that Alice went to see Alisa to start the immigration progress, and she was walking back from school with her child, and she was quite proactive in rearing her kid, despite being a noble woman. And at times she would go to government meetings with her bored kitty present, drawing with coloring pencils or playing with his toys. Brutus approached Alisa, who gave him a weird look, and raising an eyebrow, she said, "Great, more weirdos. Don't you have the entire mountain to yourself? You should have really go bother the Greys at Maltisor. I am not familiar with those Greys, or whatever they call themselves. I came here because my temple and the monks who live there were forced to evacuate unexpectedly. But I won't bore you with the details, and we need a place to stay," said Brutus. "You and a good chunk of the locals in Aragon, all of those pointless skirmishes and pillaging, and we are still in the process of reconstruction. We haven't the resources to facilitate a temple for you or your monks, and you must bother one of the shrine priests and see if they will offer you room and boarding," explained Alisa. "Thank you for explaining me your situation," said Brutus starting to depart. He returned and then asked, "Where is the nearest shrine?" Alisa reached into her pocket and she brought out a map, and therein she said, "Here, I always carry one with me just in case I run into a tourist or a refugee." Brutus roamed a bit, and he eventually found a shelter for his folks. With his dance done, Brutus found a random street corner in the market, and he started to dance a little in order to make some spare change. And he knew a particular dance from the temple, and the dance employed his urumi. And while he danced, Amelius noticed the fellow, and he dropped in front of Brutus a large sack of coins. And he then returned 5 minutes later, and Amelius said, "I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give you a smaller ounce, wise order us all." So like one of no, it was Amis who gave him like the big alms, and then his like twin brother came and took most of the money away. "It's fine, and I'm not even mad," said Brutus, and before Amelius picked up his large bag of coins, Lorica manifested, and her tentacles picked up all of the coins, and then she flew away, and then she said, "They are all mine." "Well, I guess I'm not the only one with a troublesome mistress," said Amelius, laughing. And the election day and everything seemed normalized, and as a dismembered body was found floating down the canals, and Aragon had itself a new democratically elected governor. And the fellow was not too keen in discovering the nature of his role in Aragon. And he thought he would finally feast with his newfound political powers, and he found out just how powerless he was without the backing of the knights, the merchants, the vampires, and the leaders of the noble houses. And he planned to cause problems later, but Alisa was already used to dealing with corrupt politicians. And a week passed, and Amis finally took the plunge and left for Berageddon to beg to return to the magic school. All magic user droppers had to beg to regain entry. And the begging ritual was done in public in front of all of the students and faculty, and the current headmaster found such types of public humiliation an amusing pastime. So So like if you drop out of Magic University, you gotta like beg to be, you gotta do a public humiliation ritual to be brought back in. It also helped to dissuade folks from entering the magic school and leaving it on a whim. And the headmaster was always changing in order to prevent corruption, and eligible candidates had to pass a test, and the theme of which varied from year to year. And the theme of the year was shield magic, and the current headmaster went by the name of Alina Donna, and she was one of Nalini's board crystal knights, and like all of the crystal knights, she was a mad elf with a bit of a sadistic streak. And when Amit arrived to reapply for his master's, the admission lady told him about the new school policy, and this came as a bit of a nuisance, and Amit did the begging ritual with the air and dignity of somebody who no longer cares. And during the entire ritual his hair was as dark as night, and it would remain dark for the rest of his days. And with the minor step out of the way, Amit sunk back into his habit routine he had once discarded, and he returned to studying magic, exercising and practicing the new spells, trying out new components and experimenting. It was not an exciting life, but it was his life. And with peace there was more of an emphasis on defensive magic in Verageddon. And if a fellow mage could avoid taking a life with his magic, the fellow moved up in the ranks much faster. And with everything falling into place, Sativa felt like it was as good a time as any to take a long nap. And during his time away, there had not been much thrills or anything in particular to warrant his attention. And while he was on his way to his coffin, Sativa heard a sobbing woman. And he turned his head and he saw a creepy monster with a single eye spilling blood. And the creature had no arms, and he had a sideways mouth in the back of his head. And the body was hairy with long thin spines, and it had two skinny kangaroo-like legs. And something about the way the creature wobbled and complained reminded Sativa of Rimaru. And indeed it was the sobbing diva Rimaru, and behind her, trailing her, was her brother Loki. And Loki was looking about like a mad person as he chased after his sister. And then he noticed a kid walking on an adorable beagle, and the kid screamed when he saw Rimaru, and he ran away, abandoning the dog. And Loki picked up the beagle dog, and he said to his sister, "Look, it's a puppy." Rimaru's crazy sad eye looked at the beagle, and then she said, I don't want a doggo." "You know you do, sis," said Loki, bringing the beagle close to Rimaru. Rimaru petted it with one of her weird little feet, and as she did, she slowly regained her humanoid form. And Sativa shook his head sadly, and then he said, "She certainly gives a whole new meaning to ugly cry." "Yes, she certainly does," said Sativa's shadow. Sativa recognized the voice and said, "What are you doing hiding in there?" "I did nothing bad, and now Loki wants to kill me," said Mindy's hiding. "What do you do this time?" said Sativa, exasperated. "I move a tiny rock 5 centimeters to the right, just doing that one, kill one of those weird little life forms, and now everyone's yelling and angry at me, and I thought that they would try and fight me, but instead they are just making me feel very guilty," said Mindy meekly. "Well, Rimaru has always been adept at making folks feel sorry about her," said Sativa. "Speak for yourself, Sativa," said Mindy. "Just go and apologize already," said Sativa. "Nope, I think I'm going to hide in your shadow till everything blows over," said Mindy. "So yourself," said Sativa, "going to see about Rimaru." And struck with a bit of curiosity, Sativa added, "So why are you hiding in my shadow again? I thought you were the biggest squid in this ocean." "I thought so too, but I'm not so sure anymore," said Mindy. And she sighed and said, "Here is how it happened. I moved the tiny rock, and then the thing died, and Rimaru threw a mighty fit, and then right on cue, I fell through a gaping hole. And as I did, I saw that it was not a hole, but the esophagus of a large creature with sharp teeth. And as the mouth closed, so came the darkness, and the teeth as they snapped had a certain electricity about them. And I flew a bit to avoid touching the stomach acids, and these acids flowed like molten lava, but blue, and there was a certain smell to it, like mint or ginseng. And from the blue flames, there was a giant fellow with hair like blue flame. And I recognized the fellow to be Loki, sporting his black armor and a stupid flower on his head that was really distracting. Anyhow, with the lack of water molecules and the heat, I was not able to grow to my usual size, and I felt a bit sluggish because of the fumes, and in his hand he held one of those stupid magic staffs that do nothing for no one. And you know, the stupid ones with yours. Anyhow, I don't know if it was the fumes or the repeated blows to the head with the staff glove, but I went into one of my, wasping reality shifts or whatever. and I got into kill or be killed mode. And whenever I become hyper-focused with my tentacles expanded and my armor plate getting into battle mode, and I evaded and responded to each clubbing, and each time I struck the fellow, it felt like I was hitting fire, and he was a shapeshifter like me, and eventually we warped and morphed into hideous creatures trying to find the best form to harm one another. And despite whatever form Loki took, he always had that stupid spear hand with a staff that was just there to clobber me over the head with it. And his persistence eventually cracked my skull open. And then it was when I got really queasy, and for the first time in life forever, and I, the great Mindis, had to flee. And the moment I saw the gaping mouth in hell, I flew like nobody had ever fled. And as I did, the walls of the strokes and the creature bellowed and turned to clawing and clasping hands, trying to rip every piece of exposed flesh. And I lost more tentacles and suckers than I can count, and it was a real amazing experience. And the blue demon chasing me kept yelling, "You're a dead man, Mindis," and I saw you, and then I flattened and hid under your shadow, and there you have it. And that's why I'm your new shadow now, until I recover. You are aware that they read minds, said Sativa. Said Mindis before another creature attacked her. And this time it was Vicus, the essence of silence, native to Saturnastra. And he caught Mindis in his twisting darkness forms, and he dragged her out of Sativa's shadows, and he brought her before Rimaru. And Rimaru stopped a moment, and her look shifted to show her discontent. And Vicus slapped Mindis behind her head, and then Mindis said meekly, "I am sorry I killed your stupid amoeba. I'm sorry, too, that I showed you my nice things, and I should have known not to trust a small game hunter like you," said Rimaru, spitting on Mindis' face. "I have killed big games too," said Mindis proudly. "No, you haven't. You have never tackled anything that you did not know you could not kill." "You know what you are, Mindis? You are a bully," said Rimaru stoically. "Now that is a first, and I don't see why you have to make a big deal about it. It is not your kind, and I don't particularly feel guilty for killing another that is not the same as my own flesh and blood," said Mindis. "So does everyone, but even if you don't value their life, there might be somebody left behind who is going to be angry enough to make you regret the day you were ever born," said Loki, coming closer to yell at Mindis. And he brought out his staff, and then he said, "I don't usually kill for petty reasons, but may I rid Saturn of this terrible cursing nuisance." "Help me out here," said Mindis, looking at Sativa. "Out alive," said Sativa, shrugging his shoulder. "No, I have a better idea," said Rimaru, regaining her human face and countenance, and looking at Mindis, she said, "We're going to give you the bully treatment." Mindis started twisting and winding, but Vicus did not release her, and he found the noises in the market annoying, but he was putting up with it to avoid hearing Rimaru complain for the next couple of months. And Rimaru leaned over Mindis, and Rimaru then expanded her mouth, and she gave Mindis a candid vampire's kiss. This kiss did not sucked out the life out of Mindis, but also her essence, and Rimaru sucked out Mindis' joy and happiness, and she infected Mindis with the void that was dragging Rimaru down towards the abyss. And after the vampire's kiss, Mindis stopped being a serial killer, and the thing that Mindis was enjoying no longer thrilled her. And now, like many folks blessed by Rimaru, Mindis had to find a new way to live her life. And Mindis was also not allowed to stay in Sato, and Apega banned her from using his train services. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
After giving Mindis her vampire key, Rimaru went to the funeral arrangement for her tiny life form, and she cleaned the habitat and she poured the remains of her guppy specimen inside an urn, and Sativa followed close behind while Loki and Vicus took out the trash known as Mindis. And Sativa saw Rimaru using a black outfit and more simplified, and guessing the purpose Sativa asked, Where are you going to bury this stiff? In the garden?" "Nah, I want to bury it in a sunny place, like the beach or something," said Rimaru. "Sounds like a bit of a hike for a creature that was just a weird amoeba with no intelligent thought," said Sativa. "So says the little elf that speaks to plants," retorted Rimaru. "Point taken," said Sativa, lingering still. And Sativa followed in silence, and Rimaru went to the train station, and from there the train left Saturn, and after traveling for a couple of seconds, they arrived at the new destination, and after opening the blue solid door with a single handle, they arrived at the beach. And Sativa noted that the beach was super crowded, and the folks barely wore anything, and some of the maidens were even topless. And Sativa did not take in the sights too much, mainly because the heat was unbearable, and he found a shady spot under a blue umbrella, and a fellow came to Sativa and said, "That will be $20 for the share and umbrella," asked Rimaru. Just for the umbrella. I can give you the share for another $10, said the fellow. And Rimaru paid for the share and umbrella so that Sativa could have a place to sit down. And the fellow was just not used to that type of heat, and Aragon, even on his hottest day, was never above 79, and the beach that they were visiting was a scorching 85 degrees, but it felt like 90 due to the humidity. And Sativa noted the fellows looking at the flat slates of various sizes, and there was also some boxes that produced music. And Sativa reacted to the unusual technology with the same curious disdain he regarded anything new that came across his life. And he thought a moment, I could be sleeping right now at this very moment. And Sativa lay back on the reclining shades, and the green cushions had a set of imperceptible white spots. And Sativa looked at one near his head, and he hoped that it was bird droppings. And sighing, he settled down to sleep while Rimaru dug a random hole near him. And after she did, she buried the jar. And Sativa opened an eye, and then he asked, I am going to do a service for the critter. I'm doing that, but not with my voice, but with my mind, said Rimaru. Then how do you expect for the yardsticks to hear you? You should not assume that every spirit type of creature can read minds, said the bored Sativa. I guess, said Rimaru, but I don't feel like making a scene. Nonsense, said Sativa, before starting to scream like a maniac. And the locals looked at him, and some moved their kids away, and other than that, nothing happened. See, nobody's paying attention. Fine, said Rimaru, sighing. We gather here today to bury my goopy science experiment. May you rest in peace wherever you are. Rimaru then grabbed a nearby seaweed, and then she placed it on top of the jar, and she added a handful of dirt, and Sativa added another. And before completely closing the shallow grave, Rimaru sliced her hand with her nail, and she poured a bit of blood on top of the jar, and aboard Sativa did the same. And with a short unceremonious funeral concluded, the pair sat there by the beach waiting for the sun to set. Sativa commented, if we were a couple, this is a part where we would kiss. Yes, that is usually the scenario when couples kiss in the silly plays and movies, said Rimaru. And what brought this on out of the blue? I don't know, seeing that fat couple having a merry old time with their skinny kids, it made me remember something I had long forgotten, said Sativa. And the sunset came, and since it was October in that world, the tide rose a lot, and the chairs and the umbrella had been taken away by the guy, and as a result, Sativa and Rimaru had to sit on the dirt to see the sunset. And with the water rising a bit, they had to step back a couple of paces, and as it did with the west, and it started to dislodge and even flatten a lot of sand that was on top of the shallow grave. And the two entered the cold waters, and they floated a bit till the waves got a little too annoying, and the seaweed also did not help much. And then a large fish passed by Sativa's ankle, and that was enough to get him to run out of the water. And the two started walking parallel to the water, talking nonsense, and Sativa told Rimaru about his first life, about his poor mother, and what became of his bloodline. You see, it is pretty easy to live a long life if you do not live a full life. And after I finished growing up, I stopped taking risks, and then eventually I did not even want to step outside my house anymore. And then even going out of my room became a chore. Eventually I buried myself alive to sleep a sleepless dream, and I would have probably rotted away too if my cousin had not replanted my sassafras tree on top of my grave. And the tree knew me, and his roots bored deep into my coffin, giving me nourishment till I awoke. And it was nice to hear a familiar voice when I awoke, said Sativa. Yeah, you were a little bit dazed the first time I saw you talking with the grasses, commented Rimaru. Yeah, the grasses are very shady, said Sativa, and what I'm getting at is that I forgot how to be happy. I suppose some things cannot be helped, said Rimaru. I noticed that you like saying that aloud, said Sativa. It is more of a family model, and one has to make peace with things that are beyond one's control, and even if you could change it, would it be truly be worth all of the effort? Time?
5 minutes.
In my experience, nothing in life is worth any effort, not family, not friends, not jobs, or anything, said Sativa. The problem is that you are expected to get some fruit for your labors, and the moment I detached myself from the results of my actions, I became more at peace with the world, It is up to the individual to decide what is worth striving for, said Rimaru. And by now the sun had set, and while walking about, Sativa noticed the little turtles coming out of the ground, and he had to squint his eyes a lot because there was no nearby lights, and the darkness was designed by the city planners to help the turtles find their way. And Rimaru noticed some footsteps approaching in the darkness, and whenever they stopped, the footsteps stopped, and whenever they walked, the footsteps resumed, and Sativa too noticed, and he stopped a moment when he felt something heavy beneath his feet, and he picked it up, and he noticed that it was a coconut that had washed ashore. And Sativa looked in the direction of the shadow, and he felt the weight of the coconut, and then he took careful aim, and he threw the iron at the person who was stalking them. And Sativa had a strong throwing iron, and the coconut struck the assailant in the head, and the coconut cracked the head open. And Sativa and Rimaru drew closer to check up on the dead body, and Rimaru brought out a light and they noticed that the dead person was a teenager wearing all black attire and he was holding a pistol. And Rimaru saw the pistol and she noticed that he had no bullets. And Sativa saw the age of the kid and he said, "No, that is a shame. Don't feel bad. When a person gets a weapon, they are considered the enemy. And with brass younger than 8, it gets a little blurry. But all in all, the kid was out to get us. And I say good riddance," said Rimaru. "Should we bury him?" asked Sativa. "Nah, there's some sharks over there. Let's feed the kid to him. And if they don't need him home, it can at least freak out the bathers tomorrow," said Rimaru. "Seems like too much effort for a morbid joke," said Sativa. "Well, if you want to bury him, you can do so, but with the sand and the metals on his person, there's a good chance one of those metal digger people will find him easily," said Rimaru. In the end, the body was chucked into the ocean, and Rimaru was thoughtful for a bit, and she thought that the Sativa coconut thing had been a bit of an overkill, and the Barco had just wanted to talk or something. "It's crazy to see how easily a life can be snuffed out," said Sativa, getting broody again. "The real challenge is to stop a person from hurting themselves. And my brother Loki feels that this little creature is probably going to give you an earful as soon as we return home," said Rimaru. "Why me? I'm not even human. And if not killing my own kind, then it's not murder or something." "I think so someone mean this nonsense rub off on you," said Rimaru sadly. "Do you know why I did not go to sleep?" asked Sativa. "I don't know, you found my wailing annoying or something," said Rimaru. "More or less, seeing and hearing the spooks of the beach made me remember that when I was small, I wanted to go on adventures and have a big family and see new places and get lots of stuff," said Sativa. "It is a dream of this land," said Rimaru. And Sativa kneeled down and then he manifested a wood grain ring, and he said, "Do you want to marry me and form a family?" "Oh, Sativa, you should have. Said Rimaru, hugging Sativa, and she kissed him on the cheek in a brotherly sort of way, and then she grabbed a handful of sand and she passed it down Sativa's shirt. Sativa frowned and said, "Oh, that's a bit infantile of you. Well, we should start with a cup of coffee, and then we'll see from here. And if there's a problem with my siblings, but if Ivano could do it, then maybe you can win their affection as well," said Rimaru. "Time, bro?"
1 minute, 40 seconds.
"Do you like me then?" asked Sativa. "It is a little early to tell, and I appreciate your company, but if you were to sleep tomorrow, I could easily appreciate someone else's company," said Rimaru. "Fair enough," said Sativa, getting out of the floor. "We should start with coffee, and then we will see where it goes." Alright, so this is the ending of Saturnastra Rimaru. Bye-bye and God bless.